everyone and welcome to this full course on Selenium by Edureka. Selenium is open source automation testing framework that validates web applications across several browsers and platforms. It allows testers to develop scripts in a variety of programming languages, including Java, Python, and C#, making it an adaptable and extensively used tool in software testing business. The key component, Selenium WebDriver, enables for direct interaction with web elements, emulating genuine user behavior to ensure reliable testing. The primary objectives of Selenium testing are to automate web application testing, ensure cross-browser compatibility, improve testing efficiency, and to enhance software quality. So if you are a beginner or a professional looking to strengthen your automation testing skills, this course is designed to take you from fundamental concepts to advanced Selenium frameworks, preparing you for real-world testing scenarios. Now, let's outline the agenda for this Selenium full course. We will begin with what is Selenium, where we will define Selenium and explain its role in test automation. Next, we will dive into how to install Selenium WebDriver for Java in Eclipse, guiding you through the setup process. Moving forward, we will explore how to write and run a test case in Selenium, where we will create and execute a simple Selenium test. Following that, we will cover Selenium WebDriver architecture, explaining its components and how to interact. Next, we will discuss locators in Selenium WebDriver, exploring how to find and interact with the elements on a web page. And in the next section, we will focus on XPath in Selenium, learning how to navigate complex web structures. We will then explore weights in Selenium, understanding implicit, explicit, and fluent weights for better script execution. Next, we will discuss how to handle alerts in Selenium, covering pop-ups and JavaScript alerts. We will also examine TestNG annotations in Selenium, introducing a powerful testing framework for Selenium automation. Following that, we will discuss Page Object Model in Selenium WebDriver, a crucial design pattern for maintainable test automation. Moving on, we will cover Selenium Grid, exploring how to run tests in parallel across multiple machines. And then, we will also explore Selenium framework using Java. And then, we will look at how to become a test automation engineer, where we will check the skills, tools, and the roadmap needed to build a career in test automation. Finally, we will conclude with Selenium interview question and answers, helping you prepare for real-world job interviews. But before we begin, make sure to like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to stay updated on the latest tech content from Edureka. Also, Edureka Selenium certification training is designed to help you master automation testing with Selenium WebDriver, covering key concepts such as WebDriver, Locators, TestNG, frameworks, and Selenium Grid. From this course, you will learn how to write and execute automation test scripts, implement TestNG for a test execution and reporting, build robust Selenium frameworks using Java, and perform cross-browser testing with Selenium Grid. Additionally, the course covers handling dynamic web elements, alerts, and pop-ups in real-world scenarios. And this course is perfect for aspiring automation testers and professionals looking to enhance their skills. So check out the course link in the description box below. And now, let's get started with our first topic, which is what is Selenium?
What do you think is the history behind it? What do you think are the major reasons that affected the growth of Selenium? Let's have a look, guys. So, this Selenium was originally developed by Jason Huggins in the year 2004 as an internal tool while he was working at ThoughtWorks. So, Huggins later joined the programmers or the testers at ThoughtWorks and tried to develop Selenium RC. So, this tool was developed in the year 2004 by two developers, namely Jason Huggins and Paul Hammond. So it was open sourced in the same year, guys. So Selenium RC was the first one to be found among the WebDriver, Grid, and Selenium IDE. In 2005, Dan Fabulich and Nelson Sproul made an offer to accept the series of patches that would transform Selenium RC into what it is known for today. So in these days, we call it a Selenium WebDriver, right? So Dan Fabulich and Nelson Sproul are the major reason for giving us the idea about how RC works. Now, correspondingly in the year 2007, Huggins joined Google and also he helped in developing the stabilization process of RC. And at the same time, Simon Stewart at ThoughtWorks developed a superior browser automation tool called the WebDriver. Okay, so this is the tool which we currently use. And also the current version of Selenium that we're using is 3. But recently in 2009, September or October, I think they had a meeting or a conference related to the version release, and they actually kind of spoke about the new version that is Selenium 4. I don't think it is releasing anytime soon, but yeah, they gave us a hint of that. So yeah, we'll be looking forward to work on Selenium 4 as well. So the current version in the market is Selenium 3. Also, in the year 2009, there was a conference, that is a test automation conference, where people tried to merge two products, that is Selenium RC and Selenium WebDriver, to call it as a new project called Selenium 2.0. So this is the second version which was used between 2005 to 2010, I believe. Don't remember the exact time span, but yeah, Selenium 2 was released by then. And in 2008, Selenium Grid was developed by Pat Lightbody. So this was about the history behind the growth of Selenium. As you can see that the growth began in 2004 itself, but to be officially released and to be officially available to people by the name Selenium WebDriver, it took close to 5 to 6 years, right? So this is exactly how Selenium came into the mainframe. Now moving ahead, let's take a look at what exactly is Selenium. Like I mentioned, Selenium is an open source tool which is used for automating the tests that are carried out on the web browsers. Also, it can be reframed in this way. It is an open source portable framework for automating applications, that is mainly web-based applications, and it can be tested across different browsers, namely Chrome, Firefox, Safari, and just not the traditional ones. The tests can also be carried out in different OS platforms, that is Windows, Mac, and Linux. And the Selenium test scripts can be integrated with the tools such as TestNG, JUnit, and so on for managing test cases and generating reports. It can also be integrated with Maven, Jenkins, and Docker to achieve continuous testing. So why exactly software testing or automation testing is required? Today's world of technology is completely dominated by machines, and their behavior is controlled by the software empowering it. Will the machines behave exactly as we want them to? The answer to this is what we call software testing or automation testing. At the end of the day, it is the application's success rate which is going to control your business growth. The same thing can be said even for web applications, because most of our businesses today are completely dominated on the internet, or it completely belongs to the internet. So this is exactly what is Selenium. Now moving on, let's take a look at why exactly Selenium is required. Why not any other tool? So some major uses, I would say, or benefits of using Selenium is it is easy to automate testing across web applications. Suppose you're working on or testing any of the software application, that is web-based application, I say, and you find a bug and you don't know how to resolve it until and unless you've come across Selenium. So Selenium is one such tool which acts like a key to our success rate. So automating testing across web applications is like a really tedious task which can be fulfilled by using Selenium. And also it has a wide variety of language support. If you're comfortable using C, C++, or C Sharp, these are considered as the basic languages, right? Okay, not C Sharp, but still C, C++, Java, Python, right? So these four languages are like the basic languages which can be supported by any of the software. So apart from these four standard languages, Selenium also proudly supports Ruby, C Sharp, Spark, Perl, and many more. All right. Now, talking about implementing the test cases, like I mentioned, automating the testing cases across different web applications or browser is not an easy task. But by using Selenium, you can implement those test cases very easily. And also, you can perform or write the test scripts on different platforms like Mac, Windows, Linux, and so on. Also, one major reason why you should go for Selenium is it is easy to understand and is open source. Open source as in you don't have to pay for this version. It is not a paid version. Easy to understand as in it is explained in simple terms where any normal human being can understand. Now, this was about why we need Selenium. Now, moving on, let's understand what are the major features of Selenium. So I think you guys have understood what exactly Selenium is and how it supports testing across different platforms, right? So these are also considered as features, but apart from that, we'll talk about some notable information related to Selenium. So Selenium can be considered as a leading cloud-based testing platform which helps testers to record their actions and export them as a reusable script and easy to use interface. And like you already know that it supports operating systems, browsers, and different programming languages, right? Also, apart from this, it also supports parallel test execution, which reduces time and increases the efficiency of the test cases. Also, Selenium requires fewer resources as compared to other automation testing tools. You don't have to have a different plugin for each and every test cases that you are working on, right? Apart from this, we also have something called the Selenium commands, which are categorized in terms of different classes, which makes it easier to understand and implement. Also, Selenium WebDriver does not require the server installation as the test scripts interact directly with the browser. Also, so these were some notable features of Selenium. Now, moving on, let's understand the components. So we have namely 4 components, guys. We have something called Selenium IDE, Selenium RC, Selenium WebDriver, and Selenium Grid. Now let's understand them in detail. So talking about Selenium IDE or Integrated Development Environment is primarily a record run tool that a test case developer uses to develop Selenium test cases. Selenium IDE is a simple record and playback kind of tool which comes as an add-on for Firefox only. But now I think it is also used for a Chrome driver as well. It is used for prototype testing, and the test cases written in IDE can be exported in many programming languages like Ruby, Java, C#, Python, and so on. Edit and debug options along with the record are also available in the IDE. Also, guys, this is an excellent tool for beginners to understand the syntax of Selenium WebDriver. It is also considered as the simplest framework in the Selenium suite and is the easiest to learn, guys. It is, like I mentioned, a Firefox plugin, and you can easily install it on your system. This is exactly why a Selenium IDE was used. Now, talking about Selenium RC, Selenium RC or Selenium Remote Control was the first tool of the Selenium suite. Earlier, it was known as the JavaScript executor, and RC was a tool which made Selenium famous in the market. All the credits to Selenium being a masterpiece or Selenium being very famous around the globe is because of Selenium RC. It was the first tool that provided the support for multiple programming languages. Also, this supported almost all major vendors of browsers like Firefox, Chrome, Internet Explorer, and so on. So the first version was called Selenium 1, followed by which we have Selenium 2, 3, and now I think we're expecting 4 as well in the market. Also, using RC, you can perform cross-browser testing. Alright, so this was about Selenium RC. Now moving ahead, let's understand what exactly is Selenium WebDriver. Okay, so talking about Selenium WebDrivers, Selenium WebDriver was the first cross-platform testing framework that could control the browser from the OS level. In contrast to IDE, Selenium WebDriver provides a programming interface to create and execute test cases. So these test cases can be written in such a way that the web elements on the web page can be identified and then perform actions on those elements. Also, Selenium WebDriver is an upgrade to RC because it is much faster, and it is faster because it makes direct calls to the browser and it does not need a server between the client and the server. RC, on the other hand, needs a RC server to interact with the web browser. So each browser has its own driver on which the application runs. So different kinds of web drivers are Firefox driver, which is popularly called as 𝐏 driver, Chrome driver, Internet Explorer driver, HTML unit driver, Safari driver, and so on. Also, this supports programming languages like Java, C#, PHP, Perl, Ruby, .NET, and so on. Also, it supports testing across different platforms like Firefox, Chrome, and so on. Also, cross-browsing was introduced in this version. Also, guys, Selenium RC and Selenium WebDriver together was combined to make it called as Selenium 2. So like I mentioned this, I just wanted to remind you guys of it again. Now talking about Selenium Grid. So what exactly is Selenium Grid? Selenium Grid was developed by Patrick Lightbody and initially called it hosted QA, which is a part of the version 1 of Selenium. And also it was used in the combination with RC to run test cases on remote machines. In fact, with Grid, multiple test scripts can be executed at the same time on different machines. Parallel execution can be achieved easily with the help of hub node architecture, and one machine will assume the role of hub and whereas the others will be the nodes. Okay, so this is still in use, guys. Grid is used by most of the companies as well, and it works both with Selenium WebDriver and RC. However, maintaining a grid with all required browsers and operating system is a tedious task. For this, there are multiple online platforms that provide an online Selenium Grid access to run your Selenium automation script. So this is about the suite of tools or Selenium components. Now moving ahead with this session, let's take a look at a simple demo. So in order to work with the practical part of this session, the first thing you should do is check for the latest version of Java in your system. So I'm going to go to command prompt and I'm going to type Java hyphen version. I think most of my videos have this command written to check if Java is running properly in the system or not. So after this is done, I'm going to open Eclipse. So in this session, we're going to be automating a web page called Facebook. I think most of you are very familiar with it. So let's see. This is going to be a very basic demo, guys. So you can hop on to our playlist, which is put up, and you can check for demos or videos which has demos in it. Okay, I'm going to close a lot of things over here. Okay, I'm going to create a new project. Go to new Java project, and I'm going to name Selenium. All right, finish. Okay, so these are the Java libraries which has been added, and if you want to add the Selenium jar files into the system, just right click on this folder which you've created and go to build path and configure build path. So I'm going to add external library. Okay, not this. Yep. So Control A, open and go back, open and go back. And you need to add the Selenium standalone server. So I'm going to add it and close. You can see another folder which has been created over here. It has all the jar files. It has all the Selenium jar files which I added. I've already created a class, guys. This is a class that we'll be dealing with. I think this would be of good help for you. I'm setting the system property to WebDriver.Chrome.driver. This means that I'm selecting Chrome driver as my browser driver, and I'm going to be giving my path to it as well, followed by which the extension is chromedriver.exe, that is the executable file. After this, I'm instantiating the WebDriver instance, that is driver, and I'm going to be instantiating with the new Chrome driver. So it is going to create an instance of the Chrome driver. After this, I'm going to be getting the URL of the web page which I want to work on or test. So I'll be using Facebook in this case. So driver.get specify the URL in the form of string. And after that, I'm going to be maximizing the screen. So consider using this command, which says driver.manage.windows.maximize. So this helps in maximizing the current window that you're working on. After that, I'm going to be creating a web element called day D. Okay, so you can change it if I want to change it as day 1. Okay, you have to change it over here as well. I'm going to be creating a web element. It will show an error saying all the packages are not included. So include the packages or import the packages and create a web element called day 1. You can give it any other name that you want. And I'm going to be finding this element by ID. Let's go to Facebook. Yeah, over here, I'm going to be inspecting this. Okay, so you can see select class, name is given, ID is given. So I'm going to be considering ID because ID is easier to locate. So Selenium makes use of these locators which are called ID, name, class name, CSS selectors, link text, and so on. So there are close to 6 to 7 locators which are used, and also we are making use of these to locate any elements on the web page. So go back to the project and find the element by ID. You can see that the day is present. Now I'm going to be selecting O class. This is the object I'm going to be creating of the select class. and I'm going to instantiate it with the day 1. After you do that, I'm going to pause this execution for 3 seconds, that is 3000 milliseconds, and followed by which I'm going to give the index value as 6. So here you can see that the value 6 is given, okay, which selects the birth day as 6. Followed by which the next one would be for month. I'm going to create a web element called month. I'm going to change it as months, and here also I'm going to change it as months. All right, so the same manner we are supposed to find the element by corresponding element locators. I'm going to be instantiating them with the new month which I give here with the new object. After that, pause the execution, and I'm going to be selecting the location by the help of this variable which is select by visible text. So the visible text for this would be, you can see that it is July, or JUL will be displayed, followed by which the same follows for the year as well. So let's have a look, guys. So if we want to change any of the month, or I'm going to give this as 30, and here I'm going to say September, and the year would be 2024. So I'm going to save it and I'm going to run this. You can see that it is mentioned here the Chrome is controlled by automated test software, that is Selenium. Now it will maximize the screen, and now it checks for the birthday. First it selects 30 and then it goes to September, that is SEP. Okay, it did not happen. So let's see why it is. Okay, it says documentation error, cannot locate the element September. Okay, let's go back to our page. Okay, so I made a mistake, guys. It is SEPT. So I should be mentioning SEPT over here, and I'm going to run it again. Opens facebook.com, and it selects or searches for birthday, selects 30, and for the month it selects the September, and for the year it selects 2024. I think it's not there on the list which is present over there. So let's see. Okay. Yeah, 2024 was not visible, guys. Let's see what all are visible, and let's select accordingly. Yeah, you can see that the year option is available only till 2020. So I'm going to be selecting 1977. Okay. All right. So let's run this again. Zoomed in, and now changes the date, month, and the year. All right. Okay, it's done, guys. So this is exactly how Selenium works. So this was an example or a basic example for locating elements using Selenium WebDriver. So now that you've understood each and every concept that has been discussed in this video, you can take a look at the playlist on YouTube, guys. There's a lot of things that you need to learn about Selenium. Like this was just a basic concept or a basic understanding of how Selenium works.
So here we will be installing the latest version of Java. So here you must keep in mind that the Java version must be 8 or above. After that, we will be installing the Java from the official website, that is Oracle. Once after the installation, we will also configure Java by setting the path in the system. After that, we will check whether the Java is installed successfully or not. Now let's do the demo. So install Java, we must go to an official website of Oracle. So here, as you can see, we have Java downloads Oracle. So just click on that. And you can see here Java 18 and Java 17 are available now. So we have to download the software according to our operating system. So I am using Windows. So let me go to Windows here. So I'll install here the 64 installer. So let me click on this. One of our folk has asked me a question. Let's see. Okay, Kirti have asked me that whether we can install other sizes too. Yes, according to your system's compatibility, you can install whichever the feasible size is. So you can install 84 installer too. I hope you understood, Kirti. Once it gets downloads, just click on the executable file and it asks you for the setup procedure. Now here it is asking for the installation process. So let's click on next. And this is the path where the Java JDK is installed. So until and unless if you have a good reason to change it, then you can change it, or else I'll suggest you to keep as a default folder. So let's click on next. As you can see here, the Java is successfully installed. Let's close this window. Now let us configure this Java. Now let's go to the File Explorer. Let us find where the Java is installed. So go to C folder, Program Files, and you can see here the Java folder. So double click on that. You can see the version 18.0.2 have been installed. So that is the latest and stable version that is available today. Now double click on this too. So you will find the bin folder here. So this is the main folder. So double click on this too. You can see many files has been installed here. So let us copy the path from this folder. So copy this path. Now go to settings. Find for environment variables. So you can see here edit the system environment variables. Okay, let's click on this. As you can see here, we have the environment variables. So click on that. You have the system variables. So you have to change the path over here. So it will be edited in the whole system. Now you can see the path over here. So just click on that and add a new and paste the copied path over here. Now just click on OK. OK. Now let's check whether Java is installed properly or not. So let's go to command prompt. Now let's type Java space -version to check which version has been installed. Yeah, you can see here 18.0.2 has been installed. Now let's check for Java-C. So you can see here the Java has been installed successfully. We have all the Java packages here. So now we have successfully installed Java. Now let's install the second prerequisite, that is Eclipse editor. Here, as you can see, first we have to install or download the Eclipse from the official website. After that, we will get a zip file that has been installed. After that, we have to extract from the zipper file. Then we will be running the application. Now let's see the demo. Now for Eclipse download, we have to go to our official website, that is www.eclipse.org. Now let's click on this link. You can see the Eclipse IDE 2022. So I'll download this. This is the last button download. This might take you a few minutes. So once this executable file is downloaded, just click on this. Okay, now you can see here the Eclipse installer has been installed, and this will give you some of the options to click on. So if you want to work on the Java codes, or you want to become a Java developer and work on some codes, then you can click on this. Or you have many other options. You can use C, C++, or it will be feasible for PHP too. So in this session, I will be using the Java developers. So I'll click on this to install. I'll click on install. So let's wait till it gets installed. So in between installation, it might also ask you for the agreement. So you can also agree the policies. And make sure you have checked all these buttons also. So it is very important. So to create a shortcut in your desktop, so if you want to create a shortcut in your desktop, then you can click on this, or you can uncheck this. Okay, as you can see, the installation completed successfully. Let's launch this. Now it is asking you for the workspace. Now if you want to keep the default, then you can keep it until and unless you have a good reason to change it. So in my case, I will keep it as it is. I'll launch it. So as you can see here, the editor has been opened. So if you want to create a new Java project, you can click on a create new Java project and you can fill the name, the project name, and you can create some packages, classes, etc. And that will be shown in this session too. So don't worry, stay tuned. So now we have successfully installed both of the prerequisite, that is Java and Eclipse. Now the main concept is Selenium WebDriver. Come, let's see how to install that. The first and the main thing you have to see is the latest stable version. So at this point of time, we have the stable version has 4.3.0. So you can see the latest version whenever you install. And the next thing you have to see is the browser driver. If you are working on Selenium, you have to have a browser drivers to execute some of the code or the Selenium scripts, so that you need some of the browser drivers. And finally, we will also see the configuration of the Selenium on our Eclipse. So let's see the demo. So go to browser and type selenium.org and you will get a Selenium's official website. So click on the Selenium and you can see the home page of Selenium and click on downloads. You can see here the latest stable version is 4.3.0. So just click on this. So this is a jar file that will be downloaded. The next thing that we have to download is the Java client. And if you scroll down, you will get the Java client over here. That is also the version 4.3.0. Just click on that too. Now, after downloading these both, now go to File Explorer, go to Downloads, and I am creating a folder in C drive called as Selenium WebDriver. And now I will move this both jar file as well as the Java client over here. Now, as you can see here, the Java client is a zipped file. So let's unzip this and extract all the files over here. As you can see, we have downloaded the Selenium server jar file as well as the Java client too. Now, Java client is a zipper file, so now I have extracted also. Now, what will I do is I'll go to C folder. Now, I have created a Selenium WebDriver folder inside the C folder. Now, I will copy both of the files over here. So, let's copy this and I will go to C folder. Now you can see here I have created a Selenium WebDriver folder. So I'll paste it over here. Now copy the jar file too. Okay. Now once we have installed both the files over here, now let's go and install the browser driver too. As I'm using Chrome here as a browser, so I will install a Chrome driver. So let's write Chrome driver. So click on the first link here. To check which version are you using, just go to this menu, click on Help and Google Chrome. And you can see the version over here, that is 103.0.5060. We have to install the same Chrome driver version. So that is the reason we checked now. Now let's go to the official website and let's click on this version. And the latest stable version over here is this. So let's click on this version or click on the version which you need. Mine is Windows, and if your operating system is under Linux or Mac, then you can install according to it. So I'll install the Win. As I said you, the Chrome driver is a zip file. So let's extract this over here. And copy the extracted file and go to the folder where our Selenium files are located. So let's create a folder over here called Chrome driver. Now paste this Chrome files inside this folder. Okay, now all set. Now this is how we install the Selenium WebDriver. Now let's see the demo with a small example. So now let us go to our Eclipse and start coding with the small example. Okay, now let's start a new Java project. So click on Create New Java Project. So let's write a project name as Selenium Demo 1. So here just make sure the Java SE is minimum of 1.8. So let's finish. So we have created a Java project name. Now let's create a package over here. Right click on this, click on new, and you can see here the package over here, right? So click on that. Let's write package name as Edureka. You can write whichever name you wish to. Now as we created the package here, let's create a class over here. So I'll click on new here, class. So I will give the class name as Selenium script. And don't forget to click this public static void main because it is very important. Yeah. And you can see here the package name is Edureka and the class name is Selenium script and the public static void main. And now let's start writing the code. Now we want the Chrome driver to be installed over here. And yeah, before that, we just include the Selenium files over here. So just right click over here and you can see the build path over here, right? Just click on this and configure build path. And you can see the library over here. Just click on that and add external jar files because we have not added the Selenium jar files till now. So let's click on this, the jar file, and open, then apply and close it. Now we have included the referenced libraries over here. Now let's start writing the code. So first we want the Selenium drivers to be included. So let's write system.setProperty. You can see here set properties. Just write set property. Inside the quotes, just write WebDriver.Chrome.driver. And after this, just give a comma and include the Chrome driver path over here. So for that, let's go to the File Explorer and go to the Selenium WebDriver folder. And you can see the Chrome driver folder here. Just double click on this and you can see the files over here. Just copy the path and go to the editor again and paste it over here. And please don't forget to write this Chrome driver.exe. Let's close this. Now just write WebDriver space driver, which is equals to new Chrome driver. Close this too. And as you can see, we have an error over here. Just hover on the Chrome driver and you will get a quick fixes over here. Just import the Chrome driver and do the same for the WebDriver too and import the WebDriver. Now we expect the output to be showed as a website. So I will give www.edureka.co as a output website. Now I want to get a edureka.co as a output website, so that just write driver.get and write the website whichever you want to be executed. I will give the Edureka link over here. And next I have to print the title whichever comes over the tab. So I will just print the title over here. For that, system.out.println driver.get title. Just close this too. For automatically quitting of the browser, we just write the driver to quit just driver.quit, and let's run this and see. Just run, select the folder to be saved. As you can see, the Edureka page has been opened here. You can see the courses over here too. And the browser got exited automatically. And also you can see the title over here that just got printed from the tab. So this is the final output that we just got. Now I will just take out this code and just run. As you can see here, I just took out the code from that script, and the browser will stay for long time. And until and unless you close that window, the browser does not close. So that is why I took out the code over there. And you see here the website is staying for a long time. That is the reason. And you can see the title again printed over here.
So now that the prerequisites have all been installed and Selenium has been configured for Eclipse IDE, how about we automate and test Gmail using Google Chrome? Well, okay. So this is the test script for it. Let me anyways go and write it down so that we can run out first test script. What will we do? We'll go ahead and first create a package, just like Java goes. So _edureka. Let's say selenium.demo, right? So let's click on finish. Go ahead and create a class. Let's say I'll name my class demo as well, and I'll make sure there's a main method in it and click on finish. So here we have our class. Let's go ahead and write the test case. So while I write the code, I'll also be walking you through it. So don't you worry if you don't understand something, we'll all be covering that. So now we have our Java files here and our jar files for Selenium here. But what about the drivers that we added? So these drivers are really important things. They are the ones that can instantiate your browser, which means drivers are necessary if you want to automate your web browsers. So we'll have to type in a command so that our drivers are connected to our program. So the command for it is set property, under which we'll have to tell the command about what driver we are talking about first. So we're talking about the WebDriver that is of Google Chrome. Okay, so once I've done that, let me also go ahead and tell the command where to find it. So I'll have to go and find my Google Chrome driver, which is Chrome driver, copy the location for it. So this is the location of the folder that it is in, but we need the location of the file. So we'll be adding that. So now that we've done that, let us add the name of the file as well, which is Chrome driver. And what is the type of file it is? It is an exe file. So that's it. We've gone ahead and we have successfully connected the driver to our programs. So let us go ahead and create a reference variable for the interface WebDriver. So I'll name my reference variable driver and assign it an object of the class Chrome driver. Now these interfaces and classes have been provided to us by the Selenium jar files that we added. We just have to import it to our program. So I use a constructor to initialize the reference variable with an object. So now you can see an error here. That's because we have not imported our interface and our classes. So if you hover your mouse over it, you can see an option to import the interface first, and then let's go and import the class as well. We've imported the class as well now. So now let's use our driver to call some methods that will, let's say, open a website for me first. So what website do we want to open? We want to open Gmail. So I'll have to type in that .gmail.com, right? So that is our web page. Now once it has opened the web page for me, I'll ask it to maximize the window that I'm viewing my browser in. We can do that by the commands driver.manage.window.maximize. Okay, so let's use our driver and find a web element. Now what is a web element? Well, any component, anything on a web page is a web element. Okay, so in this case, let's say this is the placeholder where I will want my email ID to be. So this is my web element. So let me inspect it. So once I've done that, I can see this web element to have a few attributes here. So that is how we're going to find that web element and send some text to it, which is in my case, my email ID. So find element. Once you've done that, we'll also have to tell it how to find the element. So we'll be using the ID name to find the element, which is identifier ID. So let's say by ID, we'll have to tell it the name of the ID as well. And we just saw the name of the ID to be identifier and ID, right? Okay. So once we've done that, we'll also have to tell it what to do once it finds the web element for us. It'll send some text to it, which can be done by the command send keys. So what keys do we want to send it? I want to send an email ID, let's say, right? I've sent an email ID to it. Now, once I've entered my email ID, I will like to click on the next button. Let's go and inspect it. All right. So I can see the class name to be 𝐂𝐝𝐴𝐾9. So let me go ahead and find the element by the class name. And the command would be by dot class name. And we'll have to give it the class name as well, which in our case was 𝐶WAK9, right? Let's put that into. Now we've done that. So what does it do once it finds it? It'll click on the button, right? So let's tell it to click. We've done that. So all of this should happen automatically. That's the entire purpose of writing the script. So now that I've gone ahead and I've automated some of my browser features, how about I also build a small test case? So let's say I declare a variable of the string type and I name it AT for my reference to actual title, and I ask my driver to get me the title of the web page that it automatically opened. So get title. So what should our title be actually? I mean, since we are opening Gmail, the title should be Gmail, right? So let me go ahead and create another string variable, name it ET for expected title, and we're expecting it to be Gmail, right? So let me also go ahead and close the browser that I've opened with the driver.close command. Now, after that, let me go ahead and use the string variables to establish a test condition. So that can be done best with the if statement. So let's say AT dot equals, I want to ignore cases. I just want the names to be same. So I'll tell it to ignore cases. And so if this happens, if they match, we'll know that our test is successful. So we'll print the same test successful. And if that does not happen, we'd know that something went wrong and our test was unsuccessful. So let's print out the same, print ln, and what do we write? We wanted to display test failure, right? So we have successfully built a test case. So let me go ahead and execute it. So my browser opened automatically. It also navigated to Gmail, entered my ID, and closed the window. But it happened really fast, so you people must not have seen everything. But it says test successful, which means our titles also match. But I would still like to slow the automation down so that you people can actually see everything that happened. So that is also possible. We can do it by thread.sleep. Let's say I'll ask it to sleep for 2000 milliseconds. Similarly, I'll have one more sleep command after we've clicked on the next button. So this is not necessary. I mean, normally testing would require you to do it really fast so that in a matter of second, maybe 1,000 cases can be done or more. But I'm doing this so that you people can see everything that happened. Okay, thread requires us to throw an exception. So we did that. Let me now go ahead and run it. Okay, so my browser is open and I have Gmail and my ID typed in with the screen got maximized. I'm in the window and that's it. We also closed the browser and it says test was successful. So congratulations, we just ran our first Selenium test case. Let us go back to the slide. So this was the code that we just ran and our test was a success.
Selenium WebDriver was the first cross-platform testing framework capable of configuring and controlling browsers at the operating system level. It served as a programming interface for developing and executing test cases. WebDriver allows you to automate testing and interaction between web application by writing script in various programming languages such as Python, Java, Ruby, JavaScript, etc. Selenium WebDriver is an important component of web application testing and automation because it is a powerful tool of automating web browser interaction. Now we will move on to the needs for Selenium WebDriver. The challenges and the requirements of testing web application requires the use of Selenium WebDriver. Here are some of the main reasons why Selenium WebDriver is so popular in web testing. And one of such reasons is cross-browser compatibility testing. Because web application must function across multiple browsers and visions, cross-browser compatibility is crucial. Selenium WebDrivers enable testers to create scripts that can run on various browsers, assisting in finding and fixing browser-specific issues. And the next reason is automation of monotonous tasks. Manual web application testing can be time-consuming and error-mistake, especially when repeating across multiple test cycles. Selenium WebDriver automates routine tasks, resulting in less testing efforts and more accurate results. Then, integration with testing frameworks. Selenium WebDriver combines easily with popular testing frameworks such as JUnit, TestNG, and NUnit. This allows for a better test cases organization, reports, and management. Next is validation of business workflows. Web application frequently includes complex business workflows that must be validated. Selenium WebDriver allows testers to script and automate the validation of end-to-end workflows, ensuring that crucial business process works properly. And the last one is dynamic web application. Dynamic contents and asynchronous behaviors are used in many modern web applications to deal with the challenges of dynamically changing web pages. Selenium WebDrivers include mechanisms such as dynamic weights. Now we will discuss why Selenium WebDriver. Selenium WebDriver is a popular choice of web automation and testing. Here are a few reasons why. Platform independent. Selenium WebDriver is platform independent, which means the test written in one operating system, for example Windows, can be run on another operating system, for example Linux. This adaptability facilitates the maintenance and the growth of test. Next is open source and community support. Selenium is an open source project with community support. This includes outgoing development, frequent updates, and strong community support. Users can benefit from resources, documentation, and discussion contributed by the community. Next is versatility of web application types. Selenium WebDriver can be used to test a wide range of web applications, including static contents, websites, dynamic single-page application, and complex enterprise-level application. Next is comprehensive testing. Selenium WebDriver supports a wide range of testing, such as functionality, regression, and user acceptance testing. This enables you to cover a wide range of web application testing requirements. And the last one is dynamic weights and synchronization. In modern web application, handling dynamic web pages and asynchronous conduct is crucial. Action weights are provided by Selenium WebDriver, allowing scripts to wait for elements to appear and disappear. This assists in avoiding synchronization issues. Now, we will discuss about the framework architecture of Selenium WebDriver. WebDriver architecture are made up of 4 major components. The first one is Selenium Client Library. Selenium supports a variety of libraries, including Python, Ruby, and Java. Thanks for the language binding created by Selenium developer to ensure language compatibility. For example, if you want to use a browser driver in Python, you can get all of the supporting language binding from Selenium official website. Next is JSON Wire Protocol. JavaScript object notation is commonly known as JSO. It is an open standard that provides a mechanism for sending data between the web client and the server. It also supports a variety of data structures such as array and object, making it easier to read and write data from JSON. Next is browser drivers. Selenium provides driver for each browser, and the browser driver interacts with a specific browser by establishing a safe connection without revealing the internal logic of the browser functionality. These browser drivers are also particular to the language used for the test case automation, such as Python, C# or Java. When a test script is run with the browser driver, the following steps are carried out in the background. For each Selenium command, an HTTP request is generated and sent to the browser driver. The driver receives the HTTP request from the HTTP server. Then, the HTTP server determines all of the steps, instructions to be executed on the browser. And finally, the HTTP server receives the execution status and forwards it to the automation script. And the last step is real browsers. As previously stated, Selenium supports a variety of browsers such as Chrome, Firefox, Safari, Internet Explorer, and the others. Now, we will take a look at the benefits of Selenium WebDriver. The first one is, it is one of the most popular open source tools for testing web-based applications, and it is easy to use. It also allows you to test across browser compatibility. Next is operating system support, which includes Windows, Unix, Linux, etc. It is also suitable for a variety of languages, which includes Python, Ruby, Java, and the others. Supports modern browsers such as Chrome, Firefox, Safari, and Internet Explorer. And the next one is Selenium WebDriver completes test scripts execution faster than the other tools. And the final one is API, Application Programming Interface, that is more clear than the Selenium RC. It also works with iPhone driver, HTML unit driver, and Android driver. Now, as we are clear about the benefits of Selenium WebDriver, let's take a quick look at the limitation of Selenium WebDriver. Selenium WebDriver is designed mainly for testing web application. It lacks built-in support for testing desktop application, mobile apps, and other non-web interfaces. Selenium WebDriver does not include reporting capability. To generate detailed and visually appealing test reports, the team frequently integrates third-party reporting tools. CAPTCHA, completely automated public tuning tests to tell computers and humans apart, is a problem for Selenium WebDriver. These tasks frequently necessitates the use of additional tools or manual support. For beginners, especially those who have little programming experiences, Selenium is hard to learn. It may take some time to learn how to write efficiently and maintain test scripts. And the final one is, Selenium WebDriver does not directly support file upload and download. Automation script may require additional workarounds to interact for these. Let us discuss about Selenium RC versus WebDriver. Selenium RC architecture is complicated because the server must be up and running before starting a test, whereas WebDriver architecture is simple than the Selenium RC because it controls the browser at an operating system level. The Selenium server acts as a go-between the browser and the Selenium components. WebDriver directly communicates with the browser and it is controlled by the browser engine. The Selenium RC does not support headless execution because it requires a real browser to function. Headless execution is supported by WebDriver. Selenium RC is straightforward and have a small API. API is complex and larger than the Selenium RC. API that is less object-oriented, whereas in WebDriver, API that is completely object-oriented. And the final difference is, mobile application cannot be tested in Selenium RC. Apps for iPhone and Android can be tested in WebDriver. Now, we will demo a code on automation testing with WebDriver. I am using PyCharm to automate the Python script using Selenium WebDriver, which will automate the Amazon website. If you want to download Python PyCharm for Selenium WebDriver, there is a video available from Edureka, which is called as Selenium Python. There you can learn how to download all these three, and I'll give the link in the description box. And now let's start with the code. Import line. This line will import the time modules, which will be used for introducing the delay in the script. This line will import the WebDriver module from the Selenium library. We will use the necessary tools from this. This slide will import the key modules which contains the keyboard related functions. This line creates the instance of the Chrome WebDriver. The path of the Chrome driver execution should be replaced with the actual path on your system. This line will open the Amazon website in your Chrome browser. This section will locate the search box on the Amazon page using the ID attributes. And it will find the search box element using the ID attribute. Now I'll give the sleep time as 5 seconds. This line will introduce the statistic wait for 5 seconds. Now I'll type atomic habits, which the search bar have to search for. Now I'll give as key returns. This line will send the enter key, submitting the search. Now I'll give this also time sleep for 5 seconds. I'll give the implicit wait for 5 seconds. The WebDriver will wait for 5 seconds when trying to find the elements before throwing the execution if the element is not found. This line will close the browser window and ending up the WebDriver session. Now we will check if the code is working. Now you can see it's gone to Amazon. And it's searching for the atomic habits. And you can see the page. It will stay for 5 seconds because our time sleep was 5 seconds. Now you know how the execution works. The script automates the process of opening Amazon, searching for the book called Atomic Habits, waiting for the search result to load, and then the browser will be closing using the Selenium WebDriver. For better coordination, the script includes the statistic wait, which is called as the sleep time, which can also be improved by using dynamic wait. Now after 5 seconds, the window will get closed. I hope now you understood how automation testing works with Selenium WebDriver.
Let's move further and know Selenium architecture in depth. Before I jump into the architecture, let me tell you what is an API. API, termed as Application Programming Interface, works as an interface between various software components. And Selenium also provides one such API, that is WebDriver API. Let's understand what is WebDriver API. So Selenium WebDriver API helps in communication between languages and browsers. And as I have already told that Selenium supports many programming languages and also multiple browsers. So every browser has a different logic of performing actions like loading a page, closing a browser, performing actions, etc. So now talking about the architecture, this is a Selenium architecture which comprises of 4 main components, that is Selenium Client Library, JSON via Protocol over HTTP, browser drivers and browsers, that is the real browsers. So first talking about Selenium Client Libraries, are also termed as Selenium Language Bindings. So Selenium supports multiple libraries like Java, Ruby, Python and many more. And Selenium developers have developed the language bindings to allow Selenium to support multiple languages. So that is the reason this is nothing but a client library. So in the client library, it also comes up with APIs, that is Java comes with the jar file, and for all these programming languages, they have their own set of APIs and jar files. Next, talking about the JSON via protocol over HTTP client. I'll explain you the linking of all these 4 components in a later part. Now let me tell you what is JSON via protocol over HTTP client. JSON stands for JavaScript Object Notation. It is used to transfer the data between a server and a client on the web. JSON via protocol is a REST API that transfers the information between HTTP server. Each browser driver, like you have Firefox, like Chrome driver, has its own HTTP server on which it communicates with the client. Now talking about the browser driver. Each browser contains separate browser driver. That is, you can see for Firefox browser there is Firefox driver, for Chrome browser there is Chrome driver, for Edge browser there is Edge driver, and like that. And browser driver communicate with respective browser without revealing the internal logic of browser's functionality. This is the main point because it does not reveal the internal functionality at all. When a browser driver receives any command, then that command will be executed on the respective browser and the response will go back in the form of HTTP response. But the internal logic behind that will never be revealed to anyone.
And the last component is browsers. That is a real browser. Like you have many kind of browsers, and that's what I'm talking about. So Selenium supports multiple browsers like Firefox, Chrome, Safari, Opera, Edge, Internet Explorer, and many more. Now let's see how Selenium WebDriver works internally. The main working usually occurs between browsers and browser drivers. As you all know, Selenium provides libraries, that is, it has its own set of libraries, and that comes with APIs. So you can say Java has its own jar files. For all these programming languages, they have their own jar, own set of APIs and jar files. So say you write a command for Selenium, or when you create a browser instance like WebDriver driver is equal to new Chrome driver or new Firefox driver. And what you will do using driver.get command, you will pass the URL. That is, say you want to navigate to google.com or you want to navigate to Yahoo Mail, anything. So what happens internally? So what did you do here? You did two steps. First, you created an instance of a browser, and then you're passing the URL of the website that you want to navigate through with the help of driver.get command. So this is what you are doing by writing a code. But what actually happens internally? So Selenium internally is creating a JSON payload for one post call. That is, whenever you create an instance or whenever you do any actions, every time Selenium creates a JavaScript object notation protocol. So this JSON collects all the capabilities, all the information about the browser and browser drivers, like it will know on what browser you are executing, which browser driver, which version of the browser, on which machine, what information, everything will be there in the JSON via protocol. So Selenium client library will send the request to JSON via protocol over HTTP. So JSON via protocol is a server. So when you create an instance and launch a website, internally the entire process will take over the HTTP call based on the language. That is, based on the client language, maybe Java, Ruby, Python, anything. It will communicate with the language, and then from these languages a request is sent to JSON via protocol, and from there it goes to the browser drivers. Browser driver will instantiate the browsers, and the response will be sent back as HTTP response back to the browser drivers. So basically, for whatever actions you perform on the web element, Selenium communicates with the client library, creates JSON payload, and creates an instance. Internally, it does not matter what language we are using because it is just a client library. But what matters is, over the HTTP protocol, we are sending the request to the drivers in the form of a JSON. And then this request will be performed on real browsers and then sent to the browser drivers. So this is how it works internally. Over the protocol or over the grid, if you want to execute your program, you need a Selenium server. Okay. Now let's see a demo wherein you will understand how to create an instance or how to create a session, and also you will get to know what is JSON via protocol and what are the information and what are the capabilities that you will understand and that will be present in the JSON via protocol, etc. Now let's see a small demo to understand how internal working of Selenium architecture happens. Okay. So you need a Selenium standalone server to execute the program if you want to run remote Selenium WebDriver. And also over the protocol or over the grid, if you want to execute your program, you need a Selenium standalone server. So here you can see there's a download version for 3.141 of Selenium standalone server. Just click on the download and it will start downloading. As I have already downloaded the file, I have saved it in this. Next, one more important point is, as I have already told you, there is Selenium client and WebDriver language bindings. So this is all about the language bindings where it supports Java, C#, Ruby, Python, JavaScript, etc. And also there is third-party drivers, bindings, and plugins. So I told you about the browser drivers. For Mozilla Firefox, there's a 𝐤𝐸𝐴 driver. For Google Chrome, there's a Chrome driver. For Opera, for Internet Explorer, for Microsoft Edge, and many more. So from here, you can download your browser drivers. I have already downloaded even that as well. You can see I have a standalone server and I have a 𝐤𝐸𝐴 driver as well. Okay. So now what I will do, I'll open my terminal in the downloads page. Why? Because I have saved my 𝐤𝐸𝐴 driver and my Selenium standalone server, which is a jar file over there. I want to list what all are there. So I will open my terminal here, and the very first thing that I want to do is I want to run my Selenium server. That is the Selenium standalone server, and I want to execute and create a session. Let's see how to do that. So what I'll do, I'll just list the commands. So you can see there's a Gecko driver and there's Selenium. So I want to execute my Selenium standalone server. So I will give the command like this: java-jar Selenium server standalone. So I will execute my jar file by using this command. So you can see it is launching a standalone server on port number 4444. You can see it is initializing the WebDriver servlet, and you can see the Selenium server is up and running on port 4444. Okay. So now I want to cross check whether the Selenium standalone server is up and running or not. So what I will do, I'll go back to my Mozilla Firefox. I'll open localhost 4444. Yes. So because that's where in my terminal it said the Selenium standalone server is working on this port number. So I will click alone the console. In this console, it's nothing but the WebDriver hub. So when you get this page or the previous page, that is a Selenium standalone console, repeat, that is Selenium standalone home page, it means your Selenium standalone server is up and running in a proper way. Now I want to create a session and say I want to create a session for Firefox because I have my Firefox web browser directly installed on my CentOS VirtualBox. So I'll give OK. As you all know, I have saved my Selenium standalone server and Gecko driver in one folder. That is the reason now it will create a session and create a browser instance also. Basically what should happen? It should launch Mozilla Firefox browser and it should create a session and it should give the capabilities, everything. Now let's see. You can see that it launched Mozilla Firefox browser, which means it created a browser instance because I have a Gecko driver saved in the directory where I have saved my standalone server. Very simple, right? Just create an instance. Nothing much I'm going to do here. Just save the driver and the server in the same folder and it is done. Very simple. So now you can see here it is running a Mozilla Firefox driver instance. Yes. It's telling it's launching Gecko driver. You can see that here. Firefox Gecko driver service. And you can see in the WebDriver hub, it created a session and this is the session ID for that. So you can load the script, you can delete the session, you can take the screenshot. And these are the capabilities. That is the JavaScript object notation capabilities. So as I have told you, it contains some capabilities, some information like it contains browser name, that is Firefox, browser version, that is 60.6.1, accessibility checks is false, Gecko driver version 0.24, Mozilla about the process ID. This is the process ID for that profile. The platform name is Linux. Platform version is this. WebDriver remote session ID is the one which you got it from here. The timeouts, the page load, the script, the implicit timeouts, everything. And the page load strategy is normal and the WebDriver click is true. Now there are some commands for JSON. So you just have to Google JSON Web Protocol Selenium and click on the first link and you will get all the basic terms and concepts about the web element, about the capabilities, about the cookies, about entry, about log levels, proxy JSON, and these are the commands. You have exceptions also, error handling, invalid request, and this is the command request. So there is like get post methods. To know the status, you can query the current status. You can create a new session by using this part. You can return a list of the currently available sessions. You can retrieve the session ID. You can delete the session. You can set the timeouts for the session IDs. You can get the session ID, that is retrieve the URL of the current page. You can navigate to new URL. And these are nothing but the get post methods. And you can use the postman for executing all these commands as well. You can take a screenshot. Basically, all the actions that you perform on WebDriver can be done by using the JSON wireless protocol. Okay. So now here you can come. Here you can take the screenshot. You can delete the session. You can load the script. Now suppose say I will try to create a Chrome driver instance. What will happen? I don't have my Chrome driver set in the file. I neither have my Chrome browser, so obviously it will say unable to create a new session. If you have your Chrome browser and your compatible matching Chrome driver, then obviously it will create a session like it did with Mozilla Firefox. Make sure that your browser and the browser driver is compatible with each other. Like if you have a older browser version, then please try to download the older driver itself, or else just update your browser and then you can use the latest driver. Okay, very simple. So I hope you understood how to create a session, how to launch a server, and how to check the capabilities of the JSON payload. So this is nothing but the JSON script, and this is how you need to do that, and you can also check over here. Okay, but if you close the terminal, then the instance will be closed. Now let's see how to create a script and how to launch a driver instance, how to assign all the page timeouts, how to navigate through a URL, perform actions, send keys, click, and many more. So this is a program where I have first created a Java class file, and inside the main method, I am using system.setProperty to set the properties of the Gecko driver, that is a Firefox driver. Okay, so once when I set the system properties and create an object of the Firefox driver, it should basically launch the Firefox driver with these two commands. But then what I'm doing, I'm maximizing the windows, I'm deleting all the cookies, I'm giving the timeouts for implicitly wait and page timeout, and then using driver.get, I'm navigating to twitter.com. I have told you before, right? If you navigate, so what it will do, it will first launch Firefox driver and navigate to twitter.com, and then using link text, I'm clicking on the sign up link and I'm finding the element using XPath locator. If you want to know about the locators and weights and about the basics of Selenium WebDriver, everything, you can check out the videos in our YouTube playlist and you can get hands-on on that as well. So I'm using XPath and I'm locating the element and sending the key. Again, I'm also trying to find the phone number with the help of a name locator and I'm sending the keys. Assigning thread.sleep for 1 millisecond because I just want to know what actually actions are performing on the web element or not. And then I'm clicking on the next button. So this is what I am doing in my code. But so once you execute this program, what will happen internally after you click on the run till it launches the Firefox browser? So once you click on the run, that is this button, every statement in your script will be converted as an URL with the help of JSON via protocol over HTTP. The URLs will be passed to the browser drivers. In the above code, what I took Firefox driver. Here, in our case, the client library Java will convert the statements to the script of JSON format and communicates with the Firefox. And every browser driver uses HTTP server to receive HTTP requests. Once a URL reaches the browser driver, then the browser driver will pass that request to the real browser over HTTP. Then the commands in your Selenium script will be executed on the browser. If the request is POST request, then there will be an action on the browser. If the request is a GET request, then the corresponding response will be generated at the browser end and it will be sent over HTTP to the browser driver. And the browser driver over JSON via protocol and sends it to the UI, that is Eclipse. So this is all what is happening at the backend. Now let's run and check for the output. So what should happen? It should launch Firefox, navigate to twitter.com and perform the actions on the web elements. Let's see what happens. You can see that Mozilla Firefox driver instantiated, it launched, Gecko driver launched, Firefox, navigated to Twitter, hit on the sign up, entered name and phone number, hit on the next button. Yes, so this is what you can see in the front end, but in the back end, in actual JSON protocol page is created and the requests are being sent to the client, and depending on the get and post, the response is sent back. So that's how the internal working of Selenium architecture happens. Say if you want to create an instance of the Chrome driver, you have to just download the Chrome driver, specify the path, create an object of new Chrome driver, and that's all. Very simple. Again, if you want to do it on Edge, you can know about it. If you wish to know about how you can create an instance of all the drivers and perform cross-browser testing, you can check out the cross-browser testing using Selenium in our YouTube playlist, and you can actually know how it works.
What are web elements? Anything present on the web page is a web element, such as a text box, a button, link, etc. But before performing any action in Selenium, we should identify the web element using its characteristics given by the application developer with the help of an HTML code. Now, what are the basic components of a web element? A web element comprises of an HTML tag, attribute, and the text field. Now let's understand these components in detail. What is an HTML tag? It is an individual component of an HTML document or a web page. Now, what are the attributes? HTML attributes are special words used inside the opening tag to control the element's behavior. Now, what is a text field? A text field is placed on the web page using the input tag with the type attribute set with the value of text. So basically, the web element represents an HTML element. Generally, all operations interacting with the page will be performed through this interface. Selenium WebDriver encapsulates a simple form of element as an object of the web element. So this gives you a proper introduction to what are the web elements in Selenium. Now let's move on and understand the different types of web elements. As I mentioned earlier, everything that is present on a web page is considered as a web element. So we have these types of web elements, starting with the edit box, which is a basic text control that enables a user to type a small amount of text. And then we have the link, which allows the user to click their way from page to page. Moving further, we have the button, which represents a clickable button which can be used in forms or anywhere in a document that needs simple standard button functionality. And then we have the image link, and the image button, which performs actions similar to the other fields but with the images. We have the text area where we can enter the text, and then we have the checkbox, which is a selection box, or the tick box, which is a small interactive box that can be toggled by the user to indicate the affirmative or the negative choice. Moving further, we also have a radio button or the option button, which is a graphical control element that allows the user to choose only one of the predefined set of mutually exclusive options. And then we have the drop-down box, which is a graphical control element similar to the list box that allows the user to choose one value from the list. When a drop-down is inactive, it displays a single value. But when it is activated, it displays a list of values from which the user may select one. And then we have the list box, which contains a list of options and only one can be selected out of it. And then we have the combo box, which contains a mixture of the drop-down box as well as the list box. So this is everything you need to know about the types of web elements in Selenium. Now let's move on and understand what are the operations that are performed on these web elements. I can say that there are a lot of operations that can be performed on the web elements, starting with performing operations on the browser, such as launching the browser, navigating to a particular web page, closing the focused browser, and also close the driver functionality for the browser. And you can also perform actions like navigating from one web page to another, navigating back to the previous web page, navigating forward to another web page, refreshing the browser, and maximizing the browser screen. So this is about the operations that can be performed on the browser. Now let's take a look at the operations that can be performed on the web page. You can perform actions like getting the title of the current web page and also get the URL of the current web page. And you can also perform actions on the edit box like entering a particular value, clearing that value, and check the enabled status, and also check the edit box existence. We can also perform actions on the link by clicking on the link, check the link existence, check the link enabled status, and return the link name, and many more. And we can also perform actions on the buttons like clicking the button, checking the enabled status for the button, and the display status of the button. And when it comes to performing actions on the images, we have basically three types of image elements in the web environment. that is the general image which has no functionalities, image button which helps in submitting the image, and the image link which redirects to another web page or location. So this is about performing actions on the image, guys. Now let's take a look at the operations that can be performed on a text area. That is return or capture of the text area, displaying the error message, and so on. Now let's take a look at the operations that can be performed on the checkbox. It helps in checking if the checkbox is displayed or not, and also has it been enabled or not. Helps in selecting the checkbox and unselecting the checkbox. Now let's take a look at the operations that can be performed on the radio button. Selects the radio button, verifies if the radio button is displayed or enabled or not, and also checks if it is selected or not. Moving further, we'll take a look at the operations performed on the drop-down box. It checks if the drop-down box is present or not, or has it been enabled, selects an item out of the drop-down box, and gets the item count. Now coming to the operations performed on the list box, it selects the particular list and helps in deselecting it as well. And performing actions on the combo box contains the operations performed on the drop-down box and the list box. Moving further, we have the operations to be performed on the web table or the HTML table, which basically helps in getting the cell value, the row count or the cell count, etc. And finally, we can perform actions on the frames, switching from the top window to a particular frame in the web page and switching from a frame to the top window and many more. So these are the operations that can be performed on the web element, guys. Now, the question is how to locate these elements on the web page. Selenium uses element locators which helps in locating these web elements on the web page. So let's see how this can be done. Selenium makes use of the locator that can be termed as an address that identifies a web element uniquely within the web page. Locators are the HTML properties of a web element which tells Selenium about the web element it needs to perform the actions on. There is a diverse range of web elements like the text box, ID, radio button, etc. And identifying these elements is a tricky approach. So Selenium uses these locators to interact with the web elements on the web page. So let's see what are the different types of locators in Selenium. First off, we have the ID. The ID strategy looks for an element in the page having an ID attribute corresponding to a specified pattern. And then we have the name. Locating elements by name are very similar to locating it by ID, except that we use the prefix in name. And then we have the class, which searches for the class name of a particular web element. And then we have the link text. This type of locator applies to the hyperlink text. We access the link by prefixing our target with link is equal to, and then followed by the hyperlink text, and then locating it by CSS selector. CSS selector is a combination of an element selector and a selector value which identifies the web element within a web page. And then we have partial link text. In some cases, we may need to find links by a portion of a text in the link text element. In such situations, we use the partial link text to locate the elements. And then we have the XPath, which is designed to allow the navigation of XML documents with the purpose of selecting individual elements, attributes, or some other part of an XML document for specific processing. So this is about the different types of element locators in Selenium. So let me give you a quick demonstration of how element locators work in Selenium, guys. So let's work on the operations. So first we need the Java libraries in order to run the test scripts, and also we require an IDE where we can perform the actions. So I have the latest Eclipse IDE installed in my system. So I'm just going to click on it. Launch the workspace. Okay, so this is the Eclipse workspace, guys. So I'll first create a new Java project and name it Web Elements and finish. You can see that the project is being created, and now we need to add the Selenium jar files. So I'm going to go to build path, configure build path, and add external jars. Apply and close. You can see that another folder is being created by the name referenced libraries, which holds all the Selenium jar files. Now I'm going to create a package in order to write the code. 𝐂.Edureka. Click on finish. And now I'm going to create a class and give this the name Selenium WebElement and add the main function and click on finish. So you can see that the program comes under the package 𝐂.Edureka, and I've created a class of the name Selenium WebElement under which our main class resides. So let's start writing the piece of code from here. So first, in order to work on Selenium, you need to set the browser driver. So in my case, I'm going to consider working on the Chrome driver. So I'm going to set the system property system.setProperty. I'm going to set the system property to Chrome.driver and specify the path in which it is located. In my case, it is located in the C drive. So I'm going to copy this path and go back to my project and paste it. And always note that the extension should be given as the Chrome driver.exe, which specifies that it is an executable file. And after this, I'm going to instantiate the browser driver to the new Chrome driver. So I'm going to create an object of the WebDriver and instantiate it with the new Chrome driver. Okay, you can see that it throws an error. Just import the WebDriver packages and also the Chrome driver packages. So after you finish instantiating the browser driver, we are going to get the URL of the web page that we want to search for. So I'm going to consider the object of the WebDriver, that is driver.getURL, and paste the URL over here. Okay, so once you get the URL of the web page, we need to find the elements on the web page that are basically the web elements. So let's go to our web page. Okay, so this is amazon.in. So let's say if you want to search for this particular search box here. So you can do that using the element locators in Selenium. So I'm just going to right click on it and go to inspect. And you can see that this particular piece of code corresponds to that element location. So the ID is present, which is one of the element locator in Selenium. So I'm just going to copy this ID and go back to my project and write the corresponding code. So it's driver.findElement by ID and specify the ID. And I'm going to send keys to that particular location. That is the search box. So I'm going to send keys. So I'm going to search for Poco F1. So I'm going to search for this particular element, that is Poco F1. And now say you want to click the search icon. Let's go back to our web page. So say you want to click this particular web element, that is the search icon or the search button. You can do that by inspecting it. You can find the class present here, guys. So I'm going to copy this class and go back to my project and write the corresponding code. So it is driver.findElement by class name and also specify the name, that is a class name, and click the search button. I think this was clear to you guys. So let's execute this piece of code first. Okay, opens amazon.in. Well, that was quick. So let's try adding the thread commands in between. So this thread command helps in pausing the execution for a few seconds. 4 seconds. 4 seconds. So now let's run this program. It first opens the Amazon.in page, searches for POCO F1 and clicks on the button. Alright guys, I hope you guys understood this. Let's go back to our web page. Now I'm going to manually enter this. Click on the button. You can see that the checkbox is present here, which is another web element in Selenium. So I'm going to consider the second checkbox here and click on inspect. You can see that the class is present, but let's check if this is the only class present in this code. So I'm just going to copy this and click Ctrl F so that the text box pops up. So you can see that this is not the only class present. There are 27 matches to this class. So you cannot consider this class because there is an ambiguity problem. So let's consider the link text. So copy the link text and go back to the project and write the code to locate the checkbox. Find element by link text and paste the link text here and click. As it is a checkbox, we need to click the checkbox. Save it and run the program. Okay, you can see it first. It navigates to Amazon.in, searches for POCO F1 and clicks on the search button and clicks on the checkbox. Now let's add on a few more commands here. Now say you want to perform actions on the screen, that is maximizing the web page. So you can do that using driver.manage.windows.maximize. So this command helps in maximizing the current web page. And after this, say you want to navigate to another web page. So driver.navigate to, I'm going to consider the web page edureka.co/blog. Okay, so I'm going to consider navigating it to this page and pause the execution for a few seconds. Okay, so I'm going to pause the execution for 4 seconds. Now say you want to navigate back to the current web page, that is the Amazon page. So I'm going to consider driver.navigate back. So this command helps in navigating back to the web page. And after this, I'm going to exit the driver execution. That is, we'll quit the driver execution. Okay, save this and run it. Opens Amazon.in, maximizes the web page, pauses the execution and searches for POCO F1, pauses the execution and again clicks on the search button. After this, checkbox and navigates to the Edureka blog page and pauses the execution for 4 seconds and then navigates back and closes the execution. So I think you guys understood how web elements in Selenium works. So you target an element using these web elements. And these web elements can be found using the element locators in Selenium. So I hope you guys understood what are web elements and how to target a web element in Selenium.
Locators can be termed as an address that identifies a web element uniquely within the web page. They are the HTML properties of a web element which tells Selenium about what action it needs to perform on the particular web element. And Selenium uses locators to interact with the web elements on the web page. Using the right locator ensures that the tests are faster, more reliable, or has lower maintenance over releases. If you're fortunate enough to be working with unique IDs and classes, then you're usually all set. But there will be times when choosing a right locator will become a nightmare. It can be a real challenge to verify that you have the right locators to accomplish whatever task you want to. There is a diverse range of web elements like you have text box, ID, radio button, etc. And identifying these elements have always been a very tricky subject, and thus it requires an accurate and effective approach. And thereby, we can assert that more effective the locator is, more stable will be the automation script. Essentially, every Selenium command requires locators to find the web elements, and thus to identify these web elements accurately and precisely, we have different types of locators like you have ID, name, link text, CSS selector, partial link text, and XPath. Now, let's begin and understand how ID locators is being used. ID is the best and most popular method to identify web element. The ID of each element is alleged to be unique. IDs are the safest and fastest locator option and should always be the first choice even when there are multiple choices. It's like an employee number or account number which will be unique. So this is a target format, that is ID is equal to ID of the element. Now let's see how to locate a web element using ID locator. Now I will open my Google Chrome and navigate to gmail.com, and here you can see there is an email or phone. I'll right click on this and choose inspect. So when I mouse over on this particular script, you can see here your email or phone text box is getting highlighted, which implies this is the script for this particular email or phone text box. Now you can see here it has an ID attribute whose value is identifier ID, correct? So now we will use this in our Eclipse and try to locate email or phone text box and send keys using ID locator. Now I will open my Eclipse and write a program. So as you can see here, I have created a class called Locators, and inside main method, I have launched my Chrome driver. Chrome driver is very important because it will help us to launch Google Chrome and navigate to the output. So this is a location where I have saved my Chrome driver. And next, using driver.manage, I'm deleting all the cookies and maximizing the window. And I'm using some timeouts for page load timeout, and I'm using implicit wait here as well. And next, using driver.get, I have to give the link of gmail.com. So I'll copy this link and paste it over here. Next, let's use ID locator to locate it. Now I'll create a web element called username, and I will use a method that is driver.findElement by ID. So here by is a class name and ID is a locator. So if you inspect this, what was the value of your ID? It is identifier ID. So just copy this and inside the double quotes paste it over here. Okay, so what's next? So now let's perform some action on it. Now I want to send some values, that is I want to enter a username or an email address something. Let's see how to do that. So as I have created a web element called username, I'll use that and I'll just say send keys. And here I will write email address something like edureka@gmail.com. Okay, save this. Now let's run the program and check the output. As you can see, it got navigated through your gmail.com and entered your email. ID is present as a web element or as an attribute on the particular web page. So one important thing to note here, it is not necessary to create a web element and then send keys and perform action. Instead of using web element, you can just use this. I'll show you how. I'll just comment these two lines. Okay. So you can simply use driver.findElement by ID and your ID value and you can send the keys. But if you create a web element, you can use it anywhere in the code. It is not restricted to any element as such. Now if I run this program, again you'll get the same output. So as you can see, again, it launched gmail.com and it entered the value, whatever you have sent. Correct? So this is all about using IDs. Next, let's see name locator. This is also an efficient way to locate element with name attribute. After IDs, you can give your second preference to name. Name attributes don't have to be unique in the page, but IDs are always unique in the web page. So what happens here? The first element that has the name attribute with value that has a matching to the particular location will be returned. If there is no such element that consists of a name attribute, then a no such element exception will be raised. Let's demonstrate and check how it works. So I'll open my google.com and click on the search bar and choose inspect. So again, if I mouse over on this, the search bar is getting highlighted. So as you can see here, it has a name attribute whose value is Q. So copy this. And as you also can see here, there is no ID or there is no any other name attribute as well. Correct? Now let's try to locate the search box and perform some action on the search box using name attribute. There is no much difference here. Instead of by ID, you will make it as name. And I will paste the value. That will be Q. And say I want to search Selenium. Okay, and here what I have to do, I have to copy the Google link. So I'll change this to google.com. And now if I run the program, in the search box, Selenium will be entered. Okay, so let's run the program and check the output. So Chrome driver launched google.com and it entered the value called Selenium. Now you can choose whatever you want. But if you wish to have the search automatically, then you have to carry out one more step, that is, click on Google search button and choose inspect. As you can see here, it also has a name attribute whose value is BTNK. So copy that. And here you can open the Eclipse and change the value, that will be BTNK dot. As it is a search box, you have to use click because you cannot send any values to that because it is a button and not the text box. So by doing this, it will give an automated search. Let's see how. I'll save this program. Let's run and check the output. So as you can see, it entered Selenium and the search happened automatically. Okay. But now I want to do something, that is, I want to give a wait time. That is, I want to use thread.sleep for 2 seconds. Okay. Now what happens? First, it will launch Google Chrome and enter Selenium keys, and then it will wait for 2 seconds and then give your search. Correct? So now let's see whether it happens accordingly or not. So it entered Selenium, it waited for 2 seconds, and then it gave your search. Correct? So this is how you can use thread.sleep method to wait for 2 seconds and then give the output. So basically, this is how you can use your name locator. Now let's see what's next. Next, we have link text. This type of locator applies only to hyperlinks. And all the hyperlinks on the web page can be identified using link text. The links on the web page can be determined with the help of an anchor tag. The anchor tag is used to create the hyperlinks on the web page, and the text between the opening and closing of an anchor tags constitutes the link text. Now, let's see how to use this. Bored of using google.com, right? So let's use something different now. We'll open Yahoo Mail. So here it comprises of trouble signing in, it has signed in, it has sign up links. So let's investigate trouble signing in. As I have already mentioned, it starts with an anchor tag followed by the href, that is the hyperlink. Okay. So here it consists of a link text called trouble signing in. Correct? But if there is no ID or name attribute in the web element, in such cases you can use a method called link text. Let's see how to use that. So instead of name, I will change it to link text. Okay. So here you can see it comprises of a link text. Okay. So I'll copy this and I will paste it over here. Now save this and run the program. Let's check the output. So Chrome driver launched this and you can see here the trouble signing in link got changed to difficulty signing in. So let's inspect this and put the same thing over there. So I'll copy this text only and I'll change it over here. And here I will use link text locator and click it because it is a link and not a text box. So save this and run the program. So now you can see here that is, it is asking you for sign-in email address or mobile number, your recovery phone number, or your email address. Correct? So this is how you can use link text if there is no ID or name attribute in the web page, and it is only used for hyperlinks. Now let's move further and understand the CSS locator. CSS is mainly used to provide style rules for the web pages. And not only that, we can also use for identifying one or more elements in the web page using CSS. If you start using CSS selectors, you will love the speed when compared with XPath. And we can also use CSS selectors to make scripts to run with the same speed in the Internet Explorer browser as well. And CSS selector is the best possible way to locate complex elements in the web page. Now, let's navigate through Yahoo login page and use CSS selectors. So I will inspect the same element only. As I have told you, ID is a unique locator, correct? And it is unique to the whole web page. So here it comprises of a value called login username. So if I have to locate this text box, that is enter your email using CSS locator here only, then I'll click on elements, press Ctrl F, and I will write a CSS selector over here. So remember one thing, CSS selector always starts with hash. And you have the value of your ID as login username. So as soon as I write login username, you can see here it was able to locate the element. That is, it has highlighted the element and it was able to locate this enter your email box as well. So just copy this value and open your Eclipse, and here instead of by link text, give it as CSS selector. I'll paste the value of CSS selector, that is login username, and I will use it over here. And as it is a text box, I have to change it to send keys because I will be sending an email address. Okay, save this. And now I want to do one more thing over here. That is, I want to click on next button automatically. Let's see how. I will inspect this again. And again, this has an ID attribute which is unique to the web page, that is login sign in. I will copy this and paste it over here. It was login sign in, correct? Just cross verify it. Yeah, it's login sign in. And as next is a button, I have to use click. And I will use thread.sleep because after entering a username, I wanted to wait for 2 seconds and then click on next. Let's see how it works. Run the program. As you can see, it entered edureka@yahoo.com, waited for 2 seconds and then clicked on next. Here you can enter your password and you can sign in. Correct? Sounds much easier, right? So basically, this is how you can use CSS selectors. Now let's move further and see how to locate elements using partial link text. In some situations, we have to find the links by the portion of the text that is present in the link text element. In such situations, we use partial link text to locate the elements. Let's take same example and try to locate it. So here it contains of difficulty signing in. So I will inspect that. And I will just copy this text. Instead of giving the whole difficulty signing in text, I'll just give it as difficulty. Okay. And I'll change here it to partial link text. Okay. Save this. Let's see what will be the output. Let's see whether it will be able to redirect to difficulty signing in page by using the partial link text method. Yes, it was able to, correct? So this is how you can use partial link text to locate a particular link using a partial value or a partial text in the web page or a partial text in the web page. Correct? Now let's move to the last locator, that is XPath. This is my favorite locator. XPath, also called as XML path, is a language to query XML documents. It consists of a path expression along with some conditions. So let's use Yahoo login page and try to locate it using XPath. So I'll just inspect the same element. In case of XPath, there are two types. One is absolute and one is relative. In case of absolute, it starts from the root of the document, that is from the HTML, that where the document has started. But in case of relative XPath, we have to simply use // and it implies anywhere in the document we can find an element. So let's see how. So as I told, I'm going to inspect this. I'll start with // which implies anywhere in the document, and you can see here it has an input. So I'll write input So this is my tag name, that is input. And now I'll use square brackets, and in that I'll use a select attribute that will be my ID. Okay. So ID is my attribute, and I have a value for ID that is login username. Correct? So I'll just paste it over here. And I have to enclose this login username within single quotes. So on writing this XPath, it was able to locate the particular element. Correct? So now I'll copy the same XPath and paste it over here. And I have to send keys as well. So I'll send keys called edureka@yahoo.com. And also I will do one more thing, that is I'll be using this next button. I will inspect this as well. Again, here it has an ID attribute whose value is login sign in. So if I change it over here, you can see it was able to locate the next button. So again, I'll copy this XPath and I will paste it in my Eclipse. Save it. Now let's run the program and check the output. So you can see here it entered edureka@yahoo.com, waited for 2 seconds, and then redirected to your login page. Correct? So this is how you can use XPath. And this is all about the types of locators. Now, what is the preference for the locators? ID is given the first preference because it is unique. Even name as well, because it is also considered as a unique locator. So second preference will be for CSS selectors and XPath. And next comes link text. It is useful only for links, so you can give third preference. And partial link text is my fourth preference. Now, let's see some best practices for locators. Locators are simple and small as possible because you have just a simple locator names like ID, name, text, link text, CSS selectors, XPath, etc. And the locators will still work even after you change the properties of the user interface elements. And also, they work even after you change the properties of the UI elements around the element you target. So, sounds very simple, right? So it works even if you change the properties of the user interface elements that you target as well. Sounds much simple, right?
What are element locators? As Selenium is an open source portable framework, we can easily inspect the element on the web page and link it using proper codes. This element locators in Selenium make it easy to find an element on the web page. It can also be termed as an address that identifies a web element uniquely within that web page. These element locators are basically the HTML properties of a web element, which tells the tool, that is Selenium, about the action it needs to perform on the web element. So this is the proper introduction to what are element locators in Selenium. Now let's take a look at the different types of element locators that exist. The locators are of 6 types. We can locate any element on the web page using their ID, name, class, XPath, CSS selector, partial text, and link text. We'll understand these one by one. Okay, so first we'll start with the ID. This is the most common way of locating elements since the IDs are supposed to be unique for each element. This locator looks for an element in the web page having an ID attribute. The target format will be something like this. ID is equal to ID of the element. Okay, guys. So this is about the ID locator. Next, we'll move on to the name. Say if there is no ID present in the HTML code, how would you locate the element? We use the name locator. When there is no ID to use, the next worth seeing if the desired element has a name attribute or not. But it is for sure that the name cannot be unique all times. If there are multiple names, Selenium always performs actions on the first matching element. Locating element by name is very similar to locating by ID, except that we use the name as a prefix instead. So this is about the name locator. Now let's understand what is a link text. Finding an element with link text is very simple, but make sure there is only one unique link on the web page. If there are multiple links with the same link text, such as the repeated header or a footer and menu links, in such cases, Selenium will perform action on the first matching element with this link. This type of locator applies only to hyperlink text. We can access the link by prefixing our target with link and followed by the hyperlink text. So this is about the link text. Now, what is a CSS selector? This whole session is mainly concentrated on this particular element locator, guys. Now let's understand what does it mean. CSS is mainly used to provide style rules for the web pages, and we can use it for identifying one or more elements in the web page. Once you start using CSS selector to locate an element, you will love the speed when it is compared to XPath. We can use the CSS selectors to make sure that the scripts run with the same speed in the Internet Explorer browser as well. CSS selector is always the best possible way to locate complex elements in the web page. This type of locator mainly uses some unique symbols in order to find an element. We'll learn more about it when we get to the introduction section. Now, let's discuss about partial link text. In some situations, say you may need to find the links by the portion of the text in the link text element. In such situations, we use the partial link text to locate an element. Okay, the syntax goes something like this. Find element by partial link text where you provide the partial link text of the element. So this is about the partial link text. Now let's move on to another important element locator in Selenium, that is the XPath. XPath is a standard navigation tool for XML, and an HTML document is also an XML document, that is XHTML. This XPath is used everywhere where there is XML. It is designed to allow the navigation of XML documents with the purpose of selecting the individual elements, attribute, or some other part of an XML document. The syntax goes something like this. It always starts with two consecutive slashes, that is two backslashes, followed by the tag name and square bracket where you have to select the attribute that specifies the select function and specify the attribute and also provide the value of the attribute so that you can locate the element on the web page. So this is everything you need to know about the different types of locators in Selenium, guys. Now let's move on to our key point of this session, that is the CSS selector, and also understand what is the importance of this locator and why is it used. CSS, Cascading Spreadsheets, is a style sheet language used to describe the presentation of a document written in a markup language like HTML. You might think, what does CSS have to do with Selenium? Well, we locate a web element by using the corresponding HTML code. This method is very fast compared to XPath, which is one of the most popularly used element locators. Then why does it have more importance than other locators? Well, to answer this, I would say this method is very simple as it uses certain symbols for locating an element on the web page. So this is about the CSS selector. Now let's take a look at the syntax and a few basic commands that are used. The syntax of the CSS selector goes something like this. The HTML tag followed by the unique symbol used to locate the element and the value of the attribute that is present. This syntax follows when the ID attribute is present. Now, what if there is no ID present? How would you locate an element without an ID? Say if the class attribute is present or the name. Again, we use the unique symbol to identify the element on the web page. Say if the class attribute is present, we are going to use the dot between the HTML tag and the value of the attribute. Now, say if there is no ID specified nor the class, how would you find the element using CSS in this case? We use different symbols that helps us in locating the elements. As you can see, there are three different commands here. For partial values, say if you want to search for a partial value of the target element, you can do it using CSS selector by using the command HTML tag followed by the locator and asterisk specifies that it is a partial value. Now say if you want to match a prefix of a particular element on the web page, you can do it using the CSS selector by using this command HTML tag followed by the attribute and a caret symbol and also specify the prefix of the string. This caret is the symbolic notation to match a string using the prefix. Now if you want to match the particular element with the matching suffix, how would you do that? We use the dollar symbol in order to find the suffix of an element on the web page. Now, say if you want to find an element which is nested below, say if there is a header, say if there is immediate child and there is the ancestors and so on, how would you find the grandchild of an element? Using CSS selector. We can use the inner text to do the job. Inner text helps us identify and create the CSS selector using a string pattern that the HTML tag manifests on the web page. The syntax goes something like this. HTML tag followed by colon, contains, and the text that you want to search for. This colon sign symbolizes the contains method. What is a contains method? Contains method is a value of a class attribute which is being accessed. And the text is a particular element on the web page that you want to search. Okay, so these are the basic syntax and commands that you need to know when you're working on the CSS selector. However, in the end, CSS covers almost every element on the web page and makes the process of finding the element easy. Now, let's move on to the most interesting part of this session where I will show you how CSS selector works. In this demo section, we'll try automating a very famous e-commerce website, eBay.com. So to do that, we require the Java libraries present in our system and also an IDE where we can write our code. As you can see that I already have the Eclipse IDE present here. We consider using the Eclipse IDE because it is user-friendly and provides various functionalities. Now, if you want to check if the Java libraries are present, just go to the command prompt and type Java version. This specifies the version of Java installed in your system. Okay, now let's click on our latest Eclipse IDE, launch the process. This is the Eclipse workspace, guys. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we'll be automating a website called eBay.com. So to do that, we require a project under which we'll write our code to automate the web page. So first we'll create a new project. So to do that, go to File, go to New. You can't see a Java project here. Okay, so just go to Other and type Java. You can find that there is a Java project here. Just click on it. It asks for a name, so I'm going to give this as CSS selectors Selenium. Okay, just click on finish. No. You can see that the folder by the name of your project is being created, and you can also find the Java libraries present here, and the source field is where we'll write our piece of code. So first, let's link the Selenium libraries to our project. So to do that, right click on your project, just go to build path and configure build path and add external jars. So we require the Selenium libraries now. So these libraries can be easily downloaded using Selenium's official website. So now I'm just going to click on this, copy this. Okay, go to the lib control A and open. And we require Selenium standalone server. Okay. So these are the Selenium libraries which we require in our project. So you can see that there is another folder being created of the name referenced libraries where all our Selenium libraries are present. Now, in order to write the piece of code, we are going to create a package under which we'll write our class. Just create a package. Package always starts in the reverse order. So I'm just going to write Edureka, 𝐂.Edureka and finish. Okay, you can see that the package is being created. Now right click on the package and go to class. It creates a class. So I'm going to name this as demo class and select the main function and click on finish. So you can see that the project comes under the package 𝐂.Edureka, under which the demo class resides, and we are going to write our piece of code under the main function. So first we need to set the driver to a particular browser driver. So in order to do that, I'm going to set the system property to the driver that we prefer. So I'm going to prefer working on Chrome driver in this case. So I'm just going to write WebDriver.Chrome.driver and this argument specifies the path in which it resides. So let's see where this Chrome driver resides. You can see that there is a folder here which says Chrome, and just copy this Chrome driver path and go back to our project and paste the location over here. One thing you need to know when you're writing the path is you have to specify if it is an executable file or not. Without that, you cannot execute any project on Chrome. So I'm just going to specify the extension, that is 𝐶hromeDriver.exe. This is the executable file. Okay. Now we need to link the WebDriver instance to the new Chrome driver. So to do that, I'm going to create an object of the WebDriver and call it the driver and instantiate it with the new Chrome driver. You can see that it is throwing an error on the WebDriver as well as the Chrome driver. So I'm just going to click on this. It says import WebDriver, which means we are going to import the WebDriver packages to our project. The same goes with the Chrome driver as well. Import it. Okay. And after this, we need to get the URL of the web page that we want to perform actions on. So I'm going to consider the object of the WebDriver, that is driver.get, which is of the form string, and specify the URL of the web page. So in this case, it is the ebay.com. So http ebay.com. Okay. Specify the URL. Now we need to find the element on the web page. So first, let's Google search it. We'll search for ebay.com. So this is our web application, guys. We are going to perform all our operations on this web page. So now say if you want to search for this particular element on the web page. Each element in this page is considered as a web element. So say if you want to search for this particular element, I'm going to inspect this by right clicking. You can see that the corresponding HTML code for this location is present here and the ID is present, which is the CSS locator. One good thing about Selenium is that it allows the plugins to work with them. So Selenium also supports a plugin called 𝐶Path where you can easily find the XPath and the CSS selector of the location. So to get more information about this 𝐶Path, how it works and how elements can be located using 𝐶Path, just check out the link that is put up in the description of this video. So you can see that the CSS selector of this element location is present. So I'm just going to copy this and go back to my project. And now I'm going to write a corresponding code to that location. So considering the object of the web element driver.findElement by, I'm going to consider this by the CSS selector and also specify the CSS selector within quotes. So hash will be the string selector of the web element and I'm going to send keys to that particular location. So send keys. Say if I want to search for one of the trending phones, OnePlus 6T. Okay. Now we've found the search box on the web page and then we've sent keys to that particular location. And now we need to search for the search icon on the web page. Let's close this. Now I'm going to inspect the search button here. Inspect it. You can see that the ID is present here too. So just go to the 𝐶Path. Relative path is present. Absolute path is also specified. And the CSS selector of this particular location is also present because ID is present. So copy this location and go back to our project and write the corresponding code. It is driver.findElement by CSS selector. And I'm going to specify the location of the CSS selector and click because it's a button. Okay. So let's see what happens while we execute this program. So I'm just going to save this program and run it. Okay. It opened the website. It checks for OnePlus 6T and clicks the search button. I think you guys have understood how this works. Now say if you want to modify this particular process, how would you do that? Let's take a look. Now say if you want to perform scrolling through a web page and also try using the different element locators like the dollars, the caret and so on. So we can do that using this commands here. So first let's maximize the web page. So it is driver.manage.window.maximize. So this particular command helps in maximizing the web page. Now say if you want to perform actions like scrolling down through a page and so on. We can do that using the JavaScript executor. This JavaScript executor is an interface between the Selenium WebDriver and the UI interface. So now I'm going to add the JavaScript executor here and also create an object of the same and call it JS is equal to JavaScript executor. And we'll also link this JavaScript executor to the driver. Okay, you can see that the JavaScript executor is throwing an error. So I'm just going to import the JavaScript executor functions and packages into a project. So now let's scroll down through the web page using the JavaScript executor. So I'm going to consider the object of the JavaScript executor js.execute_script. We'll consider only one argument in this case and specify the function window.scrollBy by specifying the axis in which I want it to scroll through. So I'm going to specify 300. I'm going to delete the argument here. Okay, now let's save this and run it. Maximizes the page, searches for 1 plus 60 and scrolls down. Okay, so this is a very simple program, guys. Now say I search it manually 1 plus 60 and click on the search button and scrolling through it. Now say if you want to search for this particular element on the web page, I'm going to inspect it and you can see that the class is present here, which is an element locator in Selenium again. So this span, that is the HTML tag of the particular element, is span. Okay, so we'll write our code, click Control F where the code comes up. So I'm going to consider the span, use the dot. Okay, you can see that this particular element is being located here using this particular command. Okay, so the dot operator helps in specifying the class of the particular element. Now say if you want to search for the immediate child class after the parent class. So you can see that the division tag is a parent tag of this span. So I'm going to consider the parent tag first, that is div greater than. Now talking about the other commands that we use in order to locate the elements, we can use the partial text link. So I'm going to consider this class here. I'm going to copy this class and click Control F where you can get the search box. So I'm going to specify the tag associated with it, which is span, followed by the locator class and an asterisk, and specify this element location. Now say if you don't want to write the entire code, so I'm just going to write item price. So I'm going to take off this S. So even in this case, you can see that it is locating to the same position. So this is how we use the star operator in the CSS selector, guys. So now if you want to search the element by its prefix or the suffix, you can use caret or the dollar symbol.
So what is XPath? XPath, also called as XML path, is a language to query XML documents. It consists of a path expression along with some conditions. And as I have already mentioned, it is an important strategy to locate elements in Selenium. Now, let's see how a XML document looks like. So this is an example of XML document where you have different tags and attributes. As you can see here, bookstore node has a child node book, and it is further followed by attribute called category, and its value is cooking. And this book node in turn has two child nodes, that is title and author. Now, let's try to visualize this document in a tree-like structure. So bookstore is a root node. It has two children, both are book. Category for first is cooking and second is children. And below that, both has two tags, that is title and author. Now, let's take an example and try to locate author of a book for category children. So we will start with the root node bookstore. Then we will go down to book. Then we have two books here that has category of children. Once we are on the right node, we will go down and pick the node that has the author tag. So this is an XPath to locate author of a book for which category is children. So this is how you have to write the XPath. That is your root node and your child node, that is book, followed by tag name, that is category, whose value is children, and the tag will be author. Basically, every web page is a document that consists of tags and attributes. And by using XPath, we can query the page document, might be your XML, HTML, etc. And also to locate a particular element, we can write an XPath query that could use element's tag name as well as its attributes. And the query would return the matching element in XML. Every modern browser has a built-in XPath engine. So this is all about the XML document and XML tree. Now, let's see some benefits of XPath. XPath queries are compact and easily parsed. And syntax is very simple for simple and common use cases. And XPath queries are easy to read and type, and they do not return repeated nodes. And also you can uniquely identify any node in XML document, and query strings are easily embedded in programs, script, and XML documents. So these are few benefits of XPath. I think you're bored of theories, right? Now let's take a real-world example and understand XPath. So before that, let's see a syntax and terminologies of XPath. So this is how a syntax of your XPath looks like. As you can see, // indicates select current node, and tag name will be your tag name like input, div, img, etc. And your ampersand indicates to select the attributes, and attribute will be your attribute name, and value implies the value of an attribute. Got it? So this is very simple syntax of your XPath query. Now let's see some practicals. So what I will do, I will launch Google Chrome and navigate to google.com. So here I will try to locate search bar using XPath. So I'll right click on the search bar and choose inspect. As you can see, it has an input tag and some attributes, correct? So you can see here it has some input tag and it has some attributes, okay? Now we will use this tag name and these attributes to construct XPath that can locate this element. So now let's see how to do that. I'll click on elements and click Ctrl F, and now I will write my XPath query. So as you can see here, I can write XPath, I can write string selector, and it will try to search based on the criteria. So as it has an input tag, I'll start with /, that is a double front slash. I will use my tag name as input, okay? And next, I will use my attribute. So I have to use ampersand for select attributes, and I can see here it has the ID. So that will be my attribute name, and within single quotes, what is the value of ID? Q. Close it. As you can see here, on writing XPath, it has highlighted that element, which implies it was able to locate that element using this XPath, correct? So what is that XPath doing? It says to find an input tag anywhere in the document. Double front slash implies anywhere in the document, okay? But it says it should have a property called ID and its value should be Q. So here we are not starting with the root of the document, that is the start point, but we are typing double front slash and it says anywhere in the document to find an input tag. So we must be having multiple input tags in the document. Remember, I had told you in the beginning that XPath consists of a path expression. So this is a path expression, and here we are interested in an input tag that has the ID attribute whose value is Q. So by using this, we are able to uniquely identify this element. So single front slash at the start of the XPath instructs XPath engine to look for an element starting from the root node. Like, you can write it in this way. I'll show you how. So here, if you have to write from the start, then you have to write from HTML, then your body. It is the immediate class, so you have to choose it as 1. And next, you have to write your div. That will be 1, 2, and 3. Div of 3, correct? And again, from there, you have to jump into your next div. That will be your immediate div. That will be your div of 2. So you have to go on writing this in this way, and then you will be arriving at this output. It will be too lengthier, and as well, it will be very complex to write. So that's why we use a double front slash followed by your input. That will be your tag name and followed by whatever your attribute and the value of attribute. Very simple, correct? So I believe that you was now able to make out the difference between single front slash and double front slash. So now let me reiterate it. So single front slash at the start of XPath instructs XPath engine to look for an element starting from the root node. And double front slash at the start of XPath instructs XPath engine to search for matching element anywhere in the XML document. So that's nothing but your types of XPath, that is your absolute and relative XPath. Absolute XPath is a direct way to find an element, but the disadvantage of the absolute XPath is that if there are any changes made in the XPath of the element, then that XPath gets failed, correct? So this is your absolute XPath syntax example. I just showed you how. And relative XPath starts from the middle of the HTML DOM structure. It starts with a double forward slash, which means it can search the element anywhere at the web page, correct? So what does a single slash means if it is used inside the XPath? So let's see that now. So let's take an example. Now I will open Amazon.com website and navigate through the search box to locate it. Again, right click on the search box, click inspect. So this search box has input tag and it also has different attributes like type, class, placeholder name, etc. So we will use one of these attributes along with the tag name to locate this element. Again, click on the elements, choose Ctrl F. And now we will start writing the XPath. I'll give double front slash input. Okay. Now I have used double forward slash, which means anywhere in this page. So now I need an input tag. So I have used input. But you can also think there might be many input tags in the document, correct? Okay, I understand we have many input tags in the document, but I'll type some condition. So I want a class attribute that will be your ID whose value is this. So now let's see how to do that. Your attribute name will be your ID and this will be your value of the attribute. So as you can see, it has highlighted the element, meaning it was able to find the element. Now let me traverse this document differently. I'll write using absolute XPath, HTML. As you can see here on writing the absolute XPath, it was able to locate the element. So now let me tell you how I have traversed it. First, HTML of 1. Okay, 1 indicates the first node. So next, this is the immediate body tag. So I have given it as 1. That is the first child. And next it has a div tag. That will be your div of 1. And after that div of 1, it has header. So this will be your header. Even this is the immediate first child. So I have named it as header of 1. Again, it has the immediate div. That will be your this div. And again, that div again consists of its immediate div. That will be your this one, which has a ID value of nav belt. And after that, you have div of 3, which implies the third child of that div. 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Again, this div has an immediate child. That will be your div of 1. And that has a form. And as you can see here, it is the immediate child of this div, which implies it is the first element. Correct? And after this form of 1, you have a div again. So 1, 2, 3. This will be your div. So this will be your div of 1 again. And after that, you have an input tag. Correct? Sounds very complex, right? To write an XPath using absolute XPath query. So that's why we use relative XPath to locate elements in the web page. I hope you understood this. Basically, this is all about absolute and relative XPath. Now, let's move further and understand XPath functions. Automation using Selenium is a great experience. It provides many ways to identify an object or an element on the web page. But sometimes we do face the problems in identifying objects on a page which has same attributes. So when we get more than one element which have same attribute name, like multiple checkboxes with same name and same ID, or more than one button having the same name and same IDs. In these cases, there is no way to distinguish between those elements. And in such cases, we face problem to instruct Selenium to identify a particular object on a web page. And that's where XPath functions comes into picture. Now, let's see what are the different types of functions that are supported by XPath and how they are used. As you can see here, I have listed down 3 functions, but in actual there are many. So now I will explain you few important functions that are widely used in Selenium. So first, let's start with contains. Contains is a method which is used in an XPath expression when the value of an attribute changes dynamically. For example, login information, this method comes into use. So here it can locate the web element with the available partial text. So let's see how. Again, I will open Amazon.com and choose some image, say this one, and I'll give inspect. So what's next? As you can see here in the source code snippet for this particular image, it has an image tag followed by its attributes. Okay. Now say I want to locate the source attribute using this value in my XPath query. So how do I do that? I will start with // and I will use my tag name as img because it contains of image, and then I'll use my select attribute and I'll write src and I will paste this value. That will be my value of the attribute. Okay. As you can see here, it was able to locate this element, correct? Now you all might think this XPath is too long. Well, yes, this is one of the reasons for constructing partial XPath query, as src attribute contains URL in its value, so there are chances that value may change or some part of the URL may change. So let's take another example. Suppose say we open login page of the website, say xyz.com, and it has a button and its attribute has some value like 987 submit 123. And on refreshing the page, its value may change to something like 9987 submit, etc. So the bottom line is part of the attribute value is static while the rest is dynamic. In such cases, we would go for partial XPath query. Now let's reconstruct the query, and here we will use partial values. For example, say sprites, we'll use the sprites and see how to write a XPath query using functions, that is contains. Okay, I'll use tag name as img and I'll use contains function, and here I'll use my select attribute, and this src should contain value called as sprites. So within single quotes, I'll write sprites. So as you can see here, it located the element which contains the value sprites, correct? So this is how you can use partial value and use contains function to search that value. Sounds simple? Now let's move further and understand one more XPath function, that is starts with. This function is used to find a web element whose value of attribute changes on the refresh or on any dynamic operation on the web page. In this, we match the starting text of the attribute that is used to locate an element whose attribute has changed dynamically. For example, on the web page, ID of a particular element changes dynamically, like ID1, ID2, ID3, but the text remains same. Now, let's demonstrate starts with function using the same object, and here instead of contains, we'll have to change it to starts with. And here I will use alt attribute. As you can see, it has a value called shop men's athletic shoes. So what I'll do, I'll copy and paste this value. So here it will locate the element that starts with this value, that is this one. So if I keep only shop and discard the rest, it will show me 4 more choices which starts with shop, correct? And if I give the full name, it shows me only one unique element. So this is how starts with function is used to locate particular element that starts with so and so value. Now let's see one more function, text. So this expression is used with the text function to locate an element with the exact text. Let's demonstrate and see how. Now say I want to inspect this order tab. So here is my condition. What? It says go anywhere in this document. I don't care what tag it is, but what my condition is, it should have a text whose value is orders. So basically it is asking me to locate this element, correct? So now let's see how. So as you can see here, I'm starting it with asterisk, which implies any tag. Simple. So now I'll write my text function and I'm assigning the value as orders. So now it has highlighted the element which contains the text called orders. Simple. So basically this is a usage of text function. Now we will see an example to use 2 functions together. For example, say I want to use contains and text together in one XPath. So let's see how to do that. I'll keep this same and I'll use contains function here. Okay. So basically this is how you can use 2 functions together in one single XPath. I'm telling go anywhere in this document and it should contain a text called orders. So as you can see here, it was able to locate 5 elements. So this is 1, your script is 1, a href, again you have one more here, and you have one more here. But it was not able to uniquely find because I have used this asterisk. Now if I want to make it as unique, I'll give it as A. So if it starts with A, it was able to locate only one element which has orders. Now if I start with span, again it will locate 3 elements which has element that is starting with span. So basically what I did here was I used contains and then passed first argument as text function and I gave its value as orders. I did that because we can have a partial search. As you might notice here, we have not used ampersand because text is a function and not an attribute. So this is how you can use 2 XPath functions together. Now we will see how to locate elements using OR operation. Say you have 2 input tags whose attributes are different. So here I'll show you how to do that. Bored of using Amazon website, right? Close it. So now I will open Yahoo Mail. So let's inspect this element now. As you can see here, it has input as its tag name and it has name called username and ID called login username. So using OR operation, let's locate it. I'll start with my input, that is my tag name, and I'll give my name is equal to username. Close it. I'll use OR operation in between. Pipe indicates your OR operation. And then again I'll start with the input tag name and give ID is equal to login username. Correct? So you can see it was able to locate the element. So this is how you can use OR operation as well. Sounds simple? So this is all about your XPath functions, your OR operation using 2 XPath functions in the same XPath query, and that's all. Now we will see how to register the drivers for Chrome and Mozilla and how to send the keys to search the element using Eclipse. Okay? So I'll open my Eclipse. First we'll see how to do it for Mozilla. So I have used class called custom XPath, and inside the main method, I have set my system property and I have a 𝐏𝐸𝐾 driver which is for Mozilla, and I have mentioned the path of the 𝐏𝐸𝐾 driver where I have saved this, and I'm creating a new web driver called driver, and that will be my Firefox driver. And using driver.manage, I'm maximizing the window and deleting all the cookies and as well passing the timeouts as well. And now driver.get, I'm trying to pass the URL of ebay.com. Okay. And here by using find element by XPath, I'm passing the search box value and I'm sending the keys called guitar. I'll show you from where I got this XPath. So in this ebay.com, I'll right click over here and click on inspect. As you can see here for ID attribute, it has a value called GH and -AC. So that's where I got this value. And I have written a relative XPath and I'm trying to send the keys called guitar, which implies it should redirect to the eBay website and search for guitar. Correct? And for search icon, I'm again using driver.findElement by XPath and trying to search this one. Click over here, inspect. So ID will be your GH button. Correct? So this is how I got my XPath. And I have registered my drivers and I'm using search icon.click to search it. Okay. Save this program, run it and see how it works. So it got redirected to Mozilla and it entered the value called guitar and you can see it searched guitar on your Mozilla Firefox browser. Cool? Sounds very interesting, right? So this is how using the set property you can register your 𝐏𝐸𝐾 drivers, that is your web drivers, and then using driver.get you can pass the URL of the particular website and then find the elements and click on search. Cool? Now let's see the same thing with Chrome. So here you have Chrome driver. Instead of Firefox, I will make it as Chrome driver. Okay? That's the only change I'll be doing here. I'll comment rest of the Mozilla part and I'll just run the Chrome part. Again, run it. Now the same thing will happen, but it will open in Chrome. So again, it launched your Chrome browser, typed guitar, and it searched. So you can see here you have various brands of guitar with various prices, everything. For Chrome driver, you should install your Chrome driver, and for Mozilla, you need to install 𝐏𝐸𝐾 driver. Simple. Now I hope you got a clear idea as how it works. So now Do you wish to learn a trick to find XPath of a particular element? Very simple. In Google Chrome, you just have to type 𝐶Path, click on the very first link, and here you'll be having an option called Add to Chrome. So you have to just add it. When you open your inspect and click on 𝐶Path, you can see absolute XPath and relative XPath as well for your particular element or your particular tag. So again, even if I click on here and inspect, I'll get my 𝐶Path. So this is my relative and this is my absolute 𝐶Path. So when you inspect any element here, you can see the 𝐶Path, which gives you both relative and absolute 𝐶Path of that particular element. Sounds much easier, right? What are Selenium weights? Weights help the user to troubleshoot issues while redirecting to different web pages. And this is achieved by refreshing the entire web page and reloading the new web elements. At times, there can be AJAX calls as well. Thus, a time lag can be seen while reloading the web pages and reflecting the web elements. And users are often found navigating through various web pages back and forth. Thus, navigate methods or command provided by the WebDriver helps the user to simulate the real-time scenarios by navigating between the web pages with reference to the web browser's history. So here you can see implicit and explicit weights are the type of the weights, and in case of implicit weight, we can use driver.manage.timeouts, and under explicit weights, it will be WebDriver weight and thread.sleep as well. So why do we need weights in Selenium? Most of the web applications are developed using AJAX and JavaScript. When a page is loaded by the browser, the elements which we want to interact with may load at different time intervals. Not only it makes this difficult to identify the elements, but also if the element is not located, it will throw an element not visible exception. And using weights, we can resolve this problem. So let's consider a scenario where we must use both implicit and explicit weights in our test. Assume that implicit wait time is set to 20 seconds and explicit wait time is set to 10 seconds. Suppose we are trying to find an element which has some expected conditions, that is your explicit wait. If the element is not located within the time frame defined by the explicit wait, it will use the time frame defined by the implicit wait before throwing an element not visible exception. So these are the situations where weights are essential in automation testing. Now, let's move further and understand different types of weights. The most widely used weights are implicit and explicit weights. Fluent weight is also a type of a weight, but it is not preferable for real-time projects. First, let's understand what are implicit weights. The implicit wait will tell to the WebDriver to wait for a certain amount of time before it throws a no such element exception. And here the default setting is 0. Once we set the time, WebDriver will wait for that time before throwing an exception. So on the screen you can see the syntax, that is driver.manage.timeouts followed by implicitly wait, and you will be passing timeout, that is in seconds. For example, say you declare an implicit wait with the time frame of 10 seconds. So it implies that if the element is not located on the web page within the time frame, it will throw an exception. So let's see how. I will launch my Eclipse and create a class. Very first step is to launch Chrome driver or 𝐸𝐸 driver based on the type of your web browser. I'm going to use Chrome driver because I'll be using Google Chrome throughout my demo. So that's the reason I'll first launch my Chrome driver. I'll give like system.setProperty. So this is how I will launch my Chrome driver and create the object of a new Chrome driver. Next, let's write the weights for the program. As I have already mentioned, page timeout is a type of an implicit wait. So I will be using that to write my implicit wait now. So using driver.manage, I'll maximize the window and delete all the cookies first. And now using driver.manage.timeouts, I'm using a page load timeout for 40 seconds. Okay, you can see here I have given the timeout as 40 seconds, which implies the maximum wait time is 40 seconds for the particular element to load or to arrive at the output. For example, it gives a particular web element at least 40 seconds to load and then perform some action on it. One important thing to note here, all types of waits, whether implicit, explicit or fluent waits, they are all dynamic waits. So what are dynamic waits? Consider the situation where you have given timeout as 40 seconds, which is the maximum time allocated. If the element will get loaded in 5 seconds, then the rest of 35 seconds will be ignored. It won't wait till 40 seconds, and that's why all waits are set to be dynamic waits. One more syntax here. I will use driver.manage.timeouts.implicitly wait. Okay? And again here I'll pass timeout for 20 seconds, and this will be time unit.seconds. So I will copy and paste this over here. So when I write this syntax, it says, driver, please manage the timeouts of implicitly wait for 20 seconds. Implicitly wait is applied globally. It means it is available for all the web elements throughout the driver instance, which implies if the driver is interacting with 100 elements, then implicitly wait is applicable to all the 100 elements. So let's consider the example of locators, and let's try to locate a web element by XPath. First, what I will do is I will navigate through yahoo.com and I will inspect this. So you can see here it has an ID whose value is login username. So if I want to write an XPath over here, I'll just say input because it starts with my input, and then I will write my XPath. Then I will use select attribute and say ID is equal to login username. Correct? So on writing this XPath, it has highlighted the element, which implies it was able to locate this particular text box, that is, enter your email. Now I will write this XPath in Eclipse and try to perform some action on this box. Let's see how. So first I'll use driver.get and give link of Yahoo mail. I will use one more method, that is driver.findElement by XPath. And this is the XPath. And after this, I'm sending the keys, that is edureka@yahoo.com. Okay. Now, after I send keys over here, I want to wait for 3 to 4 seconds and then press the next button. Okay. So how I will do that? Here I will use thread.sleep of 3 seconds. That will be 3000. Okay. Now I will inspect on this next button, and you can see here it has login sign in as its ID. So I'll just replace it over here. See again, writing this XPath, it highlighted the element, which means it was able to locate this next button. I'll copy this, and again I will write driver.findElement by XPath. And as it is a button, I'll use click, because for buttons we cannot send any values. So I will use click, but if it is a text box, we can send the keys and perform action. Simple. Now save this program. So you can see here, I have declared implicitly wait of 20 seconds. Okay. So it means unless and until the XPath will locate the particular text box and send the keys, it will wait for 20 seconds. But after 20 seconds, if it is not able to locate, it will throw exception like element not found exception. Correct? So let's see what happens. Save this and run the program. So as you can see, it entered edureka@yahoo.com, waited for 3 seconds, and then pressed on next button. Correct? So now what happened, even if you have declared implicitly wait for 20 seconds, the element was loaded within 3 or 4 seconds, and it ignored the rest of 16 or 17 seconds. So that is why it is called as dynamic wait. Sounds simple? So this is how you can use implicitly waits. Now let's move further and understand what are explicitly waits and when they are used. To understand the explicit waits in Selenium WebDriver, you should know the requirement why we use wait statement in programs. So I will give you a couple of examples in which you can get a complete idea why waits are important. So condition is like, I have a web page which has some login form, and after login it takes a lot of time to load account page or home page. This page is dynamic. It means sometimes it takes 10 seconds to load the home page, and sometimes it takes 15 seconds, and so on. In this situation, explicit wait will wait until the specific title or page is not present. So one more condition. Assume you are working on travel application and you have filled the web form and clicked on the submit button. Now you have to wait until complete data is not loaded or specific data is not loaded. In this case, Again, we can use explicit wait, in which we can give wait till specific or set of elements are not loaded. So these are some of the scenarios where explicitly wait is more essential. So explicit wait is a concept of dynamic wait which will wait dynamically for specific conditions. It can be implemented by the WebDriver class. So let's consider an example and see how to use explicitly waits. So instead of this, I will use facebook.com. Okay. So I'll copy this link and replace it over here. First, I will create all the elements, that is your first name, surname, your mobile number, everything, and then we'll perform some action on that. So I'll give web element first name is equal to driver.find element by name, and this will be my first name, because here if I inspect this text box, you can see it has a name attribute whose value is first name. And similarly for this one as well, it has a name attribute whose value is last name. So that's the reason I'm using a name locator and locating first name and last name. Okay. Now I will not perform any actions like send keys or click. Instead, I will create a utility or have one generic function, that is one function which is available for all the elements to provide explicitly wait. So here I'll write my function. Here I have written my own send keys method. This method will enter the value in a particular text field, but internally it is providing explicit wait also. Now let's check the syntax of explicit waits. In explicit wait, we don't have any keyword as such, but for implicit wait, you can see here you have a keyword like implicitly wait. So explicit wait is always provided by WebDriver wait. So WebDriver wait is actually an explicit wait. Here I am creating an object of WebDriver wait in which I am passing driver and timeout. Here timeout is of integer type, and then in this particular object we have a method called until, and the condition is visibility of the element. Means until the visibility of the element or locator, it should wait. That will be declared within a class called expected conditions. That is this. Here I am asking the driver to wait for some particular timeout of 20 seconds until expected condition visibility of the element. Means if the condition is satisfied, only then you can apply send keys to the method. Here in the send keys method, I am passing driver, web element, timeout and string value. Now say I want to enter my first name and last name. Let's see how. So I'll come here. So now I will use the send keys method and pass driver, first name, timeout, that will be 10 seconds for first name, and the value, that is Edureka. And next for last name, I have set the timeout, that is 20 seconds, and I've specified my last name. Now let's run the program and check the output. As you can see, it launched Google Chrome and navigated through facebook.com and entered first name and last name. Correct? So here it is not mandatory to set the explicit wait timeout to one particular value. Based on your requirement, you can change. This is the major advantage of explicit wait. But for implicit wait, once you have defined 10 seconds, it will be applicable to all the elements on the web page and you cannot change it. So again, if you want for mobile number and password, you can just click on this element, write the XPath or locate it by name or ID and then proceed. Simple. Now same thing for click also. So now I want to click on forgotten account. So I'll inspect this. You can see it is a link. That is the reason it starts with anchor tag followed by href, and it has a text called forgotten account. So I'll copy this and paste it for a reference over here. Same like send keys, I will create one more method called click on, which will be applicable for all the buttons. So I'll show you how to do that. Same thing. Here also we can pass WebDriver, locator or your web element and timeout. As it is a button, we are not passing the value because we will click on the particular element and not send any values. So here I have an expected condition, that is element to be clickable. So when this condition is satisfied, only then I have to perform some action. It's up to you as what kind of expected condition you wish to perform. So these are some of the expected conditions. That is title contains URL to be, URL contains element to be selected, element to be clickable, visibility of all elements, etc. Now let's see how to use this click. As I have showed, I want to paste this link text. So I will use this link text and use link text locator to locate the element. Okay. And I will set the timeout accordingly. So I will create one more web element called forgot account and use driver.findElement by link text and pass this value. So here I have created a web element called forgot account, and using link text locator I'm passing this value. And then I'm using this click on method and passing my driver, my element and timeout. Okay. Save it. Let's run the program and check the output. So you can see here it is redirecting you to find your account page, which implies it was able to locate this forgotten account link and navigate it through the next page. Simple. So this is how it works. When you refresh the web page, some or the other part of the web element will change. That is, part of the web element in the web page is static and the rest is dynamic. That is nothing but your AJAX, that is asynchronous Java components. In such cases, you can use partial values to locate the elements on the web page. So when you want to write an explicit wait, you can use these two methods, that is send keys and click on, and automatically it will apply explicit waits on the action that you want to perform. And if you don't create these two methods, then for every element you need to write these lines, and that makes your code lengthier. So it's better to use these methods and then perform some action on it. Now, one more question arises. Do we need to use implicit and explicit waits together? No. Why? Because implicit wait is a global wait. Although it is a dynamic wait, it is not a good practice to use it. So you might think why? Because here you have implicit wait and you have given the timeout as 20 seconds, correct? And again using explicit wait, you have given a timeout for your first name, that is 10 seconds. So it implies that for the particular web element, it will first wait for 20 seconds, that is your implicit wait, and then it will again wait for additional 10 seconds, that will be your explicit wait. As implicit wait is a global wait, it will be applied first and will be running in the background. Along with that, explicit wait will also be considered. If the element is found within 15 seconds, the rest 5 seconds will be ignored. But after that, again it has got an explicitly wait of 5 seconds. So as it leads to ambiguity, it is not recommended to use both the waits. Implicit wait is useful for small applications and not suitable for large applications. One more important thing here is you can override implicit wait, means it will consider the latest value. Say you want to copy this and paste this after this web element and you want to give it 40 seconds. Simple. So when you change the value of implicit wait to 40 seconds, it will take the new value and it will ignore the old one. So that's what I meant by overriding. And in your program, you can change the implicit wait anywhere, anytime, as it is a global wait. So this is how it works. Now let's understand difference between implicit and explicit waits. Implicit wait is applied to all the elements in the script. Explicit wait time is applied only to those elements which are intended by us. In case of implicit wait, we need not specify any expected condition on the element to be located. On the other hand, in explicit waits, we need to specify expected conditions on the elements to be located. And it is recommended to use implicit wait when the elements are located within the time frame that is specified in implicit wait. On the other hand, it is recommended to use explicit wait when the elements are taking long time to load and also for verifying the property of the element like visibility of the element located, element to be clickable, element to be selected, etc. So these are the differences between implicit and explicit waits. Next, what are fluent waits? Fluent wait is used to tell the WebDriver to wait for a condition as well as the frequency with which we want to check the condition before throwing an element not visible exception. When using the fluent wait instance, we can specify the frequency with which fluent wait has to check the conditions defined and ignore the specific types of exception waiting like no such element exceptions while searching for an element on the web page and the maximum amount of time to wait for a condition. This is rarely used as it always forces the browser to wait for a specific time. As you can see in the syntax, fluent wait uses two parameters, that is timeout and polling frequency. So let's check an example. So in this, you can see here it has two parameters, that is timeout and polling frequency. Okay. And in this syntax, we have taken timeout value as 30 seconds and polling frequency as 1 second. It implies the maximum amount of time, that is 30 seconds, to wait for a condition and the frequency 1 second to check the success or failure of a specific condition. If the element is located within this time frame, it will perform operations, else it will throw an element not visible exception. So in this program, I have used some Internet Hero KU app and dynamic loading. You can get it on the Google. And using element by XPath, I have written my text function and the value of the text function and use click method. And I have created an object of Fluent wait and gave timeout as 30 seconds and polling frequency as 1. And I'm ignoring no such element exception class. So automatically what will do, if it is present, it will return hello world. And using system.out.println, I'm just trying to get the text. Okay, save this program and run it. After run it as TestNG so that you'll get to know whether it was success or failure. So your TestNG started and it launched Google Chrome and navigated through this. So it's loading the page that is hidden and it displayed hello world. Okay, as you can see here, it forced to wait until and unless it got loaded and displayed hello world. And that's the reason it is not preferable to use this Fluent waits. As you can see here, test 2 that was run was 1 and the failures was also there. Okay. So again, it depends on the way how you use it. So this is how it works, and that was all about Fluent waits.
What are alerts in Selenium? Alerts are basically an interface between the current web page and the user interface. It can also be defined as a small message box which displays on-screen notification to give the user some information or ask his permission to perform some kind of operation. It may also be used for warning purpose. For example, while testing an application, you might get a pop-up or a notification, but you may not know how to handle it when you're testing the web page. So this video is everything you need to know about handling alerts in Selenium. So let's move on and understand what are the different types of alerts. There are a few common types of alerts that you might get while testing an application. They are basically a simple alert, a prompt alert, and a confirmation alert. Let's understand them in detail. First, we'll see what is a simple alert. This simple alert displays some information or a warning on the screen. For example, you get an alert while testing, warning you to fill the particular section and the button which helps in closing the alert message. Okay, so this is how a simple alert looks like. Now let's see what is a prompt alert. A prompt alert asks for some input from the user, and you can enter the text using the function called send keys. So this is how a prompt alert looks like. It asks for your input and it provides two options saying accept, that is okay, or cancel. So this is about the prompt alert. Now let's move ahead and understand what is a confirmation alert. This confirmation alert asks for your permission to perform some kind of operation. That is, for example, like I mentioned in the prompt alert, that provides with two options or buttons, namely OK and cancel. After you enter the message in the text box provided, you can either click on the OK button or the cancel button. So this alert basically gets you confirmation about the action to be performed. This is everything you need to know about the different types of alerts, guys. Moving ahead with this module, we'll understand how to handle window pop-ups and the alerts by taking a look at a real-time example. Alerts are basically the pop-up boxes that take your focus away from the current browser, and it forces you to read the alert message. So you need to perform some actions like accepting the alert or dismissing the alert box to resume back to the browser. So to handle these alerts in Selenium, we have a few methods. So we'll discuss them one by one. While running the WebDriver script, the driver control will be on the browser even after the alert is generated, which means that the driver control will be behind the alert pop-up. In order to switch to the alert pop-up, we use the command driver.switch-to-alert. So once we switch the control from the browser to the alert window, we can use the alert interface methods. So we'll discuss these alert interface methods now. First, we have the dismiss method, which helps in clicking the cancel button of the alert. So you can do that using this command driver.switch to alert, which helps in switching to the alert box and dismisses the alert function. Next, we have the accept method, which helps in clicking the OK button of the alert. So this can be done adding the accept at the end of the command. And then we have the get text method, which helps in capturing the alert message. So this can be done using this command driver.switch to alert.getText. The last method is the send keys. This is used to send some data to the alert box. That is, you can manually enter the text to the alert box. So this can be done using driver.switch to alert.sendKeys and specify the text that you want to add. So now let's understand the working of alerts in Selenium. For that, we require certain prerequisites like the latest version of Java installed in our system, the IDE on which we can perform some actions. So in this case, I'm going to be considering working on the Eclipse IDE because it is user-friendly and it is easy to implement the Java projects. So first I'll check if the Java libraries are present. So I'm going to click on the command prompt and type Java-version. Okay, so this is the version of Java installed in my system. And now let's take a look at the Eclipse IDE. I have the latest Eclipse IDE, guys. So just going to click on it. Launch the workspace. Okay, so this is the Eclipse workspace, guys. So first we need to create a new Java project. So for that, I'm going to click on File, click on New and Java project. I'm going to name this as Selenium Alerts. Click on Finish. So you can see that the folder is being created by the name Selenium Alerts. I'm just going to click on the drop down. You can find the Java libraries present and a source field. So now we need to add the Selenium jar files to this project. So for that, I'm going to right click on my project and go to build path and configure build path. Selenium jar files can be easily downloaded online. So I already have the jar file. So I'm just going to add it. Okay, apply and close. You can see that another folder by the name reference libraries is created, which holds all the Selenium jar files. In this project, I'm going to be testing a web page that is designed by Edureka. Okay, so it's an HTML page. So I'm just going to click on this. So this is the web page that we're going to test. So you can see that it is a customized web page where you can find Edureka courses, YouTube channel, Edureka blog, community, display alert function, pop-up. So we'll be discussing how to handle alert or a pop-up while testing any application. So first, let's go back to our project. I'm going to create a new class and call it alerts and click on finish. The first thing you need to do when you're working on Selenium is to set the browser driver. In this case, I'm going to be considering working on the Chrome driver. So I'm going to set the system property to the Chrome driver, that is WebDriver.Chrome.driver. And the second argument holds the path in which it is located. Let's see where it is located. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this path, go back to my project. And do note that you need to add the extension ChromeDriver.exe to specify that it's an executable file. Now, we need to instantiate the browser driver with the new Chrome driver. So for that, I'm going to create an object of the WebDriver and call it a driver and instantiate it with the new Chrome driver. As you can see, it throws an error here. So just mouse over it and import the WebDriver instances. The same goes with the Chrome driver as well. And once we are done with this, we need to get the URL of the web page that we want to search for. So I'm going to write driver.get in our case, the URL is this. So I'm just going to copy this URL and go back to my project and paste it. So once we get the URL of the web page, we need to find the boxes, that is the display alert box and the pop-up box. So let's go to our web page. We need to click this alert box in order to get this alert. So it says this is a Selenium alert box. So this is the text message that we want to print and also accept the alert. Okay. And the pop-up which says this is a Selenium pop-up, and close it. How to perform these actions using Selenium? So first we need to inspect this display alert box. To inspect. Okay. You can see that the ID is present, which is one of the element locators in Selenium. So I'm just going to copy this ID and go back to my project and write the corresponding code. Just driver.find element by. I'm going to find it by the ID and specify the ID over here. As it is a button, we need to click the button. So once I click the alert box, I'm going to pause the execution for a few seconds so that you can see that the alert was clicked. Sleep. As it is in milliseconds, I'm going to consider it as 3000. And you can see that it throws an error. So add throws declaration. Okay. And now we need to give the control to the alert window. Let me show you how. So once you click on this button, this particular web page becomes inactive. As you can see, it can't click any of the links here until and unless this alert box is clear. See, this is clickable now. In order to switch the control to this alert box, I'm going to create an object of this alert and link it to the driver to switch to the alert window. So you can see that it throws an error here. So just import the alert packages. So once you're done with this, now say if you want to get the text that is there in the alert window. So to do that, I'm going to consider this string function here and call it alert message and driver.switch to the alert and get the text. So this command helps in getting the text that is present in the alert window. Now say you want to print this text message. So to do that, I'm going to print this system.out.println. I'm going to print this and pause the execution for a few seconds. So first, let's run this program. Okay, you can see that this was quick, and I'm going to close this. This is going to print this is a Selenium alert box. So this was quick, right guys? So in order to pause the execution for a few seconds, I'm going to add the thread command after the page is loaded. Sleep for 3 seconds. Now say you want to maximize the screen. So first I'm going to type the object of the WebDriver, manage the window and maximize. So this command helps in maximizing the window. So let's execute this program. Maximizes it. After 3 seconds, it is going to click. Now let's take a look at the output. It says this is a Selenium alert box. Now say you want to click on the OK button that is present. How do you do that using Selenium? So I'm going to consider the object of the alert, that is alert.accept. So this method is helping us to click the OK button on the alert window. Now I'm going to save this program and run it. Maximizes it. After 3 seconds, clicks on the display alert. And after 3 seconds, it clicks on the accept button. Hope this was clear to you guys. Now, how do you handle the pop-up button? Let's take a look at our web page. Now, let's see how you can handle a pop-up while testing an application. So I'm just going to click on this. So you can see another window is being embedded within the current window. So how to handle this while testing an application? So let's inspect this pop-up button first. Okay, you can see that the ID is present, which is one of the element locators in Selenium. So I'm just going to copy this ID and go back to my project and write the corresponding code. So first I'm going to add the thread command so that it pauses the execution for a few seconds before the other function starts. And next I'm going to find the element by its ID and specify the ID over here. And it is a button, so I'm going to click the button. Okay, so let's go back to our web page. So once you click this button, the window pops up. To handle this window, I'm going to use the mouse hover function so that you can cancel this. I'm going to create the object of the robot class. I think most of you are familiar with the robot class. A robot class mainly helps in handling the mouse and the keyboard functions. So in this case, I'm going to be considering the mouse functions like the mouse press, mouse move, and mouse release functions. So first I'm going to create a robot class and then instantiate it with the new robot. So we need to import the robot packages and it throws declaration. Okay, the AWT exceptions. Now we need to move to the particular location on the web page. When you click this, you need to move the mouse button here. Mouse move function works with the axis, that is X and Y axis. So I'm going to specify the Y axis as 5 or 10 and the X axis as 500 or 400. So let's see how this can be done. Robot dot mouse move. So I'm going to be considering the x-axis as 400 and y-axis as 5. Let's see where this comes up. Run this program. Maximizes it. Clicks on the alert. Clicks on accept and clicks on the pop-up button. The axis is correct. So I'm going to just perform the mouse press and mouse release functions now. Considering the object of the robot, that is robot dot mouse press. Okay, it's input event dot button 1 down mask. After this, I'm going to pause the execution for 2 seconds and I'm going to release the mouse. That is mouse release input event dot button dot mask. And after this, I'm going to pause the execution for the same 2 seconds and I'm going to quit the driver execution. So let's see how this is going to work. Maximizes the page, clicks on the display alert, handle goes to the display alert function and clicks on OK. And then pauses for a few seconds and then clicks on the pop-up. I hope this was clear to you guys. So this is how you handle an alert or a pop-up in Selenium. So let's move ahead and understand the final topic, the application areas where the alerts can be used. Like I mentioned earlier, alerts are the commands that display certain warning messages. These alerts do not pop up in all the web applications. To be precise, the alert functions are used mainly in the field of banking and the e-commerce websites like Amazon, Flipkart, Snapdeal, and so on.
Let's understand what is exception. An exception is an event which occurs during the execution of the program that disrupts the normal flow of the program's instructions. Or in simple words, any issue which makes your test case stop in the course of execution is known as an exception. When an exception occurs, the normal flow of program halts and the exception object is created. The program then tries to find someone that can handle the raised exception. The exception object contains a lot of debugging information such as method hierarchy, the line number where the exception occurred, the type of the exception, etc. So when you start working with Selenium WebDriver, you will come across different exceptions based on the code you write. The same code sometimes works properly and sometimes it will not. you will see some or the other exceptions when you execute your scripts. So whenever you develop any scripts, you will try to give the best quality of the code that works perfectly fine. But unfortunately, sometimes exceptions come as side effects to the scripts that we are developing and that fails. And that's why handling an exception is very important. So you can see here the flow of the exception handling, wherein first problem occurs, then it creates an exception, throw an exception, and finally handle it. Simple? Having understood this, let's move further and look at the exceptions hierarchy. All exceptions and error types are subclasses of class throwable, which is the base class of the hierarchy. One branch is headed by exception. This class is used for exceptional conditions that user programs should catch. Another branch, that is error, are used by the Java runtime systems to indicate the errors that are associated with. So basically, under exceptions, there are two types. One is checked and the other one is unchecked. So let's see the difference between these two exceptions. That is checked versus unchecked exception. So a checked exception means it is the exception that is checked by the compiler at the time of compilation. And an unchecked exception occurs at the time of execution. So basically, checked exceptions are called as compile time exceptions and unchecked exceptions are called as runtime exceptions. So talking about the checked exceptions, these exceptions cannot be simply ignored. The programmer should handle these exceptions in order to maintain the normal flow of execution. Whereas runtime exceptions can be ignored and there won't be any much difference in the flow of execution of the program. So this is the main difference between the checked and unchecked exceptions. Now let's move further and understand the basic example of a Selenium exception. So this is how the structure of an exception looks like. You'll create a class and inside the main method, you will write a try block wherein you will write the code that can raise exception, and inside the catch block what you will do? You will write the code that has to execute. That is, the code that raises an exception will be included in the try block. That is, in the try block, the code throws an exception and later to continue with the normal execution flow, it will be handled in the catch block. Simple? I'll demonstrate the exact working and how the try and catch block works in the next few minutes. For now, let's move further and see the different types of exceptions. So these are some of the types of exceptions. First one, WebDriver exception. This exception comes when we try to perform any action on the non-existing driver. Say you have a Chrome driver but you are trying to perform action on a Mozilla Firefox driver, that is 𝐑𝐸𝐴 driver, then this exception will be raised. Next, no such element exception. This exception is thrown when the WebDriver does not find the element in the DOM structure. That is, if you are not able to locate a particular element, then it will say no such element exception. That is, that element is not present. That is the reason it will throw no such element exception. Next, no such frame exception. So say you want to perform an action that is switching between the frames and you're not able to do that because the child frame is not present or parent frame is not able to navigate to the child frame. In such cases, frame exception will be raised. That is, no such frame exception will be raised. Next, we have no alert present exception. So this exception is basically when we try to perform an action that is either accept or dismiss, which is not required at a required place, it throws an exception. Next, we have timeout exception. So this exception is thrown when a command does not complete or it does not complete the task in a given amount of time. Say you have declared implicitly wait for 10 seconds and also you have given explicitly wait for 5 seconds, and if the page is not able to load within that particular time frame, then it says timeout exception. Now let's move further and understand how an exception is thrown and how to handle all these different 5 types of exceptions with the help of an example. So first, I have created a class called exception handling, and inside my main method I have first launched my Chrome driver. That is a Chrome driver because I want the Chrome driver to launch my Google Chrome and navigate through a particular given website link. So that is the reason the very first step that I do is I launch my Chrome driver. And this is the path where I have saved my Chrome driver. And next, I'm simply navigating through google.com. And I'm using thread.sleep to sleep for 2000, that is 2 milliseconds. And now I'm finding an element by name, that is something like fake.click. Now, this element is not present So what it will do, it will throw an exception called as no such element exception. Obviously, because this thing is nowhere present in the google.com, so that is the reason it will throw. Now let's see how it will throw the exception. You can see Chrome driver launched Google Chrome, navigated through google.com, and nothing is happening. Why? Because exception is being raised here. So you can see it throwed an exception telling no such element, that is unable to locate the element. Yes, exactly. It's telling method name, the name that is my name is my identifier, that is my method, and selector is fake. So it's not able to find any element over here. Now say I want to handle it. How will I do that? Okay. Now say I want to handle the exception that it threw. So what I'll do? I'll use the try block and catch block. So in the try block, I'll write the code that will throw an exception. So you remember this code itself throwed an exception telling it's not able to find a method called name and a selector called fake. So I will write it inside my try block. So I will catch an exception called no such element exception E, and inside that I will print element is not found and hello also. And again, outside the try block, I want to check whether the normal flow of the execution is being carried or not. So that is the reason what I am doing. I'm again printing a statement here, even outside the try catch block. Simple. Now let's run and check the output. So again, Chrome driver launched Google Chrome, navigated through google.com, and now we'll see what happened. Did it throw the exception? No. It just said whatever is there in the catch block, that is element is not found, and it printed hello 2 times, because first time inside the catch block and the second time outside try catch, to ensure that the normal flow of the execution is not interrupted. Yes, this is how you can handle the exceptions. So now we learned about the no such element exception. Now let's move further and see the other exceptions as well. Before that, let me tell you how to handle an exception. That is, what are the various methods to handle exceptions. So we have try, catch, throw, throws, and finally. So these are the 5 different methods to handle an exception. So talking about the try, as you already saw, it is used to specify a block where we should place an exception code. Simple, just now you saw how we did that. Next, catch. This block is mainly used to handle the exception. So whatever exception is thrown by the try block will be handled in this catch block. Simple. Next, we have throws. This is used to throw an exception. I'll show you how this will work as well. So basically, throws is used to throw the exception. So even after handling an exception in the catch block, if you try to throw the particular exception, it will obviously throw. No matter whether catch has handled it or not, it will throw an exception despite of handling it. Next, we have throws. This is used to declare an exception. Suppose say I am using something like thread.sleep or something. If I do not declare the exception, for example, say interrupted exception, it will not let us to continue with the normal flow of the execution. So it is a must that you should declare an exception using throws whenever you are using some statements like thread.sleep or something as such. Next, you have finally. This is used to execute the important code of the program. Suppose assume that you have handled an exception using try catch, but even though it's not getting handled, and you also have some important code to execute. In that case, you will use finally block to make sure that the important part of the code is always executed. No matter what, either the exception is handled, not handled, anything, the finally block code will always get executed. So that's the main specialty of this. Now I hope you got a clear idea regarding try, catch, throw, throws, and finally. Let's see along with an example. Okay, now let me consider the same example and tell you one thing. Okay, now that you know I have handled an exception, so there is no disruption in the flow of execution. Now I will do one thing. I will use throw of fees, that is, I'm throwing an exception. Irrespective of the catch block is handling exception, it will still throw the exception, that is this one. Why? Because I want to throw the exception. Very simple. Let's check the output. So again, Google Chrome was launched. So you can see here, first it printed element is not found and hello as well. After that, as I'm using throw of v, that is I'm throwing an exception, it said no such element, that is unable to locate this particular element. Correct? So it's throwing a complete exception of this. Irrespective of whether the catch block has handled the exception or not, if I use throw, it will still throw the exception. So that's how throw is used. And as I have already told, throws is used to declare the exception. I'm using thread.sleep here. And if I remove this, you can see there's an error. So what's the error? It's telling to add throws declaration. That will be interrupted exception. So this is how throws is used to declare the interrupted exception. Now say you have handled the exception and you're also throwing the exception. Okay. Now let's see how the no alert present exception will be raised. So now what I'm doing here, I'm just navigating through google.com, and inside the try block, I'm simply trying to switch to an alert and trying to accept it. As I have mentioned you before, accept and dismiss are the alerts. If it is being used at the wrong place, it will throw an exception. And though I'm handling it in the catch block, telling no alert present exception, and I'm printing the stack trace, though I'm catching it, it will still throw an exception. Let's see the output. Okay, so you can see here that exception was being thrown and it said no such alert. So this is how this exception is thrown. If you want to handle it, you can again handle it with the help of try catch. That's so simple. Next, we will see no such frame exception. Here I'm doing nothing. I'm simply switching to a window and I'm closing the driver. Let's run the program and check the output. It will obviously say no such window exception. Yes, you can see that. It's telling no such window. So these are some of the types of exception. Again, if you want to switch to some frame that is not present, then again it will say no such frame exception. Now let's run and check the output. Yes, you can see that it's telling no frame element found by name or ID, that is fail. Yes. So you learned about no such element exception, no such frame exception, no such window, no alert present. So basically these are the different types of exceptions that occurs when you're working with Selenium WebDriver, and that should be handled in order to continue with the normal flow of the execution. Else it will disrupt the normal flow and the program execution will not be happening in a proper way. And there are various methods to handle, like you have try, catch, throw, throws, finally, etc.
What are listeners? Listeners are basically the ones who have the ability to listen to a particular event. Now say you want to share some secret with your friend. So you give him a call and start talking. Now what is the role of your friend in this case? He basically listens to everything that you want to share. The same goes with the Selenium WebDriver too, guys. Selenium provides certain functionalities that help in listening to a particular event, which in turn acts as an interface. Now I'll give you a formal definition of what are listeners. Listener is defined as an interface that modifies the default behavior of the program. As the name suggests, listeners listen to the event defined in the Selenium script and behave accordingly. It is used in Selenium by implementing an interface called listeners. The main purpose of using this listeners is to create logs and reports. So now that you've understood what are listeners and also understood why do we use them in Selenium, let's move on to our next topic, that is what are the different types of listeners. There are basically two types of listeners, guys, the WebDriver listener and TestNG listeners. First, we'll discuss about what are WebDriver listeners. People who are working on Selenium must have craved for more logs from the WebDriver so that you can debug your scripts or maybe log more information about your test to the WebDriver. But you couldn't do it. How can you do that using Selenium? That's the whole point, right? There are two listeners, basically events, which help you in doing this process. They are event firing WebDriver and the WebDriver event listener. So first we'll see what is the WebDriver event listener. So this listener basically helps in capturing the WebDriver events. Now what is event firing WebDriver? This event firing WebDriver is a class that implements the WebDriver interface. So what does this mean? So this actually means that you will get all your regular WebDriver methods like find element by ID, find element by tag name. And in addition to this, you'll also have two methods like the register method and the unregister method, where the register method will let you register the implementation process, whereas the unregistered method will help you with the detaching process. So this is about the WebDriver listeners, guys. So now let's try implementing a use case of this WebDriver listener. To do that, we require the Java libraries, and we also need an IDE where we can perform some actions. So I'm going to consider working on the Eclipse IDE because it provides various functionalities while working on a Java project. So in order to implement the WebDriver listeners, we need to check if the Java libraries are present. So to do that, I'm going to go to the command prompt and type Java version. This specifies the version of Java installed in my system. So I have Java 1.8. Okay. So after this, we need an IDE where we can perform the actions. So I have the latest Eclipse IDE, guys, because Eclipse provides all functionalities when we are working on a Java project. So you can see that I have the latest Eclipse IDE. So I'm just going to open this, launch the process. Okay, so this is the Eclipse workspace, guys. And in this case, we'll try automating our official website edureka.co so that we can implement both the WebDriver listener as well as the TestNG listeners. And you can see that I've already created a project by the name Listener WebDriver. And I've also written the code, guys, because I think it'll be useful for you guys when you try to understand the implementation process. So I'm just going to click on the drop down of this project. You can see that the Java libraries are present, guys. And I've also added the TestNG libraries. This source field is where we are going to write our code. So I'm going to click on the drop down. So first I've created a package under which our classes reside. Okay, you can find two classes by name, event capture and listener main class. So these both help in showing how WebDriver listener work. So there's another folder by name referenced libraries. So this contains all the Selenium libraries. So first let's understand what happens in the event capture program. As you can see that I've created a class called event capture and implement the WebDriver event listener. And once we've implemented the WebDriver event listener, we have to implement the list of methods as shown in this code. Okay, these are all the functions that we are going to implement. I'm going to consider explaining you about one function, guys, here, because all the methods here corresponds to an event. For example, the function called after navigate to, which is called every time the navigate to page is completed. So all we have to do here is put some code inside these methods so that our code is executed every time when the page navigates to some other page. So ideally, we would be adding our login statements here. Okay. And the first function here, that is after change value of, is called every time after you change the value of a specific element. And after click on is called every time after you click the element. Likewise, after navigate forward function, which is called after you navigate to another web page. After navigate function is called every time you want to navigate to another web page. Before change of value, this function is called before you change the value of an element. Before click on, before find by, before navigate back, before navigate forward, before navigate refresh. This helps in refreshing the web page before you navigate through it. And before navigate to, on exception, if there are any exceptions occurring in the program, so this function is called. After alert accept, after you finish accepting the alert, this function is called. After change of value. So these are all the basic constructors, guys. So these are the functions that are going to be called every time you specify them in the main page. So what is their main agenda? So their agenda is to act as an interface between the element and the web page. So this is about the event capture program, guys. Now let's move on to understand our main function. You can see that I've created a class called listener main class under which our main class resides. The first thing you need to do when you're working on Selenium is to set the browser property. So in this case, I'm going to consider working on the Chrome driver. So I'm going to specify the name of the Chrome driver and also specify the path in which it resides, followed by the extension chromedriver.exe, which has to be the executable form. And after this, I'm going to create an object of the WebDriver and call it driver and instantiate the new Chrome driver. So this might throw an error, guys. All you have to do is just import the packages to the project. And once this is done, I'm going to create an object of the JavaScript executor. Now you might ask, what is a JavaScript executor? JavaScript executor is an interface that helps to execute the JavaScript through the Selenium WebDriver. After creating an object, I'm going to link this JavaScript executor to the driver. And after this, I'm going to create an object of the event firing WebDriver. I think you guys have understood what is an event firing WebDriver. It is a class that implements the WebDriver interface. So I'm going to create an object of the same and instantiate it with the new event firing WebDriver and link the driver along with it. And after this, we are going to create an object of our event capture program and call it eCapture and instantiate it with the new event capture. And once we're done with this, we are going to register the event handler function with the object of the event capture using the register function, guys, which helps in registering the implementation process. And once this is done, I'm going to use the navigate to command, which helps in navigating to a particular web page, and also specify the URL of the web page you want to navigate it to. So I'm going to consider the object of the event firing WebDriver and navigate it to a web page, edureka.co/blog. So after you finish navigating through this page, say for example, you want to scroll down through a page. So let's navigate to our web page, edureka.co/blog. So this is the page that we want to navigate it to. Now say if you want to perform the scrolling function here, how would you do that using Selenium? So let's write a piece of code. So I'm going to consider the object of the JavaScript executor JS and execute script with the help of the function window.scrollby. So this function helps in specifying the axis in which you want to scroll down through. The first attribute here contains the x-axis value, which is 0. As you want to scroll down through the page, I'm going to consider the y-axis, which is 400. And I'm going to pause the execution for 3 seconds using the thread command. So it is 3000 nanoseconds, which is basically 3 seconds. Let's say you want to find an element on the web page. So this is the web page. So I'm going to scroll down through the page. Say you want to search for this element software testing on the web page. How would you do that using Selenium? So I'm just going to right click on it, click on inspect. It has a class name and this is the link text specified here. So I'm just going to copy this link text and go back to our project and write the corresponding code. I'm going to consider the object of the event firing WebDriver and find the element by the link text by specifying the value of the link text and also click the link text. Say after this you want to navigate to another web page. How would you do that using Selenium, and that too the navigate to function? So I'm just gonna go to our web page. Okay. Now say I want to search for this courses. So I'm just gonna click on this courses and I want to navigate to this particular web page. So I'm just gonna copy this link and go back to my project and specify the URL of the web page. And say you want to navigate to the web page you were working on, that is the blog page. Now how would you do that using the functions those were specified? So I'm going to consider the object of the event handler and specify the navigate back command. So this command helps in navigating back to our blog page. So once this is done, I'm going to quit the event handler function using event handler.quit. So this particular command helps in ending the event firing WebDriver functions. And after this is done, we are going to unregister the events of the eCapture program. So to do that, I'm going to consider the object of the event firing WebDriver, that is event handler, and specify the unregistered function and specify what you want to unregister. Once these are done, I'm going to print end of the listener class. to specify if the project is working properly or not. So this is our WebDriver listener. Now let's try to run this code. You can see that Chrome is being automated. It will first open the blog page, scrolls down, clicks on the software testing, and navigates to all courses and comes back to the page. And you can also see the command that is printed here, end of listeners class. So this is how the WebDriver listener work in Selenium. Now let's understand what are the TestNG listeners. TestNG listeners allow customizing of the TestNG reports or logs. Now say you want to get the report of the functions or the programs that you've executed and the log functionalities of the program. So how would you do that using Selenium? So this TestNG plays an important role in getting the reports or the logs of the programs or the processes that you've executed. And the main task of the TestNG listeners is to change the default behavior of the methods and write the own implementation when the test fails or skips. There are many types of listeners which allows you to change the TestNG's behavior. So I've noted down a few of them: annotation transformer, annotation transformer 2, configuration listener, and so on. These interfaces are used in Selenium to generate logs or to customize the TestNG reports. But in this session, we'll mainly concentrate working on the iTest listeners. So this iTest listeners has the following methods. So it is onStart. This method is called when any test starts in the process. OnTestSuccess is called on success of any test case. OnTestFailure is a method which is called on a failure of any test. OnTestSkipped is called when you've skipped off any test. OnTestFailed but within success percentage is called each time when the test fails but is within the success percentage. The last one, onFinish, is called after all the tests are executed. Having understood what TestNG listeners are, let's write a use case of the same. So to do that, we are again going to consider working on the Eclipse IDE. So let's take a look at the Eclipse IDE. So this was the WebDriver listener. So even in this case, I've already created a project and written the code so that you guys find it easy to understand. So I'm going to click on the drop down, directly go to the source folder, default package, where you'll find two classes, one by name listener test and the test cases. So let's try understanding what the listener test program does. So the first thing I'll do here is create a class called listener test that implements the iTest listener. And it might show up an error here, and it'll also suggest two quick fixes. Select the first one, which will say the add unimplemented methods, which will help in adding multiple unimplemented methods without a body, under which we are going to override the function onFinish. I think you guys have understood what onFinish function does. So once you call this onFinish function, I'm going to pass the attribute iTestContext. So what does the iTestContext do? This class defines the test context, which contains all information for a given test run. So I'm going to specify the result along with it and create a constructor of the same. And after this, I'm going to override another function called onStart and also pass the attribute iContextResult. I'm going to do the same with the onTestFailed but within success percent. Okay, so we are going to override the functions here and also specify the attribute. So these functions are called when you want to start the process and end it. Now say you want a function to be called when it's failed or skipped or started. So we use the onTestFailure command and specify the attribute iTestResult, which holds the result of the onTestFailure. And I'm going to print this particular command, which says the name of the test case failed, by specifying the name of the test case that failed. After this, say you want to specify the tests that were skipped. So you can specify it using the onTestSkipped command. So this function helps in getting the name of the test case that was skipped. And I'm going to print this command, the name of the test case skipped, by getting the name of the case by using this command result.getName. And after this, say you want to call a function which specifies the start operation. So I'm going to use the onTestStart function, which is called every time the test case starts. Okay. And under this, I'm going to print this command here, which specifies the test is started. And after the execution of the program, now say you want to specify the success of the test. So using this onTestSuccess function, we can specify if the test case was successful or not. So this is our listener test program, guys. Now let's move on and understand our main function, that is test case. Now to implement these listeners into our regular project, that is this test case project, there are two ways you can connect to the class and the interface. So the first method is by using the listeners annotation. So this helps in linking the listeners of the listener test class to our test case class. So after this, I'm going to create a class called test case class, where I'm going to declare the WebDriver as public and create an object of the same. And I'm going to write the annotation test, which tells the JUnit that the public void method attached can be run as a test case. So under which I'm going to create a function called login, and I'm going to write this code inside this so that we can link the TestNG listeners to this test case project. So the very first thing you need to do is set the browser driver. So you can see that I've considered the command system.setProperty, where I've mentioned the name of the WebDriver and also specified the path in which is located. And then I'm going to instantiate the browser driver with the new Chrome driver and try to get the URL of the web page that we want to search. And we are also going to consider using the JavaScript executor to perform scrolling operation. Now say you want to maximize the web page. So I'm going to do that using this command driver.manage.window.maximize. So let's go to our web page, edureka.go. Now say you want to search for this particular search box. So I'm going to inspect this search box. You can see that the ID is present, which is the CSS selector. So just copy this ID and go back to our project and specify the ID. That is this, repeat, and specify the CSS selector using the find element function. Do note that CSS selector always starts with the symbol. So if the ID is present, hash is used. So I've specified the hash before the value of the element. And I'm going to send keys to that particular location, that is Test Automation Engineer Masters program, and click the search button. So let's go back to our web page. This search button is what we want to search for. So just click on it and inspect. So you can see that the class is present here. So I'm going to copy this class name and go back to my project and paste it. Okay. And click the search box. And after this, I'm going to perform actions like scrolling down the web page and pausing. So you can see that there are three commands here, which contains the object of the JavaScript executor. And I'm going to consider the function window scroll by specifying the axis in which it has to scroll. So I'm going to consider only the y-axis. Pause the execution using the thread command. Okay. Now say you want to forcefully fail a test case. How can you do that using Selenium? So we are going to consider the function test2fail, which actually helps in the failure of a test case. So under this function, I'm going to print this particular command. This method is to test the failure. I'm going to consider using the assert function here. That is, we are asserting that the expression is true. If it is not true, then we will display the message and the assertion will fail. In assert false, you are asserting that an expression evaluates to false. Assert true, specify the message and the value is false. That is equal to assert false, where the message and the value is false. So let's try running this program. TestNG detected. Okay, you can see that the login test case started has popped up here. Maximizes the screen. Searches for Test Automation Engineer Masters program. You can see that it is scrolling down through the page without clicking the button. So you can see the output of this, guys. It says one test case is successful and one test case is passed. Let's look at the console. Okay. You can see that the message is printed here. You can also figure that out using this result. It says 2 test cases are run in total and 1 failure. That is, you can see that it navigated to the web page edureka.co, maximized the screen, searched for the search box and sent keys to it, but it did not click on the search icon. And after that, it continued executing the scrolling function. So it specifies the failure of a test case and also specifies the success rate of the test case. So this is how TestNG listeners work in Selenium, guys. Now let's move on and understand the major differences between the WebDriver listener and the TestNG listeners. The TestNG listeners are used to generate the reports for the test cases. It also helps in capturing the screenshot of the test cases failed, and it also helps in performing events like on test failure, on test skipped, and on test success. Whereas the WebDriver listeners perform jobs like the TestNG listeners of the logging and reporting functions, but it works differently with different events. So these are the major differences between the TestNG listeners and the WebDriver listeners. What is an action class in Selenium? Action class is based on a builder design pattern which basically builds a composite action with the aggregation of a Selenium WebDriver, where the WebDriver is only used to identify the presence of web elements on the web page. Action is a way in which something works, but in Selenium, actions class is based on the builder design pattern, which basically helps in building a composite action with the help of Selenium WebDriver, where the WebDriver is only used to identify the presence of the web elements on the web page. Selenium provides API to automate the keyboard events, mouse events, drag and drop feature, and so on. And this can be achieved using the action interface and the action class. The action interface is only used to represent a single user interaction, that is to perform the series of actions termed by this actions class. It contains the actions and the action class which are needed while executing the events. So this is about the actions class in Selenium. Now let's understand the importance of this actions class in Selenium. This actions class is mainly used to handle the actions that can be performed on the keyboard, mouse, drop down, drag and drop, and so on. This class mainly focuses on the user-facing API for emulating complex user gestures. This API also includes actions such as drag and drop, clicking multiple elements, double click, right click on the mouse, and so on. Okay, so this is why we need the actions class in Selenium. Now let's take a look at the different methods that are available in this actions class. Like I mentioned earlier, this actions class controls the mouse and the keyboard functions like the click action, click and hold action, double click action, double tap action, key down, key up, and so on. So let's learn about them in detail. First, we'll start learning about the keyboard interface. Okay, so this keyboard interface has these methods. It has send keys, it has key down, it has key up. Let's learn about them in detail. Send keys are used to send a series of keystrokes onto the web element. For example, if you find a search box or a text box on the web page, you can inspect the element and get the ID of it and send keys to that particular element. That can be done using this send keys method. Now, what is a key down method? Key down method sends a key press without releasing it. So this basically allows to press the key. So this key down method basically helps in pressing the key. For example, keys.shift, keys.control, and so on. Now let's discuss about the key up method. Key up method is used to release the key. Okay, for example, key release. Now let's discuss about the mouse events in Selenium. There are a few methods under this mouse events, say click, which simply clicks on the element, double click, which helps in double clicking on the web element, context link. This is something new. This context click performs a context click, that is a right click on a web element. click and hold. It clicks at the present mouse location without releasing it. Drag and drop. I think you guys might have wondered how to drag and drop a particular element on the web page using Selenium. So this drag and drop feature can be achieved in Selenium by using this actions class. So let's see what this drag and drop is all about. This method invokes the click and hold at the source location and moves to the location of the target element before releasing the mouse. It basically has two fields, which is the source and the target. Source holds the location of the element that has to be grabbed, and the target holds the element that has to be released. Okay, so this is about the drag and drop method. Now let's take a look at the drag and drop by method. This has basically three attributes. This drag and drop by method performs click and hold at the source location by shifting to the given offset horizontally or vertically. Okay, so this is about the drag and drop by method. Now let's move on and understand what is a move by offset method. This method shifts the mouse from its current position to the given offset. It can either be horizontal offset or the vertical offset. Now let's take a look at the move to element method. This move to element method helps in shifting the mouse to the center of the element that has to be located. Okay. Now, what is the release method? This method releases the depressed left mouse button at the existing mouse location. That is, it releases the left mouse button. And in some applications, we may face a situation where you have to automate the drag and drop an item from one location to another location. We could not achieve this using the basic elements that are present on the web page. But Selenium has provided an actions class to handle this kind of scenarios. So we can overcome this using the drag and drop method. To execute this drag and drop feature in Selenium, we require two attributes, that is namely the source locator and the target locator. The syntax goes something like this. It says action.drag and drop, specify the source locator and the target locator, and build and perform. Okay, so this is about the drag and drop method in the actions class. In some cases, we might want to right click on the element to get more options. To do that, we use the context click method in the actions class. Okay, so this is everything you need to know about the methods in the actions class. Now let's move on to the interesting part of this session, a demo on how to handle the action class in Selenium. For that, we require the latest version of Java in our system and also an IDE where we can perform the actions. So this is the Eclipse workspace, guys. In this case, I've already written the piece of code so that you can understand how exactly the action class work. So the very first thing you need to do when you want to test an application using Selenium is to set the browser driver. In this case, I'm going to consider using the Chrome driver. So I'm going to set the system property to the Chrome driver and also specify the path in which it exists, followed by the extension chromedriver.exe, which specifies that it's an executable file. Once you finish this, we have to instantiate the browser driver with the new Chrome driver. And once you do this, let's get the URL of the web page. In my case, I'll be considering working on the official website of Edureka, that is www.edureka.co. And I'll maximize the screen using this command, driver.manage.window.maximize. That is the object of the WebDriver. Manage the window maximize. So this command helps in maximizing the window. And once you do this, let's add the implicit wait command here, which basically helps to wait for the complete page to load. So this will be for 10 seconds because the time unit is in seconds. Okay. And after this, I'm going to pause the execution using the thread.sleep command. That is in milliseconds, so it will be 3000 milliseconds. And after this, I'm going to create the object of the actions and instantiate it with the new actions that is linked with the driver. Okay. This actions might throw up an error, so just add the packages to the project. And after you instantiate the actions with the driver, let's perform the operations on this actions class. I think you guys have understood what is the move to element method in the actions class. Okay. So this move to element helps in shifting the mouse to the center of the element. So we'll move the element to this particular location. So let's inspect our web page, edureka.co. Okay, so first we'll start working on the drop down. Okay, so I want this particular location. So I'll inspect this. I'll inspect this location. Okay, this comes under the class. Okay, you can see that the ID is present, which is an element locator in Selenium. So I'm just going to copy this ID and go back to my project and paste it here. Okay, as you can see, I'll find the element by its ID. Do consider writing build.perform, which basically helps in compiling and execution. Okay, so this is the function of the build.perform function. Now, after we find the element on the web page, we'll pause the execution for 3 seconds using the thread command. Okay, and once this is done, we are going to find another element on the web page. Let's go back to our web page. So under this, let's say you want to search for this particular element, that is the software testing. So I'm going to inspect this software testing. Okay, as you can see, the link text is present, but in some cases link text might not work. So I'll try using the CSS selector because ID is present. So I'll just copy this and go back to my project and paste it over here. Okay, after you find this element, we need to link it with the builder, which is the object of this actions class. Okay, so we'll do that using this command builder.move to the element and specify the object of this web element, that is link.build and perform, which helps in compiling and executing. And once you move to this element on the web page, we'll pause the execution for 2 seconds. Okay, and after this, say you want to click on the software testing. So let's see how you can do this. Just go here. Say you want to click on the software testing. How to do that using Selenium? Let's go back to our project. Let's try inspecting this. As you can see, the ID is present and this is a subclass of li, which is a subclass of the ul. Okay, so let's try writing the XPath to this location. So I'll write Control F, where I'll consider writing the parent class first and then write the child class. So I'm going to copy this parent class and I'm going to write ul, where class is equal to this and the child class, and also specify the class of this. See, as you can see that the drop down is selected over here and it comes under A, where text equals, like I mentioned, the link text won't work at some point. So I'm just going to copy this text. Okay, you can see that I made a mistake here. Okay, I had to take out the annotation here. So this is a unique location on the web page. So I'm just going to copy this location of the web element and go back to my project and paste it over here. And I'm going to click the particular location. Okay, and after I click the element, I'm going to pause the execution for 4 seconds. Okay, and after that, I'm going to create another object of the web element called act, where I'll be searching this particular location, that is the search box. Okay, the search box has the ID. So I'm going to copy this ID and go back to my project and find the element by ID. Okay, like I mentioned earlier, we need to link the actions class to the web element. So I'm going to write builder.moveToElement and specify the object of the web element act.build.perform. Okay, and once you find the element, that is the search box on the web page, I'm going to pause the execution for 3 seconds and then try to send keys to them. And once you get the location of the search box, we need to click on the search button. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to consider finding the element. Let's go back to our project. Okay, this search box is what we want to search. So this has class, which has the ID present. Okay, but I'm going to try writing XPath to it. So I'm going to write the XPath to this particular location. So this comes under the span, where class is equal to this. Okay, this is a unique address, so I'm going to copy this and go back to my project and paste it over here. Okay, so this search button needs to be clicked. So we'll see how to do that using the actions class. And like I mentioned earlier, we need to link the actions to this web element. So I'm going to use this particular command and pause the execution for 3 seconds. And after this, I'm going to create an object of the action class, not the actions. Okay. And then I'll be creating an interface called action and name this interface as series of actions. Okay. And this interface can control the entire actions class. Okay. So after specifying the series of actions class, I'm going to instantiate it with the builder, and then I'm going to perform some actions. Okay. As you can see that these are the methods that we just saw, that is the send keys method, key down, key up. Okay. So these methods can be called using this action interface. So I'm going to consider the object of the actions class, that is the builder dot send keys to act. What is act? Act is the web element that is used to find the search box or the text box. And I'm going to send keys as Selenium. Okay, so I'm going to send keys to the search box in the web element. And then I'm going to perform the action called key down. Key down helps in pressing the key. So I'm going to press the key, that is search. Search is used to find the element, that is the search button. Okay. So this search button is pressed using the key down function. And then I'm going to perform the shift operation. That is, it helps in clicking. Okay, so this helps in pressing the key. And then I'm going to perform the key up action, which helps in releasing the key. Okay, so this search box, key shift. Okay, and after this, I'm going to build it and perform. So I'm going to specify the series of actions, which is an interface of actions class, and perform. And then I'm going to pause the execution for 3 seconds and quit the driver execution. So I'll just save it and run it. Okay, it first has to navigate to the edureka.co page, maximize the page, and then search for the drop down, pause the execution and click on the software testing. And then it has to search for the search box and send keys to it. Selenium and clicks. Okay, so this is how the actions work in Selenium. Now let's understand how the drag and drop feature works in Selenium. Okay, so I've already written a piece of code here so that you understand it properly. In this case, I'll be testing a generic web page, that is jQuery UI. Let's check out this web page. Okay, so this page mainly deals with drag and drop. You can see that there is a frame here under which there is drag me to the target and drop. So this is how the drag and drop feature works in Selenium. One thing you need to know about this drag and drop feature is it can only drag and drop the web element. You cannot drag the file from the folder and drop it on the web page. That doesn't happen. It only works within the current web page. Okay, that's how Selenium works, right guys? It just drags this source and drops it to the target location. Okay, let's see how you can do this using Selenium. So this is a software which mainly deals with drag and drop feature. Okay, so I'll go back to my project and just explain you guys how this works. As you can see that this drag and drop feature exists within the frame. Okay, so if you inspect it, you can see that there is page source and frame source. Okay, so I'm going to click on the frame source. Okay, you can see that the HTML code is present here. Okay, now if you click anywhere else outside this, you can't find the frame source here. You can only view the page source or the inspect option, but inside this you can view the frame source. Okay, so everything inside this frame is considered as an object. So when you inspect this element, you can find the ID is present. You can see that the ID is present, but the very first thing you need to do when you want to search for this particular location is to switch to this particular frame. Okay, so this exists under the frame. See, you can see that the iframe exists here, which holds this particular frame in it. Okay, so this is just another division in the frame. So first you need to switch to this frame. So to do that, I'm going to switch to the frame and specify the frame value as 0. So it switches to the particular frame. And after that, I'm going to find the element using its ID. As you can see that the ID is present, which is a element locator in Selenium. So I'll go back to my project and create an object of the web element and find the element using the ID. The same goes with the target element as well. So I'm going to create an object of the web element, call it target element, and find the element using the ID. Okay, you can see that the ID is present here. Yeah, so I'll copy this ID and go back to my project. And after you find the location of the source element and the target element, we need to perform actions on them. That is the drag and drop feature. So to do that, I'm going to create an object of this actions class and call it action. And I'm going to instantiate it with the new actions where I'll be linking the driver along with it. And after I do this, I'm going to pause the execution for 3 seconds so that you can clearly see what is happening. And after this, I'm going to consider the object of the actions class, that is action, and I'm going to use the drag and drop method to perform the action. So in this case, you need to mention the source element as well as the target element. And the syntax goes something like this. It asks for the source element and the target element. Okay. In our case, the object of the source is the source element and the target is the target element. So I'm going to build and perform this function, and I'm going to pause the execution for 3 seconds so that you can see that the drag and drop function is working. And after this, I'm going to quit the driver execution. You can also use this command here, which I've used this as a comment. You can click and hold the source element and move to the target element. And then I'm going to release the clicked button on the mouse and build and perform. Even this function works, guys. Okay. So let's save this and run it. It first navigates to the page, searches for the target and the source element and drags the source to the target. Okay. And closes the web execution. Time plays a major role while testing, and we need to make sure that we complete the desired task within the specific time. A robot class is used to generate native system input events for the purpose of test automation, self-running demos, and other applications where the control of mouse and keyboard is needed. The primary purpose of this robot class is to facilitate the automation testing for the Java platform implementations. In simple terms, I can say that this class provides control over the mouse and the keyboard devices. This robot class can handle the pop-ups during the execution. This class is very easy to use with the automation process. Now you might ask, why do we need this robot class when we can perform actions on the keyboard and as well as hover the mouse over the location on the web page? Right. To answer this, I would say a robot class is used to simulate and handle the mouse and keyboard functions. We don't have to click any button while automating a web page. It can handle all the pop-ups as well as the notification section of the web page. It also helps you when you want to upload a file onto an application. This can be done using this robot class. Hope you guys got a clear idea on why we use this robot class in Selenium. So this is about what is a robot class and why we use this robot class in Selenium. Now let's move on to our next topic, that is what are the different methods that are used while working on this robot class. So there are basically 5 different methods. As I mentioned earlier, it handles all the keyboard and mouse functions. So the first method would be the key press. So this is used to press any key on the keyboard. For example, if you have this particular command, it will press the up key in the keyboard. Next up, we have the key release method. This is used to release the press key of the keyboard. For example, if you have this particular command, it will release the pressed caps lock key in the keyboard. So this is about the methods that are used to control the keyboard functions. Now let's take a look at the methods that are used to handle the mouse functions. In this, we have the mouse press method, which is used to press the left button of the mouse. For example, if you have this particular command, it helps in pressing the left button of the mouse. And then we have the mouse release method, which is used to release the pressed button of the mouse. For example, if you have this particular command, it helps in releasing the pressed button of the mouse. Last up, we have the mouse move method, which will move the mouse pointer to the X and the Y coordinates. Coordinates of the elements are passed in this mouse move method. So the command goes something like this. It says robot.mouseMove and specify the coordinates of the x-axis and also the y-axis. Okay, so these are the methods that actually control the mouse and the keyboard functions. To understand how to implement this robot class in Selenium, let's take a look at the implementation of this robot class. So to do that, we require the latest version of Java installed in our system and also an IDE where we can perform all the actions. So let's check if Java is installed in our system. Let's go to command prompt and type Java-version. This is the version of Java installed in my system. So now we need an IDE where we can perform the actions. I'm going to consider working on the Eclipse IDE because it is very convenient when you're working on a Java project. So I'll just quickly open this Eclipse IDE, launch the workspace. Okay, so this is the Eclipse workspace, guys. So first I'm going to create a new project, that is a new Java project. Go to new and go to Java project. You need to give this a name. So I'm going to name this project as robot class. Click on finish. Okay, you can see that there is a folder being created by the name robot class. I'm just going to click on the drop down. You can find the source field and the Java libraries. Now we need to add the Selenium jar files to this folder. So I'm just going to right click on this, go to build path and configure the Selenium libraries. Add external jars, Selenium standalone server, okay. And we require the Selenium libraries. Open, add external jars, open. All the Selenium libraries are added to this project. Click on apply and close. You can find another folder which holds the Selenium libraries. Now let's write our code in this source field. Go to new and go to class. So I'm going to name this as demo class, where I'm going to include the main function and click on finish. So in this case, we'll try performing actions on our official website edureka.co. So to do that, I'm going to first set the browser driver. So in this case, we'll be performing actions on the Chrome driver. So I'm going to type system.set property and specify the driver, that is WebDriver.chrome.driver, and also specify the path in which it is located. In my case, it's in the C drive. So I'm just going to copy this path and go back to my project and paste the location here. One thing you need to know when you specify the path, it should always end with the extension chromedriver.exe. That is, it specifies that it's an executable file. And after this, I'm going to instantiate the Chrome driver. Okay, so to do that, I'm going to create an object of the WebDriver and call it driver and instantiate it with the new Chrome driver. Okay, you can see that it throws an error. So just import the WebDriver packages to this project. Okay, I think you guys understood how to set the browser driver. Now let's get the URL of the web page. So I'm going to consider the object of the WebDriver, that is driver.get, and paste the URL here. So it's http://edureka.co. So this is the URL of the web page, guys. Now let's go to our web page, edureka.co. So we're going to perform actions on this web page here. Now say you want to click this particular element on the web page. So I'm just going to inspect this. Okay, you can see that the link text is present. So I'm just going to copy this link text and go back to my project. So I'm going to consider the object of the WebDriver, that is driver.findElement by the link text and specify the link text here. As it's a clickable element, I'm going to click this particular location. Okay. So once this is done, I'm going to instantiate the robot class. So to do that, I'm going to call robot and create an object of the same and call it robot as well. And I'm going to instantiate it with the new robot. You can see that it throws an error here. So import the robot packages to the project. Okay, throws declaration, it throws AWT exceptions. Okay. So once you initialize this robot class, we need to perform certain actions on the keyboard as well as the mouse functions. So to do that, first I'm going to pause the execution for a few seconds. So I'm going to pause the execution for 4 seconds. It throws an error, so add throws declaration. Okay. Once you're done initializing the robot class, I'm going to perform some actions on the keyboard. So I'm going to consider the object of the robot class, that is robot dot key press. I'm going to press this particular key event which specifies that a keystroke is initialized. Okay. So once you do this, I'm going to consider pressing the key down, which specifies that the key is pressed. Okay. So once you do this, I'm going to pause the execution for a few seconds so that you can see that the key is pressed. It's in milliseconds, so I'm going to consider it as 4 seconds. And then I'm going to press the tab key on the keyboard. So to do that, I'm going to consider the object of the robot class, key press, the key event, and specify that you want to press the tab. Okay. So do add the thread.sleep command so that you can actually pause the execution for a few seconds, and it will be useful when you're executing the program. Thread.sleep. Pause the execution for 4 seconds here as well. Now, in order to make sure that you don't have errors while executing the program, I'm going to add the system.println command. I'm going to print E here. Okay. After this, I'm going to press another tab key. So consider the object of the robot class, robot.keyPress, and specify the key event, and also specify that you want to click the tab button. Okay. And after this, I'm going to pause the execution for a few seconds, and I'm going to print certain text so that you can know where the error exists when you're executing. I'm going to print B, and again I'm going to click the tab key. So consider the object of the robot class, key press, specify the key event, and also perform actions on the tab. Again, I'm going to pause the execution for a few seconds, and I'm going to print. After you're done performing actions with the keyboard functions, now let's move on and automate the mouse functions. So I'm going to consider the object of the robot class, that is robot.mouseMove, where you have to specify the axis in which you want the mouse to move. So I'm going to take it as 30, and the y-axis will be 100. Okay, so let's see how this comes up. And after this, I'm going to print system.out.println, where I'm going to pass this particular text. And after this is done, I'm going to exit the driver execution. So driver.quit. Okay, it quits the driver execution. So I'm going to save this code and run it. Run as a Java application. It first navigates to Edureka website, searches for the course link, then opens it. Processes the keyboard functions and the mouse handle function. Okay, you can see that it is going here, that is the tab function and the mouse handling function. Okay, so this is how Selenium can control the mouse functions as well as the keyboard functions. Now let's take a look at the limitations of this robot class. The mouse or the keyboard event will work only on the current window. It is difficult to switch among different screens or windows. For example, if a code is executing any robot event by the code execution, but the code execution is moved to another window or a new window. In this case, the mouse or the keyboard event will still remain the same but on the previous window. A method like this mouse move depends on the screen resolution. And if you're using the XY coordinates for your test, then the test will behave differently on the different screens. And if in case you're running your tests in a virtual machine, then the script failure is more. Okay? So these are the certain limitations of this robot class. Selenium WebDriver is a combination of two major projects, that is Selenium version 1.0 and WebDriver. Let's see what this means. Selenium WebDriver is a collection of open source API which are used to automate the testing of a web application. You might ask, what's the difference between Selenium and Selenium WebDriver? Selenium, as you all know, is a suite of tools specifically for automating web browsers. There are many flavors in Selenium, and the user should know which is the appropriate tool that you need to use. Selenium suite of tools mainly consists of Selenium IDE, Selenium RC, that is remote control, Selenium WebDriver, and Selenium Grid. Selenium WebDriver is basically designed to supply a well-designed object-oriented API, and the test scripts can be written in any programming language like Java, C#, Python, Scala, and so on. But it has only a programming interface and not an IDE. It is fast when it comes to interacting with most of the browsers like Chrome, Firefox, IE, and so on, as it directly interacts with the target element rather than interacting with the server and then pointed to the target element. So this is about Selenium WebDriver. Now let's take a look at the advantages of this WebDriver. Selenium WebDriver is an open source tool which is simple and provides a concise interface to perform testing. It is highly efficient because it can find the element on a web page using the element locators, which can easily identify the web element to automate the process. It has support over dynamic web pages like Ajax and so on, and also helps in the process of changing the web element by not reloading the page. So this is one of the major features of Selenium WebDriver. It also drives the browser much efficiently and also overcomes the limitations of Selenium 1. So these are the few notable advantages of Selenium WebDriver. Now let's see what are the basic prerequisites that are required to work on Selenium WebDriver. We require the latest version of Java in our system, and we also need the latest Eclipse IDE where we'll write our test scripts and run them. And the version that I'll be using in this session is Photon. And we also require a few Selenium plugins like Selenium Standalone Server, Selenium IDE, and so on. And we also require the browser driver, which helps in performing actions across different platforms. So this is about the prerequisites that are required to run the test scripts. Now let's move on and understand the core topic of this session. What is multiple window handling? Say for example, if you're working on an application and you want a particular link to open in a new window. How would you do that using Selenium? Well, I'll help you understand how to handle multiple windows in Selenium. We use the window handling function, which helps in dealing with multiple windows simultaneously. So what is a window handle and how can it help in switching to the new window? So the window handle function helps in handling multiple windows, and the syntax goes something like this: get.windowHandle. This function helps in getting the window handle and returns the string. And we also use get.windowHandles, which helps in getting the handles of all the windows and returns the string, which is alphanumeric. And to get the details of all the window handles, we use the command called setHandles, which is of the form string, and link the driver details to the window handles. And to switch from one window to another, we use the switch to command, which helps in switching between the windows. And we also make use of actions by instantiating with the browser driver. So we are going to instantiate the new window action to the driver action. So now that you've understood what this function does and why do we need it, let's get to the demo section of this session where we'll try to handle multiple windows at the same time. So to do that, we'll open our latest Eclipse IDE where we'll write the code to automate a website. And I'll also be giving you a few tips on how to automate the testing of web application by walking you through a few simple programs. Okay, so let's get to the demo section. Okay, let's open our latest Eclipse IDE, launch the workspace. So this is our Eclipse IDE workspace. And in this session, I've already written a few programs so that you can easily understand and follow my instructions. So I've already created a project here. You can see it says Selenium multiple windows. I'll just click on the drop down of it. As you can see, the Java libraries are included in it, and the source file exists under which we are going to write our piece of code, and the referenced libraries under which the Selenium libraries are configured, and the TestNG libraries, and the Selenium multiple windows where our class path and project path resides, and the test output contains the target values. So this is about the structure of this project. So I'm just going to click on the source file, and I've already created a package called Selenium, under which I've written a few programs which are very simple and easy to understand, guys. So let's start by understanding our first demo. Okay, I'm just going to click on it. As you can see, it comes under the package Selenium. Make it more visible to you guys. Okay. As you can see, it comes under the package called Selenium. I have named the class as demo1 under which our main class resides. And the first thing you need to do when you're working on Selenium is set the browser driver. So in this case, I'm going to use the Chrome driver as my browser driver. So I'm going to set the system property to the browser driver, that is webdriver.chrome.driver, and also specify the path in which the Chrome driver resides. So in my case, it is in the D drive. So I'm going to write D followed by the extension chromedriver.exe, which should be an executable file. And I'll also instantiate the WebDriver and create an object of the same and instantiate with the new Chrome driver. This might throw an error saying Chrome driver is not resolved to a type. Just click on the Chrome driver and you'll find an option called import Chrome driver instances. That means you need to import the Chrome driver packages to our project. The same goes with the WebDriver as well. So after instantiating the Chrome driver, we need to get the URL of the particular web page that we are going to automate. So driver.get, this is the URL of the particular web page that we are going to perform the actions on. Okay, that is tools SQA automation. So first let's click on the URL. Just go to Google. Okay. So you can see that this particular website is only for demos and it says automation practice switch windows. Okay, so just click on this. So you can see that the new window is being created here, a new message window. All right, let's close this. A new browser tab. So it opens in a new tab. Okay, so let's automate this process by using Selenium. So let's go back to our code. After we get the URL of the web page, we need to find the web element called click element on the page. And this can be done using the element locators in Selenium. So we're going to find them using the ID. Okay, let's go back to our web page. Okay, so we're going to inspect this. So you can see that the ID is present here, which says button 1. So I'm going to just copy this and paste it in our code. Let's go back to our workspace. Okay, you can see that the ID is already present. So this particular click element helps in opening only one window. So we need multiple windows to handle. So we are going to use for loop to do that. For int I is equal to 0 and I less than 3 and I plus plus, under which we are going to click element, and then we are going to pause the execution for 3 seconds using sleep command, that is thread.sleep, which is in the form of milliseconds. So let's execute this process and check what happens. 1, 2, 3. All right, guys. 3 child windows were created using this code. Okay, so I'm just going to close this child windows here. 1, 2, and 3. So 4 windows were opened and automated using this process. You can see that there is no such testing or automation taking place in this process because the website itself deals with switching the windows. So this is how you deal with a website whose sole intention is to switch the windows. I think this is the most easiest one I can say, and we'll try to customize the application a bit more. I think you could figure out that we did nothing except just clicking the browser window there. It just opened twice or thrice, that's all. So what if you want to customize the child window and the parent window? So let's take a look at the second program. Okay, even this comes under the package Selenium, and I'm going to name this class as demo2, under which our main class resides. I'm going to set the system property to the Chrome driver and specify the path and instantiate the WebDriver to the new Chrome driver, and also get the URL of the web page that we're going to perform the actions on. So this is a web page, it's the same URL. And in this program, we are going to use the get window handle function. Okay. So to do that, I'm going to call the string function parent window handle and link the driver to the get window handle function. Okay, so this command helps in getting the parent window handle by linking the driver, that is the Chrome driver, to the parent window. And after this, we are going to print the parent window handle, that is the ID of the parent window handle, because each window handle has a unique ID. So the parent window handle ID will be printed here. And after this, we are going to click the web element called click element, the same that we did in the previous program as well, and find the element using the element locator ID and specify the ID here. Okay. And after this, the same process repeats here. We want 3 child windows to be open. So to do that, we are going to use the for loop, under which we are going to click the element, that is click element, and pause the execution for 3 seconds. So what's so special about this? This is almost similar to what we saw in the first demo. But the thing about this program is we are going to get the handle IDs of all the windows that are opened. We are going to set all window handles, which is of the form string, and link the driver to get the details of all window handles using get window handles. So there is a difference between get window handle and get window handles, guys. Get window handle helps in getting the details of the particular window, whereas get window handles help in getting the details of all the windows that are open. So we are going to link the driver with the details of all the windows by using this command called driver.getWindowHandles. And after this is done, we need to print the window handles of all the windows present one by one. So to do that, we are going to use for loop. For string handle all window handles, we are going to print the window handle of each of them by using this command. All right, so this is the program. Let's save it and I'm going to run it. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, you can see the 3 child windows are opened here. I'm going to close this. I think I'll make it more clear to you guys. So you can see that the parent's window handle is present here, which says CD window followed by the unique ID. And the first window handle has the same ID as that of parent's window handle. That is, the first window handle and the parent window's handle are one and the same. And after that, it is followed by 3 windows that we opened. And you can see that each of them have unique identification code. So this is about the execution of our second program. Now let's move on to understand what exactly happens in the third one. So this comes under the same package Selenium, and I'm going to name this class as Demo3, under which our main class resides. And I'm going to set the system property to the Chrome driver and specify the path in which it resides, and then instantiate the driver instance to the new Chrome driver. And this command is something new, right? So what does JavaScript executor do? This JavaScript executor is an interface that helps in executing the JavaScript through the Selenium WebDriver. Okay, so we are going to use the JavaScript executor in this program, and then we are going to get the URL of the web page. And in this case, I'm going to consider the web page Edureka community. So it says edureka.co/community. And then we are going to declare the main web, which is of the form string, and link the driver to get the detail of the window handle, that is the parent window handle. And then we are going to find the element using this command driver.findElement by XPath. So XPath is one of the element locators in Selenium, and the location is denoted something like this. So this is how the XPath element locator works. So once you find the element using XPath, we are going to send keys to that particular location, that is shift and enter, which are the keyboard functions, that is shift and enter. And after this is done, we are going to pause the execution for 2 seconds. And then we are going to use the JavaScript executor command here, use the object of the JavaScript executor js.execute_script, and we are going to scroll through the window. So this scroll by function works according to the axis. The x-axis is specified first and then y-axis. So if you want to scroll through a page horizontally, you can use the x-axis, and if you want to scroll down through a page, you can use the y-axis. So I'm going to scroll down through a page, so I'm going to consider the x-axis to be 0 and the y-axis is 400. And after scrolling, we need to pause the execution for 2 seconds so that you can see that the window actually scrolled. Okay. And once you're done scrolling down through a page, we need to get the details of all the windows that are present here. And after this is done, I'm going to set the window functions to a command called set, under which I'm going to link the driver with the window handle function, that is get window handles, which helps in getting the details of all windows that are open. And once we're done with that, we are going to print the set that we declared here. Okay. So printing this set, it will help us get the details of all the windows that are currently open. And after this, I'm going to use the iterator function, which enables the programmer to transfer a container, particularly the lists. It is provided via the containers interface. Okay, so I'm going to use the iterator operation here, which is of the form string. And then I'm going to set the iterator. That is, I'm going to link the window handles of all the windows with the iterator. And then I'm going to use the while loop to specify if it is a parent window or the child window on which we are going to perform actions. Okay, while the iterator has next, under which we are going to scroll down through the page using the JavaScript executor, that is js.execute script, and we are going to scroll down through a page by the y-axis. Okay, and after this, I'm going to declare the child, which is of the form string, and iterate it to the next. And after this, I'm going to use the if condition here. While the main web, that is the parent window, equals the child, driver dot switch to window child. So I'm going to switch to the window child. So you can see that there are only 2 windows that are currently open. All right. And after this, I'm going to print a particular command here, that is driver dot switch to window child. That is, it prints the child window and gets the title of the child window. So this is how you print the title of the child window. And after this is done, we are going to close the child window, and also we'll close the main window, that is main web, using driver.switch2.window main web. Okay, let's see how this works. I'm going to save this program and run it. Okay, the Chrome driver is opening. Okay, it has to first open the community page. Yep, and opens a new window. It is edureka.co. Goes back to our first page and scrolls down and gets the title of the child window. I'll make it more clear to you guys. Okay. So the window ID of the first, that is the parent window, is specified here. And the ID of the second window, that is the child window, is also specified, followed by the title of the child window. Okay. So this is how you switch between 2 windows and perform actions while the WebDriver is connected to both these windows. Okay. I hope this was clear to you guys. Now let's move on to understand our fourth demo. So these are all very simple and easy to understand programs, guys. So not to worry about. So this is also the same. It comes under the package Selenium, under which I'm going to create a class and name it demo4, and under which our main class resides. And first I'm going to set the system property to our WebDriver, that is Chrome driver, and specify the path followed by the executable chromedriver.exe. And then I'm going to instantiate the WebDriver to the new Chrome driver and get the URL of the particular web page on which we are going to perform the actions. And after this, I'm going to create the parent window handle, which is of the form string, and link it to the driver to get the window handle of the particular parent window, which is linked to the driver, that is Chrome driver. And after this, I'm going to print the parent window handle. Okay. And then we are going to search for an element on the web page. This is the same website on which we worked on in our first 2 demos. So I think you guys are clear with this particular website, which is basically used for switching between the windows. Okay. So we are going to search this click element on the web page by using the element locator ID and specify the ID here. And after this, we want 3 child windows to be open apart from the parent window. So I'm going to use the for loop to do that, where I'm going to click the particular element called click element on the web page and then pause the execution for 3 seconds so that there exists a 3 seconds pause between the clicks. And after this, I'm going to set the all window handles, which is of the form string, to get the handles of all the windows that are open. And I'm going to link that with the driver, that is the Chrome driver. Okay. So this command helps in getting the details of all the current windows that are opened. And after this, I'm going to print a few commands here so that you get the details of all the windows in a proper form. I'm going to use the for loop to do that, under which the handle, which is of the form string, is linked to the all window handles and gets the window handles of all the current windows that is open. Under which I'm going to print switching to the window and print the first handle, that is the parent window handle. And after this, I'm going to print navigating to google.com. And after this, I'm going to switch the driver to the first handle, that is the first window handle or the parent handle, using this command driver.switch to .window handle. So this helps in switching to the first window, that is the parent window. And after this, I'm going to get the URL of the page that we want to navigate it to. So that is the google.com. So I'm going to get the URL of this. Okay, so this is the program, guys. Now let's save it and run it. Okay, so it must first open the application. Okay, and then opens 3 child windows, 2 and 3. Okay, so 3 child windows are open. Now the parent window must navigate to google.com. Okay, and so does the child windows, 1, 2 and 3. Okay, so this is how you navigate through a page using multiple windows in Selenium. I'm going to close this, 1, 2 and 3. So the first parent window handle is specified here. And like I mentioned, the first window handle is same as the parent window handle. So it is going to be the same ID. And navigating it to google.com, it gives the ID of the first window that is opened, and then the second one and the third one. So these are the child windows that were opened and it navigated to google.com. Okay. So this is how you link the parent window and the child window using Selenium. Okay. Now let's move on to the 5th demo. Now this demo is almost similar to what we looked in our previous demo. So this program comes under the package Selenium, and I'm going to name the class as demo5, under which our main class resides. I'm going to set the system property to the WebDriver, that is Chrome driver, and specify the path in which the Chrome driver resides. And then I'm going to instantiate the WebDriver with the new Chrome driver and also get the URL of the web page on which I have to perform the actions. So this is the same website I'm going to use. So first I'm going to get the window handle of the parent window using this command. That is string parent window handle is equal to driver.getWindowHandle. So that is, I'm going to link the Chrome driver to get the window handle of the parent window. And after this, I'm going to print the parent window handle using this command. And after this, I'm going to create a web element called clickElement and find this element on a web page using the element locators in Selenium, that is ID, and specify the ID. And after this, I'm going to use the for loop to specify how many child windows I need. So I'm going to need 3 child windows. And while this is executing, I'm going to click the web element called clickElement and pause the execution for 3 seconds so that you can clearly see the child windows there. And after this, I need the details of all the window handles that are present. So to do that, I'm going to use this particular command called setStringAllWindowHandles and link the driver to get the window handles of all the windows that are opened. After this, I'm going to specify the last window handle and initialize it with the string. And after this, we are going to print the handles of all the windows one by one. So to do that, I'm going to use the for loop where I'm going to specify the window handles of all the windows and the parent window. So first, I'm going to print the window handle of the parent window, and then I'm going to print navigating to google.com. It is almost same as that of the previous one. And after this, I'm going to switch to the first window, that is the parent window, and then we'll get the URL google.com. So this URL is opened in the parent window. And then I'm going to assign this last window handle to the current window handle. That is the one that is currently open. And after this, I'm going to switch to the parent handle using this command called driver.switch to .window parent window handle. And once you switch to the parent window handle, we are going to close this parent window handle using driver.close command. And once you close the parent window, we are going to switch to the last window handle using driver.switch to.window last window handle. And once you get to the last window, we are going to pass the URL of the web page here using driver.get command. And this particular website will be open only in the last window. Okay, now let's see how this is done. I'm going to save this and run the program. Okay, so it'll first create 3 windows, that is 3 child windows. The first one, the second one, and the third one. After this, it navigates to the Google page, and so does the child classes. And it closes the parent window, and the last window will open this particular link tool SQA. Now I'll close this last window here. You can see that this is the only page which has this particular website. The other one will be the Google page, right? So you can see that the google.com is open in this page as well as in this page. Okay, so this is how you can navigate through a page using Selenium and also control the actions of the child window with respect to the parent window. So this is how the ones that we wanted to be printed. Okay. So this is how you switch between multiple windows in Selenium. So let's move on to our next program here. In this program, I'm going to automate a web page called Naukri.com. Let's see how you can handle multiple windows in this application. Even this comes under the package called Selenium, and I'm going to create a class called multiple window class. And I'm going to use the annotation in this method. This test annotation tells the JUnit that the public void method is attached and can be run as a test case. Okay, so this is the feature of the annotation test, under which I'm going to create a function called test multiple windows, and I'm going to set the system property to the Chrome driver and specify the path in which the Chrome driver resides, followed by the executable file, that is 𝐶hromeDriver.exe. After that, I'm going to instantiate the WebDriver to the new Chrome driver, and also I'll maximize the web page using this command driver.manage.window.maximize. So this particular command helps in maximizing the web page. And after this, I'm going to get the URL of the web page, that is Naukri.com. And after this, I'm going to create a function for the main window, which is of the form string, and get the window handle of the main window. And then I'm going to create a set under which the window handles of all the windows are saved using this command called set string, and the object is string, and link the driver to get the window handles of all the windows. Okay. And after this, we are going to use the iterator function, which is of the form string, and we are going to link the set to the iterator function. And after this, I'm going to use the while loop, where if the iterator has next, where I'm going to create a child window whose iteration is specified as next. Okay. And then I'm going to use the if command to compare if the main window is not equal to the child window. So if main window equals child window, we are going to switch to the child window using this command called driver.switch2.window_child_window. And then I'm going to print the title of the child window using this command here. Okay, so it is the same, that is driver.switch2.window_child_window.getTitle, which helps in getting the title of the child window. And once you get the title of the child window, we are going to close this driver function using driver.close. So all the driver actions that are happening are closed using this command driver.close. And after this, we are going to switch back to our main window using this command driver.switch2.window main window. Okay, so this is our program. So let's run it. Maximizes the page, opens Naukri.com. You can see that 3 pages are created here. Closes. Yep, all the child window closes. Okay, this is the process, guys. So you can see that the title of each of the child window is printed here. So this is how we automated the web page Naukri.com. Now let's move on to our last program, that is Selenium. Let's see what happens here. Even this program comes under the package called Selenium, and I've named this class as Selenium. under which our main function resides. So first I'm going to set the system property to the Chrome driver and then specify the path in which the Chrome driver resides. And then I'm going to instantiate the WebDriver to the new Chrome driver and get the URL of the page that we are searching. So first we are going to get the title of the web page. So that can be done using this command, that is string title driver.getTitle. Okay, so it links the Chrome driver to get the title, and then we are going to print the title of the web page. And after this, I'm going to use the JavaScript executor, which is an interface that helps in executing the JavaScript through the Selenium WebDriver. So I'm going to use the JavaScript executor and link it with the driver using this command, that is JavaScript executor driver. And then I'm going to find the element on the web page using the element locators in Selenium. That is the CSS selector in this case. Let's take a look at the web page, guys. So I'm going to take Edureka, edureka.co. So I'm going to search for this particular search box here. So I'm going to inspect this. Okay, you can see that the ID is present here, which is the CSS selector. So I'm going to use the crow path in this case. So you can see that the CSS selector of this particular element is specified here. So I'm just going to copy this CSS selector. CSS selector basically deals with the ID. So if there is an ID present here in the element locators, you can use a CSS selector so that it will be easy to find the element using the ID. So I'm just going to copy this CSS selector and go back to our project. Okay. So the CSS selector always starts with a hash followed by the ID that was copied. So this is how you represent a CSS selector in Selenium, guys. Now we are going to send keys to the element location, that is Selenium certification course. And after that, I'm going to pause the execution for 3 seconds using the sleep command. So I'm going to scroll down through the page using the JavaScript executor and the function window.scrollBy by specifying the axis in which it should scroll. So I'm going to consider the y-axis in this case. So the x-axis is 0. And I'm going to pause the execution for 3 seconds after the scroll. And then we need to click the search icon that is present here. So let's go back to our web page. So we need to find this particular search icon on the web page. So to do that, I'm going to inspect the page and find the XPath of this location. As you can see, it is under this span and class is mentioned here. So I'm going to copy this class and click Ctrl F so that you get the text box there. And XPath always starts with 2 consecutive slashes. So I'm going to use the slashes and specify the span where that is the annotation followed by a bracket and the class is equal to the value of the class, that is the type head underscore button, and close the bracket. It is single quoted, guys, and just copy this command and go back to our project. Okay, you can see that this is already present here. The XPath is specified here and we are going to click that location. That is, we are going to click the search icon. And then we are going to find the web element called link using the element locators in Selenium, that is XPath. Let's get back to our web page. And I'm going to search for this course here. Okay, so I'm just going to right click and inspect this element. Okay, you can see that it is a link, all courses data location. So I'm going to find the crow path of this first. So I'm going to use the relative path in this case. So you can see that there is no ID present in this case to use the CSS locator. So I'm going to consider the relative path and copy the relative path and go back to our project. As you can see, the location is already present here. That is, the relative XPath is already present. Okay, this is the relative XPath that we copied. And after this, I'm going to perform some actions on the new window. So to perform some actions, I'm going to consider the new window and instantiate it with the new actions of the driver, that is our Chrome driver. And after this, I'm going to consider the new window keys down, that is, it refers to the keyboard function keys down, shift key and click on the link that is provided, that is the course link that we provided. And key up is a keyboard function, which means releasing the key function. Okay, So in that, I'm going to release the key function of the shift, and I'm going to build the process and perform the action. So these particular commands help in opening up the new window. And after this, I'm going to pause the execution for 3 seconds so that you can see that the new window is created. And after this, I'm going to use the set windows to get the details of all the windows that are currently opened using this driver.get window handles. And after this, we are going to print the set of windows here. That is the unique identification ID of all the windows. In order to know where exactly the error occurs, we are going to print a few commands here, say A1, A2 here after getting the title, and then B1. So these are for a reference to know where exactly the error occurs. Okay. And after this, I'm going to use the set command to set the child windows here, after which I'm going to use the switch to command to switch from the parent window to the current window. Okay. And after this, I'm going to use the if condition. Say if the title of the web page contains this, that is the best training and certification courses for professionals, that is Edureka, we are going to scroll down the page using the JavaScript executor. And we are going to use the Windows scroll by command, where we are going to scroll down through a page using the y-axis, and we are going to pause the execution for 3 seconds. And we are going to find the element using this command driver.findElement by XPath, which is an element locator in Selenium, and specify the location in which the web element is present. So this is the location of the all course, and we are going to click on it. And after this is done, we are going to set the window position to a new position. Okay. So that can be done using driver.manage.window.setPosition new point. That is, it specifies the axis in which we want our new position to be there. So in this case, I'm going to consider the x-axis, and I'm not going to consider the y-axis because we want our new position to be set in the x-axis, that is minus 2000, that will almost be to our left. So this is where we want our new window to be there. And after this, I'm going to pause the execution for 3 seconds. I'm going to get the details of all the windows that are currently open using this command, set windows 1, which is of the form string, and link the driver to get the details of all the windows. And once this is done, we are going to print the window handle of the first window, that is window 1. And after this is done, we are going to switch to our first window using this command driver.switch_to.window. So this command helps in switching to the first window. And also we'll scroll down through the current window using this JavaScript executor command. So we are going to scroll by the y-axis, specifying the axis, that is 400. And then we are going to quit the driver execution. Okay, now let's save this and execute the program. First, it must open the Edureka website, that is edureka.co, and then search for the search box here and send keys to it, that is Selenium certification course, and click on the search icon. Opens the next window and scrolls down and opens the Selenium certification course training. So this is how you handle multiple windows in Selenium, guys, where you can keep the parent window static and perform actions on the child window and vice versa. In automation, it is mandatory to take the screenshot for the purpose of verification in order to prove that your test case has covered certain functionality. Screenshots also help you a lot when your test case fails, so that you can identify what went wrong in your script or in the application. These screenshots are desirable for bug analysis. That's true, guys. Selenium can automatically take screenshots during execution. We'll understand how to do that in the course of time. They also help us in understanding the flow of our application and also checks if it is behaving accordingly or not. In order to do that, I'm going to use the take screenshot method, in which I'm going to typecast the WebDriver instance. This actually helps while you're performing cross-browsing testing, as you may require to view the reports of the execution. And also, tracking the execution would become much easy if you're working on the headless browser. And also do note that screenshots of the tests failed can also be easily captured. So this is everything you need to know about why exactly do we need to take a screenshot while testing an application. Now, let's move ahead and learn how exactly you can take a screenshot. To capture a screenshot in Selenium, we make use of an interface takeScreenshot. Okay? This method basically indicates the driver that it can capture a screenshot and store it in different ways. So the syntax goes something like this. It says file, creating an object of it, take screenshot and link it to the driver, and you'll get a method which says get screenshot as. So we are going to get the screenshot as a file. So I'm going to specify the output type as file, and now we'll learn more about this get screenshot as method. In order to capture screenshot and store it in a particular location, I use a method called getScreenshotAs. So let's understand this in detail. So the syntax goes something like this. It says getScreenshotAs output type, where X is the return type of the method, and specify the target, where the target holds the destination address. It might throw an exception, so I'm going to specify the WebDriver exception in a default way. This exception is thrown if the underlying implementation does not support screenshot capturing. So this is how you take a screenshot in Selenium. Now let me walk you through a demo which will make you understand how exactly you can take a screenshot. So to do that, we require the Java libraries in our system. So I'm just going to check if the Java libraries are present or not. So I'm going to open the command prompt and type Java -version. As you can see, the Java version installed in my system is 1.8.0. So the Java libraries are present in my system. Now I require an IDE to write my test scripts. So I prefer working on the Eclipse IDE because it's user-friendly, and this platform can be used to develop rich client applications, IDEs, and so on. So I'm just going to open this IDE, launch the workspace. So in this case, I've already written the code here, guys, so that you can understand how easily it works. Okay, this is the Eclipse workspace, and I've already created two projects here by the name Screens and Screenshot. So the first thing you need to do when you're working on Selenium is to download the Selenium dependencies or the Selenium jar files. As this is not a TestNG program or a Maven program, I'm going to consider adding the external jar files to this project. So I'm just going to right click on my project and go to build path, configure build path, where I've added all the Selenium jar files. I've also added TestNG for my reference. So this is the Selenium jar files, and you need to add the Selenium standalone server too. Okay, so apply and close. You will see a folder being created by the name reference libraries, which holds all the Selenium jar files. And the source field is where we'll write our code. And I've created another folder by the name screenshots, which holds the screenshot. As you can see, there is a screenshot over here. So I'm just going to clear this. I'm going to delete it. Okay. So the screenshot folder is empty for now. Now let's take a look at our source folder. Okay. Created a package, and there's a class screen. So in this case, I'm going to just create a class by the name screen and include the main function in it, which throws exception. That means all the exceptions that are caught during the program are not executed. Okay. So I'm going to set the browser driver to the Chrome driver. I prefer working on the Chrome driver, guys, because it's easy to implement. So system.set property, specify the WebDriver, and also specify the path in which it exists. So in my case, it's in the C drive. And also don't forget to mention the executable file, which is 𝐂𝐝𝐻𝐻.exe, or else Chrome driver won't open. Okay, and after this, I'm going to instantiate the WebDriver instance to new Chrome driver. You might get an error here for both WebDriver and Chrome driver. Just click on it and import the WebDriver packages. The same goes to the Chrome driver as well. And after that, I'm going to get the URL of the web page. So to do that, I'm going to consider the object of the WebDriver, that is driver.get, and specify the URL. Okay. So in my case, it's edureka.co. You can take whichever website you want, guys. And after that, I'm going to consider the method takeScreenshot. This method basically helps in taking a screenshot. So I'm just going to create a package of it and link the take screenshot method with the driver so that it's in an executable format. And the major thing you need to do to take a screenshot is to specify the source and the destination folder so that if you take a screenshot, it will be easy for you to navigate it through. So I'm going to consider the format of a file so that it will be easy to understand. So specify the source here and consider the object of the take screenshot, that is TS. You will get a suggestion which says take screenshot as. This method, I think you guys have understood what exactly this does. So this method helps in capturing the screenshot and stores it in a particular location. So the output type of it will be in the form of a file. Okay. And after this, I'm going to consider the class fileUtils, which basically helps in writing, copying the files, making the directory, including the parent directories, deleting, and so on. It provides all the necessary facilities. So after specifying the fileUtils, I'm going to copy the file from the source to a new file and specify the path. So in this case, I have the file name as screenshot. You can see that the folder name is screenshot, which comes under the screen. And I'm going to copy the file from the source file to the destination file. For the destination, I'm going to consider a new file and specify the path of it. That is this folder, guys. So I'm just going to right click on it, properties, and this is the location of the file. So this is one way, and the other way that you can do is dot slash the name of the folder slash the project name, and also specify the name of the project. So in my case it is screenshot, okay, but it's screen here, so I'm just gonna change the name of the screen here, or I'm just gonna make it screenshot here. And do note to add .png in the format because we want an image. Okay, so I'm just going to save it and I'm going to print this particular text. It says the screenshot is taken, and I'm going to quit the driver execution. Okay, so I'm just going to save it and run the program. Navigates to Edureka page, exits the driver execution. It also prints that the screenshot is taken. Okay, so I'm just going to refresh this folder. So I'm just going to copy the source file to the destination file that I'll create a new file and name it screenshots. That is the same as this. So I'm just going to write /screenshots and specify the file name. That is screenshot.png. You can write whatever you want, guys. Now I'll change it to screens. Do note that it must be in the .png format because we need an image. And after this, I'm going to print this particular text. The screenshot is taken. And once this is done, I'm going to quit the driver execution. So let's save this and run it. It first navigates to edureka.co, clicks the screenshot and exits the navigation. And it prints the screenshot is taken. Okay, so let's refresh this folder. Okay, you can see that the screenshot is taken with the name screens. So this is how you take a screenshot in Selenium WebDriver. I hope you guys understood how to take a screenshot using the take screenshot method. Moving ahead, we'll understand how to take a screenshot of the test failed. Selenium WebDriver has come up with some great new functionalities that makes the testing of an application easy. This is because the WebDriver architecture allows the interaction outside the JavaScript sandbox. One of the new useful functionality is being able to take screenshots using WebDriver. You can take a screenshot at any stage of the test, but mostly it is used when a test fails. And taking screenshot helps the analysis so that we can see what went wrong during the test failure. This can be done using the TestNG annotations. So to do that, I'll first create a class and then implement the TestNG listener, that is iTestListener. So let's see how this can be done. So even in this case, I've written the project, guys, so that you can easily understand this. So first you need to create a new Maven project. I'll show you guys how exactly to do that. So new a Maven project and create a new simple project. Next, and you have to provide the group ID and the artifact ID, that is the name of your project. So I already have one, so I'm going to cancel it and go to screens. Okay, so these are all the fields that are there in a Maven project. Source main Java, source main resources, source test Java, source test resources, Java libraries, Maven libraries, and also you need to include the TestNG libraries. So right click on your project, go to build path, configure build path. So you can easily get this TestNG library. So I'll show you guys how exactly you can do it. Just remove it, add library. You can find the TestNG library here. So next, finish. The TestNG libraries are added to your project. So apply and close. And I've created another folder by the name screenshots taken, which holds the screenshots. Okay, so I'm just going to empty this folder. Yeah, you can see that this folder is empty. And you need to add the Selenium dependencies to your pom.xml file. In this case, we are not adding any jar files from the build paths procedure. Okay, all we need to do is go to the Maven repository, search for Selenium, get the dependencies, paste it here. So I've pasted the Selenium libraries, JUnit, TestNG, and Commons IO. And then we use the Apache IO, which is a library of utilities to assist with developing IO functionalities. We need to create a TestNG XML file. So this file holds the class name that we want to execute. So the class name is specified here. You need not change any of it. Just specify the class name over here. So the package name comes in the beginning because the package that I've created is com.edureka. So I'm going to write my test scripts in source test Java folder. So under this _com.edureka package exists. So the package and the class that I want to execute. So this is the TestNG XML file. Okay, so let's understand this in detail. So first I'll walk you through the base class. So this class basically contains all the necessary resources. Like first, I'm going to specify the WebDriver and I'm going to globally declare it by creating an object of it. And I'm going to create a function by name initialization. So this function basically helps you in initializing the browser instances. Okay. So first I'm going to set the browser driver. As I told you, I'm going to be working on Chrome driver. So I'm going to specify Chrome driver and the path in which it exists, followed by the extension Chrome driver exe, which specifies that it's an executable file. And then I'm going to instantiate the driver with the new Chrome driver and get the URL of the web page. So in this case, I'm going to consider the same page, that is edureka.co, or else I'm going to consider the blog page. Okay, save it. And after this, I'm going to create another function by name failed. And in this, I'm going to write the take screenshot method. So I'm going to consider the take screenshot method and link it with the driver and get screenshot as the output type file. I'm going to call this in the form of a file. So I'm going to call file here and specify the object of a file, that is source file. And I'm going to write this file utils function under try catch so that if there are any exceptions during execution, it'll be caught. So I'm going to write the file utils class and copy the file from the source file to the new file, that is the destination file. So in this case, right click on it, go to properties. So this is the path in which it exists. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it over here. And once this is done, we need to specify the file name, which is in the form of an image. So I'm going to name this as tests. So I'm going to name this as test cases failed.png. Okay, save it. So this basically helps to save the screenshot in this particular folder. Okay, so this is about the base class. Okay, and these are all the packages that we're going to import in this program. This is output type, file utils, take screenshot, WebDriver, Chrome driver. I don't think we've used the TestNG annotation, but okay, so I'm just going to take this off, save it. And let's move ahead and go to our demo class. This method is way too simple compared to the base class. All you need to do is create a class demo which extends the base class. That is, it inherits all the properties of the base class. I'm going to specify before method, under which I'm going to call this function setup, under which I'm going to call this initialization method. So this is a function call, and every time this initialization method is called, this will link to the base class. So it will instantiate the WebDriver instance, opens the Chrome driver, and so on. So after this, I'm going to write the after method. So this method is run after each test method. And under this, I'm going to create a function called teardown. And in this, I'm going to quit the driver execution. Okay. And once this is done, I'm going to create an annotation called test. So this basically marks a class or a method as a part of the test. Okay. So this is actually a part of this test, and under which I'm going to create a function called take screenshot test. So whenever the function is executed, this method is called. So this is included in our project now. So take screenshot test, under which I'm going to assert. This alerts basically helps in taking a decision in the middle of the test run. So these alerts are most popular and frequently used methods while creating Selenium scripts. So I'm going to assert as assert equals. If these two are true, it'll conclude or it'll execute that the test cases have successfully run. So we don't want the test cases to be successful. So I'm going to write the converse of it. So I'm going to specify true here. The actual value is true and the expected value will be false. So this will definitely throw an assertion error. And after this, I'm going to import the test packages, after method packages, and the before method packages. So once this is done, we'll understand how this exactly works. Okay. So before that, we'll take a look at the listeners class. Okay. This is our listeners class. So first, I'm going to create a class called listeners class, which extends the base class and also implements the iTest listener. And after you mouse over here, you will get add unimplemented methods. So these are all the unimplemented methods, guys. And I'm going to consider this particular function, that is on test failure. I'm going to print failed test, and I'm going to call this function failed. This is a function call, guys. Okay. So once this is done, it'll automatically print that the test is failed. Okay. So the thing is, we use listeners in order to listen to a particular event. But in this case, the demo class has no link to this listeners class. So in order to make the demo class listen to this particular class or event, we use the listeners annotations and specify the listeners class, that is the name of the class, and dot class. Okay. So this helps in listening to the listeners class. Okay. So let's try to execute this program. Let's save it and right click on it and run as TestNG. It should first navigate to the blog page. It says failed test. One test run successfully. It's printed failed test. And it also specifies where it has failed. This is the method which failed. Like I said, it'll throw the assertion error. It says expected false but found true. Okay. So our test case has failed successfully. So I'm going to refresh this folder. Yeah. It says test cases failed.png. And it got the screenshot of the web page.
Let's see what is cross-browser testing. Cross-browser testing refers to testing of an application in multiple browsers like Internet Explorer, Chrome, Firefox, Safari, so that we can test our application effectively. Cross-browser testing is a very important concept in automation because here the actual automation comes into the picture. So consider an example. Suppose say if you have 20 test cases to execute manually. So for you it is not a big deal because you can execute it within 1 or 2 days. However, if the same test cases has to be executed in 5 different browsers, which means there are 100 test cases, then probably you will take a week or more than that time. And it also turns out to be quite boring and time consuming. So what if you try to automate these 20 test cases and run them? Obviously, it will not take more than 1 or 2 hours, and it will also be very efficient based on your test case complexity. So this is where the actual cross-browser testing comes into the picture. Having understood this, now let's see why do you need a cross-browser testing in Selenium. So before I tell you the need for cross-browser testing, let me tell you what is cross-browser compatibility. It is nothing but ability of a website or a web application to function across different browsers and different operating systems, which means your web application or website should work absolutely fine across all the different browsers like Chrome, Microsoft, Firefox, Safari, and even across all the operating systems like Windows, Mac, iOS, etc. And that's where you need to understand the concept of cross-browser testing. So now let's see why do you need cross-browser testing. Basically, a simple website is comprised of three major technologies, that is HTML5, CSS3 and JavaScript. But there are hundreds of technologies that are there in the backend, like you have Python, Ruby, Node.js, etc. And all of these backend technologies can be used. But overall, in the front end, in the rendering, only these three technologies are used. However, each browser uses a completely different rendering engine to compute these three technologies. For example, Google Chrome uses Blink, Firefox uses Gecko, and Internet Explorer uses Edge, HTML, and Chakra, because of which same website would be rendered completely differently by all these different browsers. And that's exactly why you need a cross-browser testing. For the better experience, you need to do cross-browser testing so that the customer will get the same UI of application even if we use different or any browser. Along with these facts, let me tell you few reasons that depicts why we should perform cross-browser testing. First reason is browser compatibility with different OS. That is, you need to check the browser compatibility with all the different operating systems. Next, image orientation. Next, compatibility with the new web framework. And also, each browser have the different orientation of JavaScript, which can cause issues sometimes. So these are the few reasons that depicts why one should perform cross-browser testing of a website. Now that you know what is cross-browser testing and why do you need it, let's move further and get the hands-on on this. Now let's see how to perform cross-browser testing. It is basically done with two methods. First, manual method. Second, automated method. So in case of manual method, a business identifies the browsers that the application must support. Testers then rerun the same test cases using different browsers and observe the application's behavior and report bugs if any. In this type of testing, it is not possible to cover many browsers, and also the application might not be tested on major browser versions. And also, performing cross-browser check manually is costly and time-consuming as well. Now coming to automated method, cross-browser testing is basically running the same set of test cases multiple times on different browsers. This type of repeated task is best suited for automation. Thus, it's more cost and time effective to perform this testing by using tools. Now let's see how it is performed in automated way using Selenium WebDriver. If you are using Selenium WebDriver, you can automate the test cases using Internet Explorer, Firefox, Chrome, Safari, Edge, and many more. Next, in order to execute the test cases with different browsers in the same machine at the same time, you can integrate TestNG framework with Selenium WebDriver. And finally, you can write the test cases to check for the cross-browser compatibility of your website. Now let's see a small demo that illustrates how the cross-browser compatibility works and how your website works perfectly fine in all the different browsers and in a parallel way. I have already written a code over here. First, I have created a class called cross-browser script and I have declared the variable for my driver. And you can see here I have used @BeforeTest annotation because this is something that will execute before the test. And the parameters that I will be passing is browser, because I need browser to check the compatibility of all the different browsers, and that is the reason I'm using it with @parameters annotation. Next, what I'm doing, I'm setting up browser, that is a string variable. Next, so in this program, first I will tell you how to check the cross-browser compatibility of one website in two different browsers parallelly. That is, I'm going to run my website and perform the cross-browser testing and check the cross-browser compatibility of my website in Firefox browser and Chrome browser as well. So first what I will do, I will check if browser equals to Firefox. Then what I will do, I will create the instance of Firefox driver using this WebDriver because I have already declared a variable of that. And then I will set the system properties of my Gecko driver. And this is the path where I have saved my Gecko driver in my system, and then I will create an object of that. So this is a code that I want to check for Firefox browser. Next, in the else if condition, I'm again checking if the browser equals to Chrome. I'm ignoring the case because I don't need if there is any issue with the case. And again what I'm doing, I'm using system.setProperty and giving the path of my Chrome driver, and this is where I have saved my Chrome driver, and I'm creating a new object of the Chrome driver. And in the else condition, I'm throwing an exception telling browser is not correct if in case there's no Firefox browser and there is no Chrome browser. And finally, I'm giving an implicit wait of 10 seconds because I want to wait on that particular website for 10 seconds unless and until a page gets loaded. That is the maximum time I'm giving it. It can be even less also, no issues. And now I'm using add test annotation. Why? Because this is what is happening in my test. So first thing what I'm doing, I'm creating a method that is test parameter with XML that throws an interrupted exception because I have used thread.sleep for 4 milliseconds. So first what I will do, I will navigate through edureka.co website and then I will hit on the login button. So the first thing what I will do is I will hit on this login button. I want to enter the email name and password. Hit on the login button. After I hit on the login button, I want to search for Selenium. So that is what I'm doing here. So first, using driver.get, I will navigate through edureka.co website and I'm creating a web element called login because I want to find the element with the help of a link text locator that has login as a value. Next, I want to hit the login button. So I'm clicking, that is I'm giving login.click. Next, I'm using thread.sleep because I want gap of 4 milliseconds between all the actions that I'm performing on the browser. And next what I'm doing, once it clicks on the login, I want to enter the username and I'm finding the element by ID and this is the value for that. You'll get it as you inspect it over here like this. I'll show you how. So I'm just inspecting an email text box. And you can see I have an ID attribute whose value is SI pop-up email. And the same thing goes with password as well. So I'm sending the keys for my username as the email address. And again, I'm creating a new web element for password and locating with the help of an ID attribute with its value SI pop-up password. And finally, I'm sending the password. And now I want to hit on the login button. So this is how I'm finding it with the help of an XPath because when I inspect on this, so when I inspect this login button, you can see I'll click on the crow path over here and you can see there's a relative XPath for that. So I have just copied the relative XPath and pasted it in my code. So this is the XPath for the login button. Next, I'm going to click on that because as you all know, it is a button and not the text box. And next what I want to do, I want to search Selenium in the search box. That is this one. So again, I will inspect on this and you can see there's a CSS selector for that, which can be written by using search input. You can also search it with the help of an ID telling search input. And finally, I'm sending the keys as Selenium. And now say I want to hit on this search button also. I'll simply inspect that, copy the relative XPath and write the code. That is going to be web element. I'll give it as search button and I'll write driver.find element by XPath. And this will be the value of my XPath and I'm going to end it over here and I'm taking the search button dot click because it is a button. So this is the actions that I'm performing on my website. So that is the reason it is followed by a test annotation. But before my test, I'm just launching the browsers. So that is the reason I'm using it as before test. Now what I have to do, I have to write an XML file of TestNG. So I have already written over here. So you can see this is a basic step that will comprise of an XML version, its encoding and the doc type. So my test name is test suite. Thread count will be 3 and the tests are running in parallel. So it is parallel is equal to test. So the first test will be Chrome test. So the parameter name will be browser, value will be Chrome. And inside the classes, I'm going to give my class name as code.edureka.pages.crossbrowser-script. So the package of this class file is code.edureka.pages followed by the class name. I will end that. Next, again, I'll open the new test that will be Firefox test and the parameter name will be same browser but the value will be Firefox. And again, the class name will be edureka.pages.crossbrowser-script and I will end the test. Save this. So now let's run and check the output. So I'll be running this testng.xml file on a test suite because I want to know how many test cases have been run successfully and how many skips were there and how many failures are there. So I will run it on TestNG suite. Let's check for the output. So you can see it detected the version of TestNG. It is launching the instance of Chrome driver and Firefox driver. And it first launched Google Chrome because that was the first instance. And now parallelly it launched Firefox as well. So you can see even here it entered the login credentials and it got into the page and even here as well. Even on the Mozilla Firefox, it entered the credentials and it is giving Selenium search. You can see even on this, it first entered Selenium and I can search for any of the courses in our Edureka website. Yes, so here as well. So I can check from the Selenium course. So what happened exactly on the browsers? First, it launched Google Chrome browser. It hit on the login button, entered the credentials for username and password, and then what it did, it gave the search for Selenium on Chrome browser. And on the other hand, even on the Firefox browser, it executed all these actions simultaneously with Chrome driver. But there was a delay of 2 to 3 seconds because it was the second instance and my Chrome browser was the first instance. And that is the reason there was a delay, but both the actions happened simultaneously. There was no any different actions that was happened in the different browsers, but same website was launched, same locators were used to perform actions and send the values. Yes. So this is how you can perform cross-browser testing using Selenium on different browsers. So you can see here on the test suite, the total test that was run was 2. There were no failures and there were no skips. So I want to add one more browser, say Edge. And I want to again set the system properties and create an Edge instance. So this is how I will be adding one more browser in my else if condition. Rest things will be the same. And I have to add one more instance for this as well. I'm going to give it after Firefox. So what I'll do, after this, I will add that. So here what I will do, I will add one more test name that will be the Edge test. And then the browser will be same. The value of the browser will be Edge followed by the class name. So again, what I will do, I will save both the programs and run. So now let's see how the same actions will be performed simultaneously and parallelly in all the 3 different browsers. So it started executing. So first, Google Chrome was launched. It will perform all the actions and you can see that Chrome is being controlled by automated test software. Next, Mozilla Firefox was launched. And again, it will perform all the same actions on this as well. And now you can see that Edge is launched. It will hit on the login button. It will enter all the credentials. So here it's completed everything and even on Edge. And now it will give the search for Selenium. So again, you can choose from one of them. Simple. So you can see that in all the 3 different browsers, that is Google Chrome, Mozilla Firefox, and in Microsoft Edge. So you just saw that in all the 3 different browsers, the website worked perfectly fine and performed all the actions on all the 3 different web browsers. So it means the cross-browser check or the cross-browser compatibility testing was working fine in all the browsers. So this is how you need to write a Selenium script in order to check the cross-browser compatibility of your browser so that you can ensure that your website works perfectly fine in different types of browsers and different versions of browsers as well. So again, if you wish to add 1 or 2 more browsers, you need to write the Selenium script like the way I wrote, and you can go ahead and execute the same thing and it will give you the execution as well. But your driver should support all the different versions of the browsers. So just make sure whether the driver supports your version or not, and accordingly you can go ahead and execute the test cases. And if you wish to know how to perform cross-browser testing using one of the most amazing tool, that is Lambda test, you can check out our YouTube playlist wherein you will get a video called cross-browser testing using Lambda test, and also you can learn that as well. So now I hope that you understood how to perform cross-browser testing using Selenium WebDriver. Now that you know how it works, let's also have a look at the benefits or the advantages of carrying out cross-browser compatibility testing. First, it resolves the issues that might keep the vital functions of the web application. So what it is? A web application that performs exactly as desired in one browser could have some issues when it runs in another web browser. These issues include factors that might keep the essential functions of the application from working simultaneously. For anyone who wants to have a website or application with a professional look, cross-browser compatibility testing is essential. It is not that web browsers on personal computers are a concern here, but with the ever-increasing advancement of phone and tablet with their web accessibilities, there is also a need for cross-browser testing of web application to extend to mobile web browsers. And for this mobile web browsers and your tablets and your laptops, everything, Lambda test is also one of the best tool, and for all these things, cross-browser testing using Selenium is one of the best suitable tool for all of this. Next, it makes your web application successful and draws more customers. The times of Internet Explorer or Netscape dominance are over. The more enhanced your web application is and the more customers you have, the more success will be your browser usage. In this regard, Google Chrome has just passed Internet Explorer to become the most popular web browser in the world. If you want to ensure that you don't lose customers owing to the lack of support for the one of these 3 important browsers, you should consider testing your web application on all the 3 browsers, that is Chrome, Firefox, Edge, Internet Explorer. Next, it not only improves just the look and feel but also the functionality of the application. And also it eliminates the need for developing and maintaining separate tests. Because conducting automated tests can be recorded in one browser and then played back in other supported browser that needs new test automation technology. So this is very simple. I hope you understood this. So these are a few of the advantages of using cross-browser testing and why one needs to perform cross-browser testing on your website. Now I hope that you got a clear idea about why it is important. Let's understand what is TestNG. TestNG stands for Test Next Generation, and it is an open source test framework that is inspired by JUnit and NUnit. Well, not just inspired, but an upgrade to those 2 frameworks. So you may ask, what is the upgrade over here? The upgrade with TestNG is that it provides additional functionality like test annotations, grouping, prioritization, parameterization, and sequencing techniques in the code which was not possible earlier. Besides managing the test cases, even detailed reports of tests can be obtained by using TestNG. And there will be a summary displaying the test case that has failed along with the group which it was part of and the class that it falls under. When bugs can be accurately located like this, they can be fixed immediately to the relief of developers. So these are the new features that was upgraded in the TestNG. Now that you know what is TestNG, let's see why use TestNG in Selenium. Software developers from around the world will unanimously agree that writing code in test cases saves a good part of debugging time. Why? That is because test cases helps in creating robust and error-free code. So how does it do that? By breaking the entire code into smaller test cases and then by evaluating each of these test cases to pass or fail conditions, you can create an error-free code. Since Selenium does not support execution of code in test cases, you can use TestNG for the same purpose. And this is where TestNG fits in the Selenium framework. Also, TestNG helps in generating a report in a proper format that includes a number of test cases runs, the number of test cases passed and the number of test cases failed and the tests that have been skipped as well. And multiple test cases can be grouped more easily by converting them into TestNG.xml file. In this, you can make the priorities as to which test cases should be executed first and which after that. And using TestNG, you can execute multiple test cases on multiple browsers. That is, it supports cross-browser testing. And TestNG can also be integrated with frameworks like Maven, Jenkins, etc. So these are some of the reasons that depicts why TestNG is necessary and why it is used in Selenium. So you already know that TestNG is inspired from JUnit. But do you know how is it better than JUnit? Let's see that now. So here, annotations are easier to understand. Annotations in TestNG are the lines of code that control how the method below them will be executed. And they are always preceded by the @ symbol. So you can see you can set your priorities, like you can set the priority to 0 and you can set the priority to 1. And also if you want to execute some of the test cases before the test, that should be followed by @before annotation. And the tests that have to be executing during the test with @test annotation. And after the test, if you want to close the driver or if you want to clean up the cache or something, it can be done using the @after_test annotation. So this is how test cases can be grouped more easily and the annotations are very easy to understand. Next, parallel testing is possible. So in case of parallel testing, you can simultaneously test the test cases in various browsers like Google Chrome, Mozilla Firefox, Edge, Safari, Opera, and many more. So for that, you just have to mention the driver and the path of the particular drivers. And also, detailed log report can be generated. So these are few of the advantages of TestNG over JUnit. Having understood this, now let's dive into the core part of the discussion, that is TestNG annotations. Annotations in Selenium are used to control the next method to be executed. Test annotations are defined before every method in the test code. In case any method is not prefixed with annotations, then that method will be ignored and not executed as a part of the test code. To define them, methods need to be simply annotated with @test annotation. So you have @before suit, @before test, @before class, @before method, @test, and after method, after class, and many more. Now let's dive into the details of all these annotations. First, @before suit. A method which is marked with this annotation will run only once before all the tests in the suit have run. Next, @before test. A method which is marked with this annotation will be executed before first @test annotated method. That is, if there is any @test annotation, so the very first or the very previous test that is marked with @before test will be executed. Next, @before class. A method which is marked with this annotation will be executed before first @test method execution. It runs only once per the class. Next, you have @before method. A method which is marked with this annotation will be executed before every @test annotated method. So now you have @test. So whatever is the sequence of the test or whatever you want to perform it as a part of your test, you can execute it over here. So this method will run for all your test cases. Next, you have @after method. A method which is marked with this annotation will be executed after every @test annotated method. Next, @after class. A method with this annotation will be executed after all methods in the current class have been run. Next, @after test. A method with this annotation will be executed when all the @test annotated methods complete the execution of the classes which are inside the test tag in TestNG.xml file. And the last one is @after suit. So this annotation will run once after execution of the test in the suit have run. So these are the various TestNG annotations in Selenium. And as you understood, each method or each annotation has its own purpose. Having understood this, let's move further and see how to write a test case using TestNG. So this is a flow of execution. So first you have to write before suit, after that before test, after that classes, before method, then you will get your test annotation, and after that after method, after class, after test, and finally you have to close after suit. So this is the execution flow. And this is how it will execute no matter what, even if you jumble it, or even if you write after suit before, or if you write after class after that, or if you write the before test as first and then you write the before suit. Even if you jumble everything, it will again execute in the same sequence only. So this is all about the annotations in TestNG. Now let's move further and understand how to write a first test case using TestNG. So first you have to create a new TestNG project, then configure the build path and add TestNG library. And after that you have to create a TestNG class file and code the program and run it on a TestNG suite. And also you can run it as a TestNG test. So now let's see a small demo. So I have created a project over here called as Edureka Selenium project. And then I'll just click on the configure build path. So you can see here I have all the jar files. I have the Maven dependencies library, I have TestNG library, and also I have a JUnit library. So I'll just say apply and close. So I have created a simple example over here. So first what I will do, I will say public string base URL. So I want to navigate through edureka.co website. So that is the reason I'm just specifying the website over here. And next I'm giving the driver path. So the driver that I am using is the Chrome driver, and this is the path where I have saved my Chrome driver. So that's the reason I'll be giving the path for the Chrome driver. Next, I have to create a driver object. So that's the reason I'm saying public WebDriver and a driver. And now I'm simply using only one annotation, that is add test annotation. So you can see it comes under org.testng.annotations.test package. So it has a target value and it has a retention also. So it marks a class or a method as a part of the test. Yes. So what I have done, I have just created a method called verify homepage title. So for that, I am saying system.out.println. I'm just specifying a print statement like launching the Chrome browser. And then I have to set the system property for the Chrome browser. So what I'll say, I am using Chrome driver. So I'll say webdriver.chrome.driver and the driver path will be this one. So it will refer the driver path from here. And after that, I have to create a new object of Chrome driver or else it won't create an instance of that. So that's the reason what I'm doing. I'm just saying driver is equal to new Chrome driver. And I want to get the base URL. That is this one. So what I'm doing, either you can specify in double quotes as this or you can just write it in this way as well. As I have created a string object of base URL, so that's the reason I'm just passing the object over here. Next, I'm trying to match the actual title and the expected title of the web page. So the expected title will be instructor-led online training with 24/7 lifetime support followed by Edureka. But for the actual title, I have not specified anything. It has to take from the website now. So that's the reason I'm using assert equals actual title and expected title. If yes, then it will say test case is passed. Else it will say the test case has failed. So now let's see a very small thing. So you can see here the title is Instructor-Led Online Training with 24/7 Lifetime Support and followed by Edureka. This is the same thing that I have been given here. Now let's run the program and check the output. So I will run this as TestNG test. Let's see what happens. So it's telling launching the Chrome browser. You can see that it launched the Chrome browser and it navigated through edureka.co. And you can see the title over here, that is Instructor-Led Online Training with Lifetime Support. And it closed the driver as well because I have given driver.close. Okay. So now let's check the output. So what was the test? The test was to verify the home page title. On default test that was run is 1. There were no failures and there were no skips. And also on the default suite, total test that was run was only 1, that is this one, the verify home page title. And again, there was no failures and there were no skips. Now suppose say I remove this and I just write it like this. I'll save the program and I will run it as TestNG test. Now let's see what happens. Again, it detected the version of TestNG. It said it launching the Chrome browser and it is And the Chrome driver launched, Chrome browser, it's navigating to edureka.co. And here you can see that there was an exception telling Java lang assertion error. And it's telling the expected thing was this, but it found this thing because I have removed the pipe over here. So what it's telling, the actual title that was found was this, but here it was able to find only this. So that's the error it threw. And it's telling the TestNG assert was failed. There was a failure. And again, it's telling test that was run was 1. And also there was a failure as well because I have missed that. So this is how you can use TestNG annotations. So this is a just simple example of how to use add test annotation. Now we'll see the same example using 3 different annotations, that is add before test, add test, and add after test annotation. So this same example will be clubbed into, or it will be grouped into 3 different annotations. Let's see how it works. So I have created an example called public class annotation example. Okay. Again, what I am doing here, I am just giving public string base URL is equal to edureka.co and the driver path I am specifying for my Chrome driver. And I'm creating object of a WebDriver. And now I'm using add before test annotation. So this comes under the package org.testng.annotations.beforetest. So I have already imported the package for before test, after test, and add test as well. So what I'll do, I'll just say system.out.println and launch the Chrome browser. Again, system.set property, I have to set the properties. So I will set the property for my WebDriver. And I'll refer to the driver path. And after that, what I'll do in the before test, I'll create an object of a new Chrome driver and get the base URL, that is edureka.co. So these are the things that is happening before the test. And that test, what will happen? And that test, I have to verify the homepage title. So I'll specify the expected title, and in the output, I want the actual title. So I'll say driver.getTitle. And again, I'm using assert equals to verify whether the actual title matches with the expected title or not. So these are the operations or the actions that should happen at test. And finally, at after test, what I should do, I should just close the driver. That is driver.close. So in this example, you can see these 4 statements is part of before test. And these 3 statements are a part of at test annotation. And this will be performed in after test annotation. So this is how I have split the code and grouped among 3 different annotations so that it is very easy to understand. So you can easily get to know that these are the functions that will be happening at before test, and this is what will be happening during the test, and this is what will happen after the test. It's very simple to understand, right? So yeah, this is how the TestNG actually works. And now let's run and check for the output. So I will run this as a TestNG test. So you can see it detected the version of TestNG. So it said it's launching the Chrome browser. And now you can see the Chrome driver launched Google Chrome browser. And it's navigated to edureka.co. And it will verify the title now. And then after that, it will just close the driver. So you can see on the default test and the default suite, the test that was run was 1. And there were no failures and no skips as well. So this is how your results looks like. So you can see here on the default suite, there was a default test and the class name of the test was annotation example. And during the test, the method was verify the homepage title. So this is how your summary of the test report looks like. And there is no failed test, so it won't display. So this is a summary. Yes. So this is how you can specify the annotations and group it in a very understanding way and run the test cases. I hope you understood this. And now I will jumble all the annotations and write the test cases. I hope you know the sequence and the flow of annotations. So first I have created a class called TestNG annotations. After that, I'm writing my test case 1. So that will be followed by add test annotation. So simply I want to print in test case 1. Next, there's one more test case. So that will also be followed by add test annotation, and I've created a method called test case 2. And for that, I'll write in test case 2. So after this, I'll write before method and after method. Again, I'll create a method for before method and after method, and I'll just say in before method and in after method. After that, what I am using before class and after class, and I have defined the methods for that as well. After that, I will write that before test and that after test methods. So it will just print in before test and in after test. And finally, I will write at before suit and at after suit. So you can see that first I wrote the test cases, that is 1 and 2. Then I used before and after method. Then I used before after class, then test, and then suit. But what is the execution flow? The execution flow is first comes before suit, before test, before class, before method. And then test, after method, after class, after test, and after suit. But here you can see that I have wrote in a jumbled way. But when I execute the program, you can see it will follow the same sequence. Let's check that now. So you can see it's detected the version of TestNG, and there were 2 test cases that was run. So as I have told you how it will say first, it will say before suit, and then in before test, in before class, in before method, and then it will execute the first test case. Then after before method, what happened? After method got executed. And after that, again it's executing before method because it has one more test case. So it will run one more test case, that is test case 2. Again it will say after method, after class, and after test. But you can see that there is no after suit here because first it ran both the test cases. And I hope you remember that a method with after suit annotation will run once after execution of the test in the suit have run. So it executed only till after test. And it said test case 1 and test case 2 was passed. That is in default test. You can see it's telling in default test there were 2 test cases that was run. There was no skips and no failures. And after that it said in after suit because after all the test cases have run, it will just run only once. That is the reason it ran after the suit. And again in the default suit you can see the number of test cases was 2 that was run, and there were no failures and there were no skips as well. So this is how all the annotations can be used. And also you can execute many other examples based on the different annotations, and you can use all the annotations and group your examples in a very easy way. Now let's see one more example of a cross-browser testing. So what I have done here, I have just created a class called cross-browser test. This is nothing but a cross-browser script where the same test cases will run across the different browsers. And TestNG is very helpful for that, as I have already mentioned you before. Now let's see how it works. So what I have done, I have written here at before test. And the parameters is also one of the annotations. It describes how to pass the parameters to a add test method. So in the test, I want to specify the browser. So that is the reason I'm using add test parameters. So now I'm setting up a method called string browser, and that throws exception. So first I want to set up Firefox browser. So that's the reason I'm giving if browser equals to ignore case of Firefox, set the system properties of the Firefox driver. So this is how I do that. I'll specify the path and I'll create an instance of a Firefox browser. And next I'll check it for the Chrome driver. That is, I want to launch the Google Chrome with the help of Chrome driver. So that's the reason I am specifying it in this way. And after that, what I want to do, I want to check for Edge as well. That is Microsoft Edge as well. So this is how I'll do that. I'll set the system properties and I'll create an instance of a new Edge driver. If no browser passed, then it has to throw an exception. So that's the reason I'm telling throw new exception, telling that browser is not correct if the above test cases fail. And after that, what I'm doing, I'm specifying the time modes for implicitly wait. I want to wait for 10 seconds because it will take time to load the browsers, execute the test cases, right? So I don't want to throw exception, or I don't want it to close the driver or anything like that. So that's the reason I'm specifying implicitly wait. So this is all the things that is happening before test. And let's see now what happens at test. So public void test parameter with XML throws interrupted exception. So what I'm doing, I'm just getting the driver, telling driver.get and specify the URL, that is edureka.co. I want to log in. So I want to click on the login button. So this is how I'm specifying with the help of a locators. If you wish to know how to locate elements with the help of locators and everything, you can check out my video in our YouTube playlist and you can very well understand these concepts in depth. And after that, what I'm doing, as it is a link text, I'm clicking on the login button. And again, after that, I'm using a thread sleep because I want to know what actions are happening. So I'm just using 4 milliseconds of sleep time. And now I want to enter the username and password. So that is the reason I'm specifying driver.findElement by ID. This is the value of my locator for ID, and I'm using send keys because it is a text box. I'm entering the username, and again same for password. And what I'm doing, I'm using the next button because I want to hit on the login button. So that's the reason I'm specifying next.click. I want to search this as well. I'll inspect that and I will search it. So for that, I'm using CSS selectors. Again, if you wish to know what is CSS selectors, what is XPath and everything, you can check out the videos. Again, this is a type of locators only. So this is how I'll specify the search input value for my CSS selectors. And then I'll send keys as Selenium. And after that, I want to search it automatically. So that's the reason what I'm doing. I'm specifying the XPath for the search icon. So finally, I'll say search button.click. And now I have written a TestNG.xml file. So you can see there are 3 different types of browsers, and I want to specify the class path for all the 3 different browsers. So that is the reason I have written XML file for the TestNG. So this is how I need to write it. So the TestNG suite name will be test suite, thread count will be 2, and the test that will run in parallel. So first the test name is Chrome test. So first what will happen? The Chrome browser will get launched. The parameter name is browser value is equal to Chrome, and this is the class name, that is the package name, which is core.edureka.pages followed by the class name. The class name is what? Cross browser script. Yes. So after that I'll close the class and I'll close the test. Again, the second test name will be Firefox test. Parameter name is browser value is equal to Firefox. Again, the class name will be the same. Again, after that you have your Edge test. Again, the same thing for that. And finally, I will close the suite. So first you can see I open the suite. Then I open the test. Then I open the classes. Close the test. Again, open the new test. Again, open the classes. And then close the class. And after everything, I close the suite. Because I have told you it only executes once. So now here, what you need to do is you need to run this as a TestNG suite. Let's see how it works. So you can see TestNG version was detected. First, it launched Google Chrome browser. It's navigating to edureka.co. Hit on the login button. And simultaneously, it launched Firefox browser. Navigating to edureka.co. Let me check with this. You can see it's entering the username and the password and hit on the login button as well. Again, it's navigating through the Edge and it hit on the sign in, and you can see here logged in, and it's giving the search as Selenium. So this is how you can run the test cases. So you saw it executed on 3 different browsers and it performed the actions on all the 3 different browsers. If you wish to know how to run a cross-browser script in more detailed way, you can check out the video on our YouTube playlist and you can have a very depth knowledge about that as well. So this is how you need to use all the annotations. You can configure your TestNG file and you can configure your XML file as well based on the script that you have written in your class file. And this is how you can use all the annotations, and that serves different purposes. And yes, that's all about the TestNG annotations in Selenium. Let's understand what is data-driven framework. Data-driven is a test automation framework which stores the test data in a table or a spreadsheet format. This allows automation engineers to have a single test script which can execute tests for all the test data in the table. In this framework, input values are read from the data file and then they are stored into a variable in test scripts. And data-driven testing enables both positive and negative test cases into a single sheet. So basically, first the expected output will be defined and then we will match whether the actual output matches with the expected output or not. So in data-driven test automation framework, input data can be stored in a single or multiple data sources like XLS, XML, CSV, and databases. Now that you know what is data-driven framework, let's move further and understand the types of parameterization in TestNG. In order to understand the parameterization in a more clear way, let's go through the parameterization option in one of the most popular framework in Selenium WebDriver, that is TestNG. So basically, there are two ways by which we can achieve parameterization in TestNG. First, with the help of parameter annotation and TestNG XML file. So basically, you will use add parameters annotation and you will provide the name and the search key. And the next one is with data provider annotation. So in this, instead of parameter annotation, you will use the data provider annotation and you will search for the given provider. So this is the difference between these two. Among these types of parameterization, in this session, I will be discussing data provider annotation in TestNG. If you wish to know about parameter annotation, then stay tuned for the upcoming video on parameter annotation in TestNG. For now, let's understand what is data provider in TestNG. If you want to provide the test data, then you need to declare a method that returns a data set in a form of two-dimensional object array. The first array represents a data set, whereas the second array contains the parameter values. The data provider method can be in the same test class or in one of its superclasses. It is also possible to provide data provider in another class, but then the method has to be static. Once you have added this method, you need to annotate it using add data provider annotation, like the way how you write the data provider. And that will help the TestNG to know that it is a data provider method. You can also provide a name to it using the name attribute of the data provider annotation, but this can be optional. If one has not provided the name, then the name of the method will be used to refer it. If a test wants to use a data provider, it can do so by specifying the name of the data provider in data provider attribute of test annotation. So this is all about what is data provider in TestNG. Now that you know what is data provider in TestNG, let's move further and understand how actually it works through parameterization. So by now you all might be aware that data provider eases the task of testing multiple sets of data. To fill thousands of web forms using our testing framework, you need a different methodology which can gives us a very large data set in the single execution flow. And this data-driven concept is achieved by data provider annotation in TestNG. It has only one attribute name. If you do not specify the name attribute, then the data provider's name will be the same as that of the corresponding method name. And also it returns a two-dimensional Java object to the test method. Now let's get hands-on into the data provider in TestNG with the help of examples. So first, I will pass the data from the getData method to the data provider. So in the first example, I will pass the data from getData method to the data provider. I will also send the data into 3 rows and 2 columns. That is, I will pass 3 different usernames and password. Let's take a look at the code now. So first I have created a package and then I have created a class called data provider example in the package called code.edureka.pages. Next, as I have already mentioned that I will pass the data from getData method. And that is the reason I'm using test annotation and data provider is equal to getData. Next, I'm creating a method called setData and passing string username and password. So I'll simply write print statements like username is so and so and the password is so and so. Next, I want to create an array object that is two-dimensional array. So what I'll do, I'll use data provider annotation. I'll create a method called public object, that is the array object getData, because I want to refer it from this one. So next I'm going to create an object of a new array and that will be 3 rows and 2 columns. As I have already mentioned, that is, I will pass 3 different usernames and password. That is, username and password is 2 columns, but the rows will be 3 because I am passing 3 different username and password. So at data of 0 and 0, suppose say if you plot a graph at 0 and 0, what I will have a user 1. And at 0, 1, that is first row, first column will be user 1. Next, first row, second column will be the password. Next, second row, first column will comprise of the second user. Second row, second column will comprise of the second password. Again, the same thing for the third row as well. Third row, first column will be user 3 and the third row, second column will be the password. So this is how I have created my array object. And finally, what I will say return the data. So this is very simple. Let's first understand this and then I will tell you how to integrate with Selenium and how does it actually works with TestNG. So now let's run it as a TestNG test and check for the output. So you can see that TestNG version was detected and it printed the username and password for all the combinations, that is the first username, first password, second username and password, and the third username and password. Then I have created an array of object, and that's the reason in the set data method, that is this one, it's printing as user1 and the password of the user1, then second user and the password of the user2, and the third user and its password. So this is how you can provide the data using data provider annotation. So you can see that on default test, the test that was run was 3. There was no failures and there were no skips. Also, on the default suite as well, there were 3 tests that were successfully run and there were no failures and no skips. So which means your test got executed perfectly fine. If you wish to know how exactly TestNG works and what are the various annotations in TestNG, you can check out the YouTube playlist and you will get the videos and you can learn in depth about these concepts. For now, let's take a look at the other example and understand how it works. Now let's understand one more example where I will be providing the data into Facebook website using data provider. So in this example, what I will do, I will type the username and password and log in into facebook.com. In this test case, it should run 2 times with a different set of data. That is, we have provided it in a 2-dimensional array. Let's check that now. So first, what I will do, the same thing, I've created a class and it will take the data from the data provider which we have created. That is, I'm using artist annotation and data provider will be the name and the test data will be the search key. Yes, I hope you remember that I've showed it before. And now what I will do, I'm just creating a method called test Firefox because I'm using a Firefox website. You can give it any name. And I'm passing 2 parameters like username and password. So this is how I need to set the system properties and create an object of a new Firefox driver. If you want to use Chrome driver, again you can use Chrome driver. There is no doubt in that. So I want to maximize the browser window. So I'll say driver.manage.window.maximize. And using driver.get, I'm navigating through facebook.com. And next I want to clear the email field. Suppose say that there's some data already present, so I want to clear that. So that's the reason what I'm doing. I'm just giving it as driver.findElement by ID. I'm using ID locator and the value of the ID locator is email and .clear. After it gets cleared, then I want to enter the username and password. So what I will do, I will type driver.findElement by ID, again email.send keys as username. So this username will be referred from where I have given the username as. And again, I have to clear the password field and then again enter the password. Yes. So if you wish to know about the locators, about ID locator, about name, XPath, everything, again, you can check out the video in YouTube playlist and you can get hands-on over it. So next, what I'm doing is I'm using a data provider annotation and pass the name is equal to test data. And next what I am doing, I'm creating a method and creating a object array with 2 rows and 2 columns. First parameter is row and the second parameter is column. Now I have to enter the data to row 0, column 0. I hope you remember in the previous example that what we did, we simply entered the data, right? The same way. So at row 0, column 0, it will enter the username as this. And at row 0, column 1, it will enter the password as this one. Again, next, to row 1, column 0, it will enter the second username, and to row 1, column 1, it will enter the second password. And finally, I have to return the Facebook data. Because Facebook data is the object that I have created, that is the reason it will do that. If I want to enter more details, I can again enter it over here. There won't be any issue with that. So now let's run it as a TestNG test and check the output. As these are not valid credentials for username and password, it won't log in. Simple. Now that you can see, it is launching Mozilla Firefox browser. That is, �:𝐸𝐴 driver is launching Firefox. And now you can see that it's navigating through facebook.com. It entered the username and the password. Again, you can see it launched Firefox for the second time, navigated through facebook.com. It entered the second username and the second password. Yes. So you can see here that is test Firefox was passed for username and password. So default test that was run was 2, and on the default suite also there were no failures and skips. So if I provide 10 records or 20 records or 100 records, this will pass because there is no doubt in that. So if you have hundreds and thousands of data sets, then you can use Excel sheet to store the data and then provide the path of the Excel file in your code. So that will help you to process all the records present in the Excel file. So simply you can create package and you can create a simple Excel file and you can enter all the data like username and password. If you want to enter age, any details it can be. Depending on that, you just have to create an array object. It can be any length, any dimension, and you have to just pass the values. As I just wanted to provide 2 records, I'm just creating it in the program. Else I'll just refer to the Excel sheet path and I can process the records. So you can see here there was 2 different Facebook pages where it entered the first username and the password, and it entered second username and password. So which means it was able to provide the data using data provider. If not, it would have thrown any error over here. But it did not do. Why? Because our test cases run perfectly fine. So this is how it works. Basically, this was used to check whether the data provider was successfully able to provide the data into Facebook login page or not. So basically, this is how it works.
We need to use a Selenium framework because finding and fixing a very small bug in a million-line code is insanely challenging. And besides, as a Selenium tester, we need automation, right? We need automation in places like feeding the data to the data script. Because how many times will you have a single data script in which you'll be manually changing the data? How many times will you feed different data to your data script to make sure that different test cases succeed? You need automation for that reason. And you need your code to be simple. You should be able to understand your code. And if you have a bug, you should be able to easily and efficiently fix that bug, right? For these reasons, you need to use a Selenium framework. I'm pretty sure I'm not making too much sense right now. So let me go forward and explain what I'm talking about in more detail. But before I go forward, let me tell you what are the benefits of a Selenium framework. First and foremost, when you implement a Selenium framework, there is increased code reusage, which is a very, very good thing, because if your code is too big, you will have a problem understanding your code. Smaller the code, the better. And when we say code reusage, it means that you will have a small piece of code for a particular functionality. And at a later point of time, if you need to use the same functionality, then you can call that particular code instead of rewriting that same code, right? You can reuse that code which you've written earlier. That's the benefit. The second benefit is that there is improved code readability. It means that when your code is smaller and it follows the framework pattern, then your code is more readable. There's unwanted complexity. For every single functionality, you will have a small piece of code. And if you want to modify any functionality, if you want to modify the test for a particular functionality, you need to only modify a small piece of code. And modifying that small piece of code will not have any dependency on other parts. If you're having one single test script in which you're testing 5 different functionalities, then the code is going to be pretty huge, right? By making changes to one part of the code, you might be affecting other parts, right? The other functionalities. So you can avoid that by breaking the entire code into smaller parts of code and then testing them. The next benefit is that with the help of a Selenium framework, there is higher portability. So if you have a smaller piece of code, that code can be moved easily to another package or to another project, or if you want to just use it later for some other purpose, you can do that. There's no stopping you. And most of all, your script maintenance is going to be very, very simple, because if there is something that you want to change, you'll be changing only that part, and that will not affect anything else in your code, because it's going to be a very small class or a small method in a small test case which you will have to modify. Nothing more, nothing less, right? So these are some of the benefits of a Selenium framework. And now that you people have understood this part, let me go forward and start off with our actual topics. Okay, let's start with what is a Selenium framework. And as it says here, a Selenium framework is just a code structure to make your code maintenance simpler and to make your code readability better. And there are various frameworks that we can use. Like I said earlier, we have something called as a data-driven framework. We have a keyword-driven framework, and we have a hybrid framework. So a data-driven framework is a technique wherein you will be separating your test script and your data set. So whatever data you want to feed, that will be separated from your actual test case. Okay. And a keyword-driven framework is something similar but yet different. The difference is that instead of separating the data set from the test script, we will be separating the methods which need to be executed in that same test script. So you have a test script and the methods which need to be executed in this test script to make sure you're testing the application, those methods will be stored separately. That's it. That is the only difference. And then we have hybrid framework, which basically implements the best features of both of these frameworks. Okay. So these are the types, and let me get started with explaining each of them one after the other. And of course, I'm going to give you a demonstration. Okay. So let's start with a data-driven framework. A data-driven framework is a testing strategy in which the data set under test is stored separately from the test script. Let's take an example of me logging into a web application and I want to test that success. Okay. And if I want to basically achieve automation, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to separate the data set. In my case, the data set is going to be the username and the password fields, correct? These details, if I have, let's say 10 or 5 sets of these login credentials, I will store them separately in a different file. In my case, I'm going to store it in an Excel file. And basically my test script will only contain the functionality to test the web application. And whenever it needs data to enter into the login button or into the password button, then it would fetch it from the Excel file and then feed it over there and then continue with the execution of the test. Okay, so that's how simple that is. And the big benefit with implementing this data-driven framework is that your automation testing here is driven by your data set. So basically at a later point of time, if you want to change the data set, you can do it without affecting your code. Okay, you just need to go and edit your Excel file and nothing more. You can have 50 credentials there, you can have 100 credentials there, you can have any number, and that's not going to impact your code here. Okay, and the best part is the same script is going to be used for n number of tests. So having said this, let me go to the next slide and ask you this question here. Can Selenium WebDriver read data from an Excel file for input? Because that's what we're trying to achieve here, correct? And the answer for this is no. Selenium WebDriver cannot on its own read data from an Excel file. And then will come the next question. You can ask, if it cannot read, then how will we feed the data from the Excel to the WebDriver? Correct? That's a brilliant question. And the answer to that is, we can use an external tool called Apache POI. Okay? You can use Apache POI for both reading and writing operations on Microsoft files, not just Excel files. Okay? So Apache POI is an open source tool, and it's a library which is nothing but a set of programs or a set of functions which allows us to read, create, or edit these Microsoft documents using Java. Okay, so let me go forward and get to more details. This is going to be the demo that I'm going to show you. Okay, I have my Excel file here, something similar to this. In one column, I have my username credentials, and in the other column, I have my password credentials. And these two need to be sent as a pair to my program to execute my test. And as part of Apache POI, there is something called as a data provider function. And this data provider function is what I'm going to use to basically read my data from the Excel file. Okay, this is the method which is going to do that for me. Let me explain this code, but before that, let me go and open up my Eclipse, which is going to be the IDE where I will be working. And on this Eclipse IDE, let me give you more details. So this is my Eclipse, and I have this project here, right? Selenium Frameworks Demo. So this is my project, and inside this project, I have 3 packages. One is for data driven, the other is keyword driven, and the third is hybrid framework. So I will be showing you a demonstration of these 3. Okay, so let me open up data driven first and open up these 2 classes, which is going to be my demo. Now, the ddtexcel.java class, right? This is going to be my main class or my main test case, which is going to do the functionality. But just to read data from an external Excel file, I've written another class. And here I've used Apache POI functionalities. Okay, so I've used this XSSF workbook and XSSF sheet. Now these 2 are very prominent libraries or let's say functions that come with Apache POI. I'm using them to read my Excel sheet and then get data from there. Let me first start off by explaining this main class of mine. Okay, so here what I've done is I've imported these set of libraries. These are very simple, and you should know why I've imported them. So let me just minimize this, and coming to my class, So basically the first thing I've done in my class is I have created a Chrome driver object, and I've created this outside because I want to do it globally, because all my other functionalities, all my other methods which is containing the functionality to perform the test, they all have @test annotations. And because I cannot have my Chrome driver inside one of these annotations, I have defined it globally outside. And coming to the next line, I have an @test annotation to basically execute my method here, and my method is demo project. Okay, and to this demo project method, I will have to provide my username and password credentials. So I've used the driver.findElement command to pass the username and the password credentials to my WebDriver. Okay, I have specified that I want to perform the test on this particular URL, and I've of course set the system property over here. Okay, and most importantly, I have mentioned that the data provider for this is test data. So what this means is there is an external method, and the method which has the annotation name as data provider will be the method that will be passing the username and password credentials to this particular method of mine. Okay, so @test is the annotation here, and if you come down, I have another method here, right? Public object. So this method has been annotated with data provider. So this means that the username and password credentials will be read by this method and passed to this particular method of mine. Okay guys, and basically everything else is very simple. So once I've passed it to my WebDriver, I'm just trying to log in by pressing the click button, and then I'm waiting for some time till the entire functionality takes place, and I'm verifying if my login is successful or if it's not successful. I'm doing that by getting the title of my web page. So when I log in, this is going to be the title. Okay, this is supposed to be the title of the web page. So what I obtain and store in this get title variable, if that matches this, then my test is a pass, right? If it does not, then it's invalid. And after that, I have another small method which is basically to terminate my session. So I've used an after method annotation for that. Let's say when all the methods get completely executed, that time this will be executed and my program will quit. Now let me go to this part of my program, which is nothing but the data provider, and explain you how I'm reading data into this method. So I've created this method as an array. Okay, and here what I'm doing is I'm calling my second class. So the read Excel file here, right? So this is a class, and as you can see, this is the same read Excel file class, and I'm creating an object instance of that class. And as you know, this is the rule to create an object, right? And while creating an object of this read Excel file class, I am passing the place where my login credentials are present. So the Excel file is called as login credentials.xlsx, and it's present in this path. So I'm just feeding the path. Okay, so basically when this class is called from that method, it's called along with the Excel path, right? It's passed with some parameters, and that is what is received over here. Now the funny thing that you might notice here is there is another method that I've started with the same name as the class. So when you have a method in your class which has the same name as your class, then that's called as a constructor. Okay, so it's not technically a method, it's basically a constructor which has the same name as my class name. So this constructor has the path where my Excel file is present. Okay, and here I'm just using a try catch block to catch any exception if it arises. Okay, and what I'm doing is as you can see, there is something called as XSSF workbook and XSSF sheet, right? Now these two are inbuilt libraries that come with Apache POI, and I have created objects for those. Okay, objects with web and sheet. So these are the two names. So for XSF workbook, which will help me deal with the Excel workbook, and this would help me deal with a particular sheet in that Excel file. Okay, so the object name for that is sheet, and for this is WB, and I've just initiated that process here. Okay, so I've created a new file here, and I've fed the file name, the file path over here. And again, this file input stream is a function that we get with our Apache POI library, right? So if there is any problem here, so ideally there should be no problem. Okay, but if there is ever any problem in reading this Excel file, then that would be thrown as an exception. So program termination would not halt, but it would be just thrown as an exception at the end of the program. Whenever the execution is complete, that time the exception would be thrown. Okay, and it would be thrown with the help of this println statement. That makes it displayed. But getting back to the main method which actually does my reading, okay, so that is done over here. So I have two methods, which is string get data and int get row count. Okay, so two methods, get data and row count. I'm using the get row count method to basically find out how many rows are there in my Excel file, because that will be used to define the number of times I will read my Excel file, because I will be running a for loop, right? If you go back to here, you can see that I'm running a for loop to basically execute multiple login credentials. So how many ever login credentials are present in my Excel file, that many times this for loop would be executed. Okay, and then I have a get data method, which would basically take the sheet number, row and column as parameters and use that to read my data inside the cell. Okay, so this is to basically read the data inside my cell. So you will not understand this method if I do not go back to my main class file. Okay, so let me go here and explain every single line one after the other. So I'm creating a new object called rows. So here I'm getting the value of my row count. Okay, but when I want to find out the number of rows that are there, I have to also specify the sheet number. So that is why you can see a 0 over here, correct? So if I go here, you can see that this is the login credentials and the name over here is sheet 1. Okay, but the index is ideally 0. So this is sheet number 0, right, index wise. So this is what I've passed as parameters when I'm calling the getRow method. Okay, and when I'm calling this method, I would come here and the same sheet number 0 would be brought in as the input. Okay, so I'll be using the sheet number to identify how many rows are there in that particular sheet. So this is the logic that I have used to find out the number of rows. So I've said int row is equal to wb.getSheetAt with this sheet index. Okay, so wb has the path and the Excel file which has the credentials, and it will go to this particular sheet having index number of 0, and it would get the number of the last row. Okay, so get last row number is again an inbuilt library which would obtain what is the number of the last row. So if I go here, the number would be 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Index wise it's 0 to 4, and 4 is what would be present here. And what I'm doing is I'm saying row is equal to row plus 1, which would make it row is equal to 5, because I have a 5 credentials. I cannot give the entry as 4 over there because index starts from 0. Because it starts from 0, I have just appended 1 manually. Okay, and then I'm basically returning this value of row. So that value of row would be stored in this particular object. Okay, now the next thing that we are doing is we are creating another object for storing the credentials. I'm creating a 2-dimensional array where I'll be storing both the username and the password as a 2-dimensional array. Okay, this is the name of the object. So the size of the object is going to be controlled by this 2-dimensional array, right? So the number of rows is going to be the number of rows that is obtained and present in this object, and the number of columns is going to be 2, because if you go back to my Excel, of course there are just 2 columns. So that's going to be the size of my 2-dimensional array. Okay, row size by column size. And to basically read the data from each and every single cell, I'm writing a for loop wherein I'm running a for loop for the number of rows that are present, and I'm increasing it every single time. And every time I'm reading a particular cell, I'm reading it for the ith row and 0 column and ith row and first column. So when my I is equal to 0, it starts from I is equal to 0, right? So at that time, it would pick up the value in cell number 0 and 0. So index wise, the value of this cell is 0 and 0, right? This is 0 and 1. So if I want to pick up the data in this cell, then I would say get me data which is present in ith row and 0 column and ith row and first column. And when I say first column, it is this, right? And this would be asked when this get data method is being called. So the get data method is called with these parameters, which means that get the data that is present in this format: 0th sheet number, ith row and 0th column. And again over here it would be 0th sheet number, ith column and first ith row and first column. And the credentials here would be basically returned to this particular data provider annotation, right? To this particular method it would be returned. So that's how it's going to work. But how is my get data here reading the cell value present in this particular cell? That we can see from here. Okay, so get data method is there here, and it would receive three parameters like I told you before: sheet number, row, and column. And what I'm saying here is I'm creating a new object again, sheet, wherein I'm going to say get the sheet number, where I'm saying access this particular sheet number using this library WB, which is my Excel file, get sheet at sheet number. And once I've accessed this sheet number, I'm saying create a new object called data, which is of type string, and store this data. Get the row value of this row and what's passed here, and get the cell value of this column. Okay, the column that is passed over here, right? So get that value and return it back to this method. Okay, so I'm just using return data for that. And basically the method whichever is calling this one would get back the values. And since the method which is calling this method is my test data feed, this would get back the values and it would store it in this two-dimensional credentials array. And from the credentials array, it would go back to my test annotation here, which is my first method called demo project. Once it's received over here, the username and password, it would basically be passed whenever it's needed. Okay, and my web application would get the login and password fields like that. So that's how my code is structured. All right, so let me execute this program and show you how the demo works. So I'm just clicking on this run button here, and let's just wait for my Chrome to open. Here we go. Chrome browser instantiated, and this is my first test case, right? It was Edureka and the password was fed. Chrome browser closed, and again my Chrome browser is going to reopen, and it's going to basically check for every single credential. It's going to check if I can log in or not. If it logs in, it means that the credentials are valid. Otherwise the credentials are invalid. Okay, so the first two succeeded, I could log in, but the next three I can however not log in, right? My login has failed over here, and that's what we would get in my test result. It would say that 3 credentials failed. So let's just wait up for that. So there we go. My 5 different test cases successfully executed. And if I pull it up, it shows that the number of tests run were 5 and there were 3 failures. That's because I manually gave wrong credentials over here. So these 2 are valid credentials and these 3 are invalid. So that is the inference that we get from this particular test. Okay. So that is the demo for my data-driven framework. If you do have any doubts, please put them in the comment box. And you can also look at the description below because there's a link to a blog where I've explained the same concept. And if you want to pick up this code, you can pick up the code from that particular blog of mine. Okay. So in the meanwhile, let me just move on to my next topic. And my next topic is keyword-driven framework. We saw what a data-driven framework is. And a keyword-driven framework is slightly different in the fact that you still have an Excel file, but in the Excel file, you're not feeding data, but you're feeding the methods which need to be executed. Suppose, let's say I have 5 different methods in my test script. Okay, and in this test script, I don't want to execute all 5. I can have a new Excel, and in that Excel, I can say just the 3 methods which I want to execute. And when I execute this test script, then it would only test those 3 methods which are mentioned in this Excel file. Okay, so that's how it works. That's what a keyword-driven framework is. It helps you control the methods that you want to execute in your test script. Again, it's very similar in the fashion that you have an external file where it will be stored, and the Excel file can be used, or you can have database, or you can use an XML file. You can use one of these 3. I have used an Excel file for simplicity. And again, the benefits and the features are very similar. If you want to control the number of methods you want to execute, you can easily do that by just removing or adding those method names to your Excel file. And this is how it looks like. So I have 2 columns. One is description and the other is keywords. And these action keywords, these are my set of methods which I want to execute. Now the same test that I performed some time back, right, with data-driven framework, I'm going to perform the same login test. So basically, if I want to run a test which is very similar to the test I showed you some time back, what are the functionalities that I need to test, right? So I have to first of all instantiate a Chrome browser. That's one functionality I would have to write in my test. I would have to specify the URL on which I want to perform the test. I have to specify the elements. In my case, it would be the username field and the password field. And then I have to be able to click on the login button. I have to be able to verify the login, and then I have to close the browser, right? So these are the different functionalities I want to test. And that's what I have done here. So instead of having one single test case where I have written the entire code for these things, I've broken down that into multiple methods. Okay, and the methods look like this. And the methods I can call from one more file over here. So I have the method names specified as keywords here, and these method names have smaller functionalities. For opening or launching my browser driver, I have the open browser method. For navigating to a particular web page, I will have one more method. For passing the username credentials, there's one method, and similarly for each and every functionality, I have a separate method. And these methods will be called from my main file, from my main class file. Okay, and this is how it looks like. The method is the name of my class where the functionality is present. Okay, I've written the code to test it, and I'm basically calling these functions with some parameters. Okay, so let me quickly go to my Eclipse and show you a demonstration of this very same. So let me first close these two files which I do not need. These were for data driven framework, and now going to keyword driven framework, let me open up these three files. Okay, data script is going to be my main file which will control the execution, but along with that I have a methods class in which I've specified the different functionalities I want to test, and I have a read Excel data which is again going to read my data from the Excel file, which is the Excel cells, and it would pass that back to my driver script. Okay, so this is my main file, and it's a very simple class where I've created one variable, and here I've stored the path where my Excel file is present. Okay, and my Excel file is dataengine.xlsx. Let me just quickly open up that file and show you. This is my Excel file. Like I told you, these are the methods which I want to execute, and this is just a small description, which is of course not relevant or needed for my test. It's just for your understanding purpose. I've just said what each of these methods do. These will be the ones that will get executed. And the next thing I've done is I've called the read Excel data class. Okay, so this is the read Excel data class, and this has a couple of methods. Set Excel file is one method, and get cell data is one more method inside this class. Okay, and what I've done here is while calling this class, I've said execute this set Excel method. Okay, calling this method with these parameters spath and sheet1. So sheet1 is basically the name of my sheet number. Okay, and spath is the path. So I'm setting what I want to read. Okay, when this is basically executed, then it would call this method, and this method will receive the path of where my Excel is present, and it would go to the sheet name. So the sheet name present over here is sheet1, right? So let me open up the Excel and show you that sheet1 is the name. So it would straight away come to this particular Excel file, and it would start reading data, or it will be ready to read or write data in this particular Excel sheet. Okay, and here again I've used XSF workbook and XSF sheet, right? As you can see here, I've used them to basically read my actual data. So they are the ones that contain the smaller libraries which would do actions like reading the cell and obtaining that cell value and storing that cell in a different variable. Okay, so I've created separate static objects for them, and I'm calling them inside this particular Excel file of mine. So how the logic works here is the path and the sheet name comes in from the calling method. Okay, and when that comes, I am creating a new object called Excel file. Okay, and the same file that is mentioned over here, that would be stored in this object. Okay, and in this Excel file, I'm using this as a base to create another object which is Excel workbook. And here I'm just saying I want to use the XSF workbook functionalities on this particular Excel file. So that's why I'm creating this particular object. Okay, so this acts as a class for this particular object of mine. And finally, I've created one more object for which this would act as the class. Okay, so whatever I'm saying here, right, there's Excel workbook, there's Excel W sheet. So I'll be using this Excel W sheet to write the sheet name of this particular Excel file. I'll be accessing this sheet name in this Excel workbook, which is present in this particular path. So that is what this piece of code does for me. Okay, this method, which is setting the Excel file and getting my environment ready for me. That is about this method. So let me go back to the driver script and continue with my explanation. So right after setting my Excel file, I am starting a for loop here. And I'm starting a for loop to basically read all my Excel column contents. So whatever method names I've specified in my column, I want to read those things, right? So for that, I've created a for loop, and I've hard coded the value that run the for loop 7 times. Because if you look at my Excel, I have 7 entries here, correct? Count as 7. So I want to run the for loop 7 times. but start the execution from row 1, because row 0 is not something I want to execute. It's just a header. So these are the ones which I want to execute. So this is row number 1. So start executing from this row. And this time I'm creating a new object called sActions, having data type string. And I'm again calling this same read Excel data file, right? This read Excel data class. And from this class, I'm executing this method, get cell data. Okay. And when I'm calling this get cell data method, I'm passing the row number and the column number of the particular cell I want to read. So I want to read the cell number which is executed as part of the for loop. So when the first time this for loop is executed, then I will be reading row number 1, column number 1. Okay, because row number is mentioned as 1 over here. That's where it starts off with. And the second time when this for loop is running, I will be reading row number 2 and column number 1. Because if you go back to my Excel, the column number is the same and the row number is what changes. So 1 1, 2 1, 3 1, 4 1, 5 1, 6 1, 7 1. That's how it goes. Okay, and every time I open this and every time I call this particular method, I'm passing these values, right? So this method would get called, and when this method is called, the same row number and column number is received as parameters. Okay, and these are used to basically read the cell contents. But how am I doing it? By creating a new cell object, and here I'm saying the Excel worksheet, choose this worksheet, and over here go to this particular row, because this worksheet has this sheet name, right? So go to that particular sheet name and sheet number, go to this particular row which is nothing but row number 1, and go to this column which is nothing but column number 1. And once you're there, I have written the next line, string cell data. Okay, so this is the next object which is of type string, and here I'm saying cell dot get string cell value. So whatever value is there in that particular cell, that is obtained and stored in this particular cell data object. And then I'm finally returning this cell data to the calling object or the invoking method. So the method that is invoking this method is this object, right? So that value would come in here, and every time the value is returned here, there's an if statement which is executed. Okay, and here we have manually specified if the value that is returned, if it is equal to open browser, then execute the open browser method which is present in the class called methods. So methods is this class of mine. So like I told you, this is the place where I've defined the WebDriver object here. So for open browser method, I have instantiated the browser driver. Okay, and this would be defined globally, because driver is again declared globally. And the next method over here is the navigate. So if I want to go to a particular web page, then I would say go to this particular URL, and that would be inside this particular navigate method. And similarly, I have another input username method which is for passing the username field my credentials. And similarly for password field, there is one more method. This is the credentials which will be passed on. And then to click on the login button, there's another method, click underscore login. This would login and click. This would basically login by clicking. And finally, it would verify if my login is successful by analyzing the page title. So I'm saying get the page title and store it in this particular variable. Okay, that is of type string. And this is evaluated with this find a flight Mercury tours, because this is the page title, and this would be verified with this. And if it is matching, then it basically means that your test case passed, your login credentials is correct, otherwise it's invalid. So that's the logic here, right? That is what happens here. And then finally I have one method for close browser, which would just end my browser instance. So each of these are separate methods, and each of those methods would be called via a for loop over here. So the first time the for loop executes, it would check if it is equal to this open browser. If it matches, then the open methods dot open browser, this method would be executed and called. And the second time when the for loop is being executed, it would technically be reading this cell, right? It would be reading the navigate cell, and since that is not equal to the open browser, the next if statement, the else if statement, where I'm saying if that equals to navigate, and if it's matching with this navigate, then it would execute the next method navigate inside this class called methods. Okay, so this class contains all my methods like I told you, and this navigate method inside this methods class would be executed. And similarly, there's a for loop which would execute each and every single method which is present in the Excel file. It would compare it with each of these here, and if there's a match, then that particular method will be executed. Okay, and then basically I'm just ending this for loop right over here only. Okay, so that's how this logic is. That's how this works. So let me quickly execute this driver script file and then show you how this demo works. So my Chrome driver has opened up. So all my functionalities are being tested, right? My driver opened, my username credentials was passed, I've been logged in successfully, and then it would have by now retrieved the page title and it would have analyzed. So let me pull this up. And yes, I've not got any error. That means that my test has successfully passed. So I don't have any test annotation here to show you that if my test passed or if my test failed. Correct? So I do not have that. So that's why you didn't see any failure there. So anyways, that shows my code is executed successfully, and that's how you perform keyword driven testing. So guys, I hope this was clear to you people. And if you guys have any doubts, then I would request you to go back to the link present in the description below to read more about how this keyword driven framework works. And also if you want to get this code, you can do so from the same blog link. And let me in the meanwhile go to the next slide and talk about the next topic. So the final topic is hybrid framework, and hybrid framework is basically using a combination of both the features of both data driven and keyword driven, right? So let me quickly go to the demonstration and show you how I'm going to perform this hands-on. So I have built this hybrid driven framework in a way which is very similar to the keyword driven framework, but I am passing the method names by using the data driven framework. Okay, this might be a little confusing to you, so just listen again to what I'm exactly saying. What I'm exactly doing is the same Excel file that we saw, right? The data engine Excel file. So we have different methods. So what I'm going to do here is I'm not going to write if else conditions every time to execute each of these methods. Okay, so I'm just going to write a for loop, and I'm going to use the data driven framework technique to execute each of these methods whenever there's a match. So I hope that made a little more sense to you. A combination of data driven and keyword driven. Keyword driven because at the end of the day, my method names are present in an external Excel file, and it involves a data driven framework because these method names are read from this Excel file by using the data driven technique. Correct? My Excel file, my class file is reading this data with the help of data driven framework. If you guys have not understood this, then just wait up till I bring up my Eclipse. Okay, over there I will explain it better. But before that, I just want to tell you that to achieve this, I have used a Java reflection class. So a Java reflection class is used to import your methods in one class onto another class. So I have a class 1, which is my main class, and if I want to import the methods which are there in class 2 onto my class 1, then I can use the Java reflection class. All right, and these are the two lines of code which does it for me. So actions is the name of my class, which contains the list of methods, right? So it contains the functionalities of different methods, and I'm importing these methods onto my new object. Okay, because I'm executing or starting instantiating an object instance of this particular class in my second class. Okay, so let me just open up the Eclipse and explain this better. So this is my Eclipse. I'll just close all these files here, and this time let me open up hybrid framework package and open the 3 files here: actions, driver script, and read Excel. So very similar to keyword driven framework, we have driver script Java file, which is my main class which would be doing all the functionalities. Okay, my actions is the one which is going to contain all my methods, again very similar to my keyword driven, and the read Excel will be the one which will be reading the cell values from the Excel sheet. The very minute difference that this particular class file has when you compare it to the keyword driven data script file is that instead of me using the if else to call the different methods, right, I am using a for loop to call those methods. And since I'm using a for loop to access or get data from an Excel file, the data driven framework technique is implemented. And since the data which I'm getting from the Excel file is the name of the method, the keyword driven framework is also implemented. Okay, so that's how things work. So I don't think I have to explain you actions and read Excel files again, okay, because they are exactly the same. The only difference is over here. And what I've done here is I've first of all used the Java reflection class, as in, so this actions which is there over here, right, this class, I have created an object instance of this particular actions class. And this is defined globally outside because it can be used by even other methods in this particular program. So once I've created an object of this particular class, I'm using the method variable or the method object to get the class and the methods which are there in this particular action keywords. Okay, so the action keywords refers to my action class, and in this action class, whatever methods are there, that would be obtained. So get class dot get methods is the key term which is used for that purpose. Okay, and by now all the different methods would be stored in this particular method as array. So if I go back to actions, you can see that the different methods I have here is close browser, verify login, click login, input password, input username. I have navigate and open browser, right? So all these methods would be stored in this particular method object, this array. And what I've done next is I've started a for loop, and this for loop will run as many times as the number of methods that are there in this particular object. What is the length? Let's say if there are 7 methods over here which are imported to this particular object, then the method length would be 7, right? So this for loop would run 7 times. Basically the number of methods that were imported. Method.length is the function for that, and it would start from 0 and it would execute that many number of times, and it would keep running. And every time the for loop runs, it does one simple thing, and every time it would basically obtain the method name, and if it equals whatever stored in S actions, that would be executed. But if I have to explain this, let me first complete this part. And in this main function, what I have is I've first created a variable, and here the path of my Excel file would be present. This you of course know, and of course the sheet name is also present. And then there's a for loop that gets executed, right? And this for loop, it would be executed the number of times there is a row. So for the number of rows that are there, that many number of times the for loop would be executed, and every time it gets executed, it does one simple thing. Okay, it reads the value by using the get cell data method. Okay, inside the read Excel class, get cell data method is there here. It would pass the values, the row number and column values, and it would read the cell value and store it in S actions. Okay, and after storing it in S actions, it would execute this actions method. So that's when basically this method will be executed. Okay, so I explained this part, and getting back to what happens inside the for loop, and for every single method that is present, right? So it would first get the name of the method. So for method number 0, it's going to get the name of the method, and it's going to check if it is equal to what is there in actions. So in S actions, the first time the value that would be stored is open browser. Okay, and over here when we say if method I dot get name, then method number 0 would be compared with this S actions. So the first time when it's comparing, method number 0 would be open browser itself, because if you go to actions, the first method is open browser, right? So that would be compared over here, and if it is equal, then this line would be executed, and the line here is method I dot invoke action keywords. So this basically means if it's a match with respect to what is there in the Excel file, then execute that particular method. It will execute that same action keywords, right? And the moment it's executed, it would break the functionality. And since there's no else part, this if method will be executed once again. So the next time this for loop gets executed, and then when this is called, right, execute actions is called, that time what happens is it would be basically checking for navigate method. So that time for method number 0, it will not match S actions variable, because the first time S actions will not contain that. So for method 0, S actions will not match because S actions contains navigate, right? So that is what is obtained from the Excel file, and navigate would be present the second time this if method executes. And when it executes, basically this method would be invoked and it would be executed, right? So just like that, every single time if loop runs, a particular method will be executed, and every time a method is executed, the functionality of the web application is tested. Okay, so I have the different methods over here which would be involved in this for loop are these very same, and these would be executed. So let me just run the sample program for you and show you how this works. So again, it's going to be very similar. My Chrome driver is instantiated. I've logged in, and once my login is verified, my Chrome browser is supposed to close, and that's what has happened. So let me just pull up the results and show you what has happened. And yeah, there are no errors, which means that my test is a success. Okay, so that is what I wanted to show you, and that is what I wanted to tell you basically. So that is how I have built a hybrid driven framework. Okay, So if you guys again have any doubts, I would request you to please go to the link present in the description below. That is the blog I've written on the same web drivers. So that is the same blog I've written on these frameworks, and you can access this same code from that particular web page.
So now let's begin and understand what exactly is Cucumber and why it is useful. Cucumber is a tool that supports behavior-driven development. It offers a way to write the test that anyone can understand regardless of their technical knowledge. It explains the behavior of the application in a simple English text using �:Georgian language. So why do you need Cucumber, or why is it useful? Cucumber is one of the most popular tools because of the following reasons. First one, Cucumber is open source and hence it is free to use. With Cucumber, you can write your test scripts in multiple languages like Java, Ruby, C#, .NET, and Python. And Cucumber easily integrates with Selenium, Ruby on Rails, WaitIR, and other web-based testing tools. And it is also one of the most widely used behavior-driven development tools. So these are some of the unique features that makes Cucumber helpful for testing a website or a web app. Next, let's understand what is BDD. That is behavior-driven development. In simple terms, it is a technique where your specifications or test cases are written in plain English-like sentences. With this approach, the non-technical team members find it easy to understand the flow and collaborate more in the process of software development. So let's understand this with the help of a simple example. Consider a scenario where you want to test Twitter website. One of the test scenarios will be to verify the login credentials. With BDD, you can write this test scenario in this format as shown in this picture. So first you will write the feature. That will be, say for example, you want to test a Twitter website. So you will write test Twitter smoke scenario. And then you have to write the scenario where the title of the scenario will be, you want to test the login of the Twitter website with valid credentials. So there are three conditions. First will be the given, next when, and then. So given that, you have to open the Firefox and start the application. And when you enter the valid username and valid password, then you should be able to log in successfully. So this is a perspective how I have written the given, when, and then conditions. And this is how you need to create a feature file and then write the scenarios in simple plain English statements. So it is very easy for you to understand, right? There's no any much coding here, nothing. It's just a simple English sentences, right? So this is all about BDD, and this is how you need to write your feature file. I hope that you're clear with how to write BDD. I will be showing you more of such examples in the demo part. Now let's dive deeper into the session and understand what is Selenium. Selenium is one of the open source portable framework which is used for automation testing of web applications. It is flexible when it comes to testing functional and regression test cases. Selenium test scripts can be written in different programming languages like Java, Python, C#, Ruby, etc. And all the Selenium test scripts can run across various browsers like Chrome, Safari, Firefox, Opera, and also it provides support across various platforms like Windows, macOS, Linux, Solaris, etc. And Selenium also helps us in creating robust, browser-based regression automation suites and perform the test. So now that you know what is Selenium, let's move further and understand why use Cucumber with Selenium. Most of the organizations use Selenium for functional testing. These organizations which are using Selenium want to integrate Cucumber with Selenium, as Cucumber makes it easy to read and understand the application flow. And Cucumber tool is based on behavior-driven development framework that acts as a bridge between the software engineer and business analyst, manual tester and automation tester, manual tester and developers. Cucumber also benefits the client to understand the application code as it uses �:Georgian language which is in plain text. Anyone in the organization can understand the behavior of the software. The syntax of �:Georgian is in simple plain text which is readable and understandable. Having understood this, let's know the prerequisites for using Cucumber. So prerequisites are nothing but the essentials or the requirements that you need in order to start off writing the application in Cucumber. So very first thing is you need Selenium jar files and Selenium standalone server. Next, you need the jar files for Cucumber. I will tell you what all the jar files are required, and I'll also show you how to add the jar files in your project. Next, you should have your Java installed and Eclipse also should be there. After that, you need to add the Cucumber plugin from the marketplace. I'll tell you how to do that. And the last step is you have to code your program. Okay. So once you finish configuring all the prerequisites, the next step is to create the application. Let's see how to do that. So first we have to configure the build path and add all the jar files to the project. After that, you have to create a feature file and add the scenarios like I told you before in the BDD. After that, you have to write the runner class, and finally you need to add the step definitions and run the code. So now let's see how to do that with the help of an example. So now we will be seeing the practical implementation of creating a Cucumber example, and also we will learn how it is helpful in writing the test cases and how it is integrated with Selenium and helps us in testing a website. Let's see that now. So what was the first step? The first step was Selenium jar files and the server. So you can see here, I have already downloaded the Selenium client. So first, you should have your Eclipse and Java configured, and also your Selenium should be configured. Okay. So because these are the basic prerequisites that is essential, so you have to download the Selenium standalone server from this version. I have already downloaded that. And if you are coding the program in Java, you need to download the Java client. And if you're coding in Python or other languages, you can download the respective Java clients. And after that, there are third-party drivers. If you wish to run the test cases in Mozilla Firefox, you can download the Mozilla Gecko driver. And if you wish to run it in Google Chrome, then you can use the Google Chrome driver. Or else if you wish to use in the other websites or other browsers, then you can use the other drivers for the respective browsers. Okay. So if you wish to know how to install Selenium, Java and Eclipse, you can check out my video on how to install Selenium in the YouTube playlist, and you can very well understand about how to configure Selenium and Java on your system. So basically these are the jar files, and these are also the Selenium jar files, and this will be the standalone server. And next step is you need the jar files for Cucumber. So you can see these are the jar files for Cucumber. So I will show you how to download it. So just go to MVN repository, that is Maven repository. Just type Cucumber and give search. So either you can download io.cucumber version or info.𝐤𝐸. So just click on this. Say I want 1.2.3 version. So I'll just download the jar file. You can also write the Maven dependency in your pom.xml file when you configure the project. But now I don't want to do that. So simply what I'll be doing, I'll be just downloading the jar file. So same way, you need all these jars, that is Cucumber Java, Cucumber Core, Cucumber JUnit, Cucumber JVM Depths, 𝐤𝐸𝐿, JUnit and Mockito. So all these jar files are essential. So after that, what is the next step? You have to add the plugin from the marketplace. So just click on Help, go to Eclipse Marketplace and just type Cucumber. So you will get a natural 0.7.6 which comprises of Cucumber, 𝐤𝐸𝐿 and BDD. You have to install that. I have already installed. That is the reason you can see it as installed. And next will be Cucumber Eclipse plugin. That also comprises of Cucumber, 𝐤𝐸𝐿, JVM Cucumber plugins and everything. So you have to install that as well. So this is how you need to add the plugins from Eclipse Marketplace. Okay. After that, you have to just create a project. It can be a simple Java project. Okay. So I'll just create a simple project. I'll click on Next. I'll say it as Cucumber 1. Next. Finish. And next what you have to do, you have to click on this project, go to build path and configure the build path. So in this you can see there is neither any libraries nor there is any jar files. So you have to add the jar files. So what I'll do, I'll add all the jar files. JUnit. Yeah, and also you need the Cucumber report. So 𝐤𝐼𝐴, Hamcrest, Java Cucumber core, this one, Cucumber peak container, everything. So in total, there are these many jar files. Yes. I'll just apply and close this. And one more thing that I need here is I need to add the libraries as well. So I'll just add the JUnit library. And I will add TestNG library as well because I need them. So I want to know whether the test case were passed or failed, or that scenarios was passed or failed, and that is the reason I need all the libraries. So I'll just apply and close this. So right now you saw I just added the Cucumber libraries and I did not add the Selenium libraries. Why? Because I just want to show you how to write a scenario, how to execute the test cases, and then I will add Selenium and then integrate Cucumber with Selenium. Okay. For now, let's see about this only. So after this, I need to create a folder, say source folder as features. Okay. So in this folder, I need to create a feature file. So I'll just click on the file here. I'll click on next and I will name it as test.feature. Okay. I'll just click on the finish. So you got a test.feature file here. So now my task is to write the test cases. So as I have told you, I'll write a feature called test Twitter smoke scenario. And then I have a scenario where I want to test the login with the valid credentials. Given that, open the Firefox and start the application. And when I enter the valid username and valid password, then user should be able to log in successfully. So when I run this program using Cucumber feature, so you can see here that the feature was test Twitter smoke scenario. And then scenario was test the login with valid credentials given whatever was there when and then. So what it is telling? 1 scenarios and 1 step, but 3 are undefined. And it's telling us you can implement the missing steps with the snippets below. So I have to write the step definitions and the runner class for this because that was what I told you when I was creating the steps. That is, first I created the feature file and added the scenarios. And next I have to write the runner class and add the step definitions to run the code. So that is what it is telling me, to implement the missing steps with the snippets below. So I have already created a project where I have my features, like I have my feature file, I have the test runners, I have the step definition, everything. So first let's see what scenario I have in my feature file. So in my feature file, I have the feature name called as reset functionality on login page of the application. So scenario is verification of the reset button. Given, open the Firefox and launch the application. When I enter the username and password, then I have to reset the credential. Yes. So for this, I have written the steps. That is my step definition. So what I said, so these steps I have written in the step definition package. So I have created a separate package for that and I have created a class called steps. So whatever is there over here, given when and then, I have to write it like this. At given, same thing, open the Firefox and launch the application. Same thing over here, it's just within the double quotes. It should start with the powers to symbol and it should end with the dollar symbol. After that, it is enclosed. So this is how you have to write it. And next, the same method is written over here, telling public void. This is a method telling open the Firefox and launch the application, and it throws throwable because I have declared the throws declaration. And inside this, I'm printing this step opens the Firefox and launch the application. So next, at when, enter the username and password. Again, the same thing which is there over here. This step enters the username and password on the login page. So I have created a method over here. And finally, at then annotation I am using because it is in my features. Reset the credential. So here it will be like reset the credential. And again creating a method, and this step should click on the reset button. Okay. So now that you wrote the step definitions and the feature, but where is the executable file? For that, I have created a package called test runner And in that, I have my runner class, which helps us to execute the project. So this is how you need to write it. So just say at run with cucumber.class, because this is a cucumber project and this is how you need to specify the annotation and the signature of the method. And then at cucumber options, features is equal to the name of the feature file, that is features, and glue is equal to step definition. Step definition is a package. Yes. And this features is your folder, which is features, and this features will be the name of the feature file, and this will be the package of the runner class, which is step definitions. Correct? So after that, I'll just simply write public class runner, and I won't write any of the methods over here. I'll just simply save it. So now when I run it as a JUnit test, let's see what happens. So you can see that JUnit is running. So also you saw that there was one scenario, it was passed, and there was 3 steps, and that was also passed. And it just took this milliseconds of time to execute the test cases. Yes. So if I right click on this, you can see there's an option called cucumber feature. And if I click on this and choose run as, there's no option, because I want a runner class to run the program, and that is the reason I run it as a JUnit test. Yes. So you saw that all the steps was executed and the scenarios was passed. So what happened here? First, whatever I've created and entered it in the print statement, it displayed telling the step is to open the Firefox and launch the application. And the next step is to enter the username and password on the login page. And the last step is to click on the reset button. So it means your steps got executed properly. So this is how you can configure your Cucumber and write the steps based on your requirements. And it is very simple, right? It's just an English-like statements wherein we have added the 𝐵𝐺𝐻 jar file to execute this. It's very simple. So this is how you need to do that. So now let's do one thing. Let's add a Selenium jar file. Either you can add the Selenium standalone server, or you need to add all the jar files of Selenium. Which one is very useful? Adding Selenium jar files or just one standalone server? We'll simply add a standalone server, right? So for that, what I have done, I have created a project wherein I have integrated Cucumber with Selenium. Okay. So I'll just right click on this project and go to build path. So you can see first I have all the libraries that is required, and then I have added Selenium standalone server. And also, as I told, I need a JUnit, so I have added that. Apply and close. Okay, so now I have told you about the Twitter smoke scenario, right? Now we'll test this. In this case, it won't just display like this, telling it has to open the Firefox and launch the application, but in actual, it will launch the Firefox, start the application, it will navigate to Twitter website, enter the username and password, which is valid, and then it will log in. So it will do all these steps. And let's see how to do that and what will be the output as well. Okay. So first is I have to write the feature file. So this is my Twitter smoke scenario. And then I have my scenario is to test the login with valid credentials. Given, open the Firefox and start the application. And when I enter the valid username and valid password, then user should be able to log in successfully. Next will be the step definition, wherein I have created a class called smoke test. So in this what I did, I first created a class and I initialized the driver, that is WebDriver. And again, same thing. From here, open the Firefox and start the application. So in this, I have created a method. Instead of just writing a print statement, I am setting the system properties of my Gecko driver because I want to launch a Firefox and then navigate through this. So I'm creating an object of a new Firefox driver as well, specifying the implicit wait, and using the driver.get, I'm navigating to the twitter.com login page. Yes. And now when I enter the valid username and valid password, so again I'm writing a method for that, and I'm finding the element by XPath. I'm finding the element of this one, say twitter.com and a login. So I'm just inspecting on this. And I have a 𝐶Path installed. If you wish to know what is 𝐶Path and how to write CSS selectors and XPath using 𝐶Path, you can just check out my video on the playlist and you'll get to know about it. So again, if you wish to know about XPath and the other locators also, there's a video available on our YouTube playlist. You can check on that as well. So I've just copied the relative XPath and I've just pasted over here. And I'm sending the keys as a phone number for the login. And again, I have inspected the password as well. And I have just copied the XPath from here and pasted the XPath over here. And finally, this is the last step. At then, user should be able to log in successfully. So I've created a method for that. And again, with the help of an XPath, I'm inspecting on this button and just copied the relative XPath and pasted it over here. You can also use other locators for that because I felt it very easy. So I'm using this. So now your step definitions is ready. And the last step is to write the runner class. So in runner, what you have to do? You have to simply write this signature. And then at Cucumber options, features will be your this one, features. And the glue will be the package of this, that is step D. And just create a class called runner and specify nothing over here. Now what I'll do, I'll run this runner class as a JUnit test and let's watch the output. So you can see Mozilla Firefox browser launched with the help of a Gecko driver. It's navigating through Twitter login. It entered the credentials and it hit on the login button. Yes. And now let's check the output. So what it said, the scenarios was 1, it passed. There were 3 steps and even that passed. So what was the 3 steps? First, launch Mozilla Firefox browser and navigate through Twitter login page. And the next step was enter the valid username and valid password. And finally, the user should be able to log in successfully. So these were the 3 steps and all the 3 steps were passed. So this is how I simply added the jar file of the Selenium standalone server and then I integrated it with Selenium concept where I launched the driver, I managed the timeouts and I navigated through Twitter login page and I used the locators to find the element and send the keys and also hit on the login button. So this is how I integrated Selenium with Cucumber and executed the test cases on Mozilla Firefox browser. Yes? So that's how you need to use Cucumber with Selenium in order to perform testing of a website or a web application. Let's understand what is page object model. Page object model is a design pattern to create object repository for the web user interface elements. Under this model, for each web page in the application, there should be corresponding page classes. And this page class will find the web elements of that web page and also it contains the page methods which perform operation on those web elements. That is, it consists of a page class along with the test class and the TestNG. That is, it consists of a page class along with the test case class. And one more important thing, locators and test scripts are stored separately in page object model. The tests then use the methods of this page object model class whenever they need to interact with the UI elements of that page. And the benefit here is that if the UI changes for the page, the tests themselves don't need to be changed. Only the code within the page object needs to be changed. Subsequently, all the changes to support that new UI are located in one place. I hope you understood what is page object model. Now let's see why do we need page object model. Increasing automation test coverage can result in unmaintainable project structure if locators are not managed in the right way. And this can happen due to the duplication of code or mainly due to duplicated usage of locators. The chief problem with script maintenance is that if 10 different scripts are using the same page element, with any change in that element, you need to change all the 10 scripts. And this is time consuming and error prone, right? And a better approach to script maintenance is to create a separate class file which would find web elements, fill them or verify them. This class can be reused in all the scripts using that element. In future, if there is a change in the web element, we need to make the change in just one class file and not the 10 different scripts. And this is achieved with the help of page object model, and that makes the code reusable, readable, and maintainable. For example, in home page of web application, we have menu bar which leads to different modules with different features. And many automation test cases would be clicking through these menu buttons to execute specific tests. Imagine that UI is changed or revamped and the menu buttons are relocated to different positions in home page, and this will result automation tests to fail. Automated test cases will fail as scripts will not be able to find particular element locators to perform action. So now what happens? Quality analyst or quality assurance engineer needs to walk through whole codes to update locators wherever necessary. And updating elements locators in duplicate code will consume a lot of time to adjust locators, while this time can be consumed to increase the coverage. We can save this time by using page object model in our automation framework. So assume that a web page has an X elements and you write a test script for that. So you might feel it a cumbersome task to change the element locators in the entire script. Yes, it is, of course. So what is the solution that page object model gives you? It writes the element locators in one different class file and test case file will be written in the other class file. And that is the main motto of the page object model to help you in updating the code, and that increases the efficiency of the test automation framework. So I hope you understood what is page object model and why do we need it. Having understood this, let's move further and see some of the advantages of page object model. So first one, according to the page object model, we should keep our tests and element locators separately, and this will keep the code clean and easy to understand and maintain. And the page object model approach makes test automation framework programmer friendly, more durable and comprehensive. Another important advantage is that page object repository is independent of automation test. Keeping separate repository for page objects helps us to use this repository for different purposes with different frameworks, like we are able to integrate the repository with other tools like JUnit, PHPUnit, NUnit, as well as with TestNG, Cucumber, etc. And also the test cases become short and optimized as we are able to reuse the page object methods in the POM classes. Any change in UI can be implemented, updated, and maintained into the page objects and classes. And page object model is the best applicable for all the applications which contains multiple pages, each of which have fields which can be uniquely referenced with respect to the page. So these are few of the advantages that makes page object model as unique and easy to work with for automation testers. So now let's move further and understand what is Page Factory. Page Factory is an inbuilt page object model concept for Selenium WebDriver, but it is very optimized. Here as well, we follow the concept of separation of page object repository and test methods. Additionally, with the help of Page Factory class, we use annotations, that is, at find by annotation to find web element, and we use init elements method to initialize web elements. So page object model can be implemented with Page Factory and without Page Factory as well. If you implement it with the help of a Page Factory, then it uses by, and there is no imports required and there is no cache storage. And if you do it without Page Factory, then you have to use at find by annotation, import the packages, that is the Page Factory, and cache lookup is faster. So that's all about how page object model can be implemented with the help of Page Factory and without the Page Factory. Now let's dive into some practicals. First, I will create a simple project with POM without using the Page Factory. Then I will show you the working of the same project with the help of Page Factory so that you can understand the difference between the two. So I have created a project called Edureka Selenium project, and in that I have created a package that is code.edureka.pages, and inside that I have only one file, that is TestNG. I have named it as TestNG because this is a TestNG project and we will be checking the TestNG.xml file, and that will be the part of our execution. So here what I am doing, I am not implementing the Page Factory. Instead, I am creating only one page, that is TestNG, and writing the code in only one page and then referring it in the testng.xml file and executing it. So first, I'll show you how the execution works and then we'll take a look at the code. Okay. First, let's run the program and check for the output, and then I will explain you the workflow of the code. I'll run the program as TestNG suite. You can see that the TestNG detected its version, and Google Chrome was launched. It navigated through facebook.com, entered username and password, hit on the login button, and then it enters the value as Edureka and hit the search box. Now if you want, you can just click on the edureka.in and you can do any other options as well. Now if you want to choose that, you can do anything as well. Now I will explain you this code. So first what I did, I imported all the packages and created a class called TestNG. And then I have declared the variable of WebDriver, that is driver, as public. And now I have written the @test annotation. So this is a process that it should happen at the test. That is the ongoing process. So inside the main method, what I have done, I am using the driver.findElement by ID, that is my locator, and I'm sending the keys as my detail, that is the email or your mobile number, anything. So this is the value of my element, that is ID. If you wish to know more about locators, you can check out our YouTube playlist where you will be finding the videos for locators in Selenium, XPath, and many more. And then you can get thorough through the concepts. And the same thing for password. I'm again using driver.findElement by ID, and for my password, this is the value. And I'm sending the keys, that is my password. And then to hit on the login button, this is the value of the ID, and I'm clicking on the button. Why? Because it is a link and it's not a text box to use send keys method for that. Okay. And you saw that as soon as I hit the login button, it navigated through my Facebook homepage and it entered the value as Edureka. Correct? As you saw, all these things happen automatically. Yes, exactly. So that's how it works. And now comes the before method. So inside the before method, what I have done, I'm using the system.set property to set my driver configuration. Why? Because I need a Chrome driver to launch the Google Chrome browser and navigate through a particular website. So how can we do with the help of a driver? So as I'm using a Google Chrome, I'm using a Chrome driver and I'm creating the object of that. And this is the path where I have saved my Chrome driver. Okay. So next what I did, I'm using implicitly wait to wait for 10 seconds. Say for example, a website takes 7 to 8 seconds of time to, load the browser or load the website. To load the website or a particular web application. So that is why if I don't want it to quit and exit from the website, that is the reason I'm giving it for 10 seconds. No matter what, it will wait for 10 seconds if I declare the implicitly wait. And now what I'm doing, I'm using a driver.get method to do what? To navigate through the facebook.com page. Okay? Because this is how I need to navigate through using the driver.get command. And after this close driver, I can simply give like driver.quit if I want to quit the driver after it completes the execution. Else it will remain as it is and it will never quit from the drive. Okay. So this is all about how I have written my program for TestNG. And now let's see the testng.xml file. So this is the testng.xml file. I will tell you what are the important things that you need to focus on. First, the test name I can give it as whatever. So that is first test, and the suite name will be test suite. Okay. And inside the classes, I have given my class name as the package name, that is this one, that is core.edureka.pages.testng. Because my class name is TestNG and I want to refer to this class and I want to perform all the @test, before method and after method. That is this annotation. It has to perform after method annotation and @test annotation as well. So if I want to do that, I have to just refer to my class. So that is why I'm referring it in this way. Say if you again run and check the output, it will be the same. It will enter the details. It will hit the login button and it will enter the value as Edureka. Simple. You can choose among these. And finally what it will do, it will quit. Why? Because it's simple. Because I have mentioned driver.quit. So this is how you can implement a simple page object model without the help of Page Factory. Now say if you want to use the help of Page Factory, how to do? I will tell you that as well. So you can see here inside the project there are two kind of packages. One is the page package and the other one is the test package. Why? As I have told you, for your pages and your locators and your script, you need to maintain a separate files. That is a separate class files. And that is the reason I'm creating 2 class files for that. And in my test package, I'll be writing my test cases. And finally, for my execution, I'll be writing the TestNG.xml. So first what I will do, I will explain you all the 4 programs and tell you about the linking between these things. Okay. So first one will be the testbase.java file. So this is the test case class. And here I am writing the before suit annotation. I will tell you what it's all about. So first what I did, I created a class and I have declared my WebDriver as null. And I have set my system properties for my Chrome driver. And I'm using the implicitly wait. And what I am doing, using driver.get, I am navigating through facebook.com. So initially, when the Chrome driver launches Google Chrome, it should simply navigate through facebook.com. Okay. And after suit, what it should do, it should quit the driver. So here I'm just writing for at after suit and at before suit. I'm not giving it at suit or at test. So where is that? That is here. That is the FB login test. So in this program, I'm writing the add test annotation, and inside the init method, I'm initializing the elements with the help of what? Page factory. And for this, what I'm doing? I'm passing my driver, that is the Chrome driver, and I'm passing the FB login page.class. That is FB login page is this one and the class file of this. And I'm using these variables to set the email and to set the password and also to click on the login button. Okay. Not only that, I'm also doing one more thing over here, that is I'm creating an object of a home page and passing the parameters as my driver and the home page, that is the FB home page, that is this file dot class. And from that I'm performing 2 actions, that is I want to click on the profile drop down and I want to hit the logout link. So basically I'm performing 5 actions here. One is passing the variable or the value for my email ID and password and hit on the login button using the first login page. And using the home page, I'm clicking on the drop down and click on the logout button. Yes. So now let's see how the page factory took these elements, that is the FB login page and the FB home page. First, let's see FB login page.java. So this is not the test case. This is the pages that I have declared. So I have declared a class of this and I've given the constructor, that is this.driver is equal to driver. And as I have told you, I have to use the find by annotation. And using the XPath, what I'm doing, I'm locating on the email and creating a web element called as text box. Again, for password, this is the XPath for that. And web element as password text box. And for submit button, that is a login. You can see that. And the web element will be sign in button. And next, for all these 3 elements, that is email text box, password text box, and sign in button, I am creating a method for that and just sending the keys as string email. So this string email will refer to the value that I have given in login test, that is this one. And again, this password, that is a set password, I am passing string password, and password text box dot send keys will refer to the string password from the login test page. Why? Because I'm referring to the class file of the login page, and that's the reason it will refer from there. And it will hit on the login button, and again that will also refer to this one. So basically what it is doing, it is giving an action call to these elements to refer to these email text box, password text box, and sign in button to perform an action on that. Yes, so that is how it works, because I'm creating the pages as a different, that is my class files, my locators, everything will be in different package, and my tests will be in different package, so that you can reuse the code. It helps you to maintain the code readability, and also it enhances the performance of a test automation framework. So these 3 things refers to the Facebook login page, wherein I have initialized my locators and I'm declaring them. And now you can see here there's something called as home page as well. And there is 2 more options. I'm using the chat.sleep for 4 milliseconds because I want to wait until the next action is performed and see what's happening actually. And that's the reason I'm giving the chat.sleep as 4000. That is a 4 milliseconds. So here I have the FB home page. In this, I'm using the find by annotation to find the locators by XPath, and this is the XPath. To click on the account settings, that is a drop down, and using the link text, what I'm doing, I'm again using the link text present on the logout, and the web element will be logout link for this logout locator, and the web element will be profile drop down for the account settings. And again, what I'm doing, as both are links, I'm just clicking on the profile drop down link and the logout link as well. And again, in the FB login test, these things are the call to action from this FB home page. So this is all about how you can actually write the test case classes in different file and the pages or your test scripts regarding your locators and everything in the different file. So now what I will do, the name of my file will be page object model project, and the class name will be the test base, because inside my test base I have the before suit and after suit annotation where I have to execute, and in FB login test there is an attest annotation in which I have to perform all these actions. Okay. So now let's run and check the working of that and the output as well. So first, TestNG detected the version and Chrome driver launched Google Chrome, navigated through facebook.com. It's entering the email address, password, hit on the login button. And now what it will do, it will click on the profile drop down and hit the logout button. So you can see that it took a time of 4 milliseconds. And finally what it did, it just quit the window, because in the after suit I have declared that you have to quit the driver. So you can see inside the suit, the total test that was run was 1, and there was no failures and there were no skips as well. So you saw that it took a gap of 4 milliseconds between the actions to perform, because I have declared it in order to exactly know what actually was happening with the test cases. And how I also wanted to show you how the actual flow worked. And that's the reason I gave a thread.sleep as 4 milliseconds. So this is how you need to create a separate packages for test case classes and the script classes. And finally, you have to write a testng.xml file. So basically, this is all about the page object model design pattern, where you will be having the pages, that is FB login page and FB home page, and you will be having the test where these two will be interlinked, and the home page and FB login page will be having a test case one, and in the test base, this will refer to this. Why? Because it has to take the add test suit from the FB login test. Okay. And this test base will refer to FB login test, because test base contains only add before suit and add after suit, and there is no add test, and this will refer to this class. So this is all about how you can define a page object model design pattern. And if you wish to know more about it, you can check out our Edureka course on Selenium certification training, where these topics are carried out or taught in a broader gauge, and you will get well versed with Selenium. Let's first understand what is JDBC, that is Java Database Connectivity. It is one of the standard Java API for database independent connectivity between the Java programming language and a wide range of databases. This application programming interface lets you encode the access request statements in structured query language. They are then passed to the program that manages the database. It mainly involves opening a connection, creating SQL database, executing the SQL queries, and then arriving at the output. And we can use this JDBC API to access tabular data stored in the relational database. With the help of this, we can save, update, delete, and fetch the data from the various databases. It is very similar to the Open Database Connectivity, that is ODBC, provided by the Microsoft. So Java Database Connectivity comprises some of the components like Driver Manager, Driver, and Connection. Driver Manager is used to manage the list of database drivers. The first driver that recognizes a certain subprotocol under JDBC will be used to establish a database connection. Next, driver is an interface that handles the communications with the database server. It also abstracts the details that are associated with the working of driver objects. Next, connection. This is also an interface that consists of all the methods required to connect to a database. The connection object represents communication context. That is, all communication with the database is through connection object only. So these are the three important components of a JDBC. Now let's see some of the SQL commands that helps us to create a database, use a database, insert the records in the table, etc. So first, create database. So you can simply create the database with the help of this command, that is create database followed by the database name. Next, drop database. If you don't wish to keep the database that you have created, then you can simply delete it with the help of this command like drop database followed by the database name. Next, create table. Once you create the database, you need to create a table in that so that you can insert the records into the table. So you can just create the table like create table followed by the table name and all the data types that you wish to. Next, if you wish to drop the table, you can simply drop the table with this command, that is drop table followed by table name. Next, you can insert the value depending on the table that you have created. Okay, this is some of the MySQL commands that will help you to create a database, create table, and insert the data into the table. First, I want to create a database and a table and insert the records. So I have a MySQL command line client. So you can install MySQL server and the workbench from the website. So when you install that, the MySQL command line client will also be there. You can either use your command prompt or you can use the MySQL command line client. So I am using this because it is very helpful for me. I'll just enter the password because I have set my privileges for that. And you can see that as soon as I entered the password, it welcomed me to my SQL monitor. So here I can write my SQL commands. So first I will show the databases that is already present. So this is how I need to do that. So this is a list of the database, that is EMP, MySQL, Selenium, says everything. So if I want to use the EMP database, so what I'll do, I'll say use EMP. Database got changed. Now what I'll do, I'll show the tables. In that I have a table named employees. Next, I want to list the records present in this table. So what I'll do, I'll just type select star from employees. Correct? So this is the details which has ID, age, first name and last name. Yes. So if I just want to create a database, I'll just say create database. Database name will be database testing. Okay. So what happened? One row got affected, which means a database called database testing got created. Let's see whether it got created or not. So what I'll say show databases. So you can see there's a database called database testing. Now I want to use that. So it got changed. Say I want to create a table called records. Varchar 100. So you can see here when I wanted to create a table called records with a varchar of with the name as attribute which has varchar 100 and ID with varchar of 2. Okay. So the table got created. So what I'll say, show tables. So you can see records got inserted. Now I will insert the values in this table. I'll say insert into records values. So I want to put the name as Edureka and ID will be 10. Okay. It got inserted. So when I say select star from records, what should happen? It should display the values that is present in the records, that is Edureka followed by 10. Yes. So you can see that. So this is how you can create the table, you can create the database, you can change the database, you can switch to any of the database, you can insert the records and you can display the records. Okay. Now that you know what is JDBC and how to create a table, how to insert the records, how to display the records, everything, let's move forward and see what are the various steps involved to create a JDBC application. So first you have to import the packages. So in this, you need to include the packages that contains the JDBC classes that is required for database programming. So register the driver and open a connection. Here you have to initialize the driver so that you can open a communication channel with the database. You can register to the database with the help of the command that I will tell you later. Once you register the driver, then you can use the getConnection method to create a connection object which represents a physical connection with the database. Next, you have to execute the query. This requires using an object of type statement for building and submitting an SQL statement to the database. Next, you have to extract the data from the result set. This requires that you use the appropriate getText method to retrieve the data from the result set. And the last step is to clean up the environment. Here, you need to explicitly close all the database resources that rely on the JVM garbage collection. So these are the various steps involved to create a JDBC application. Now let's see how it works. So I have created one database testing. So I'm not making use of Selenium integration over here. I just want to show you how the actual JDBC application works, and then we'll see how to test that application with the help of a Selenium. Okay. So first, I imported all the connection, the statement, driver manager, result set, and SQL exception because it is required. And I'm just creating a class called Selenium Database Testing. So first, as you remember what? We have to specify the driver. So this is a driver. You can download the jar file from Google, say MySQL jar file, and you have to just right click on the project, go to build path and choose configure build path and click on the libraries and make sure that you have your MySQL connector. Okay. After that, you should specify the database URL. That will be like this. Starts with JDBC, then you will give a colon and provided by the path, that is MySQL, the local host, and followed by the database name. So I'm using this database, say use EMP, show tables. So this is the database that I'm using for my application, which contains all these records. Okay. So you can see it has an ID, age, first name and last name, and these are the records that I have inserted. Okay. So that will be the path for my database URL. And next, I have set up my username as root and password as Edureka. Do you remember as soon as I entered the MySQL command line client, it asked for a password and I entered this. So after that, I will create my main method and initialize the connection and statement object to null. Next, I have to register the driver. Second step, because the first step was database credentials. Now what I will do, I'll register the JDBC driver. So I will use class.forName followed by the driver. Okay. Next, in order to open a connection, I'm using the connection object and I'm trying to get the connection using driver manager.getConnection. I'll specify the database URL, that will be this one. And then I'll specify the database credentials, that is username and password. After that, what was the next step? The next step was to execute the query. So for that, what I'll do, I'll use a statement object. So I'll just print the statement telling print creating statement, and then I will print the statement using connection.createStatement. So I'm going to create a string called SQL, and for that I'll write my query, that is select ID, first name, last name and age from employees. You can see here it has an ID, age, first name and last name. So in that sequence, it has to get the records from the database. So after that, what I am doing, I am just creating a result set to execute the query. So I will pass my SQL because that is a string object that I have created, and I will pass that. Now I want to retrieve the details by column name. I will write a while loop for that and try to get the column name by saying int id is equal to result set dot get int of id and get int of age. So first I'll retrieve the id and age because they are of int type. Next, then I will write a string data type for first name and last name, and get the string values for first name and last name. Then what I will do? I'll display the values with the help of the print statement in this way. So after all this, what was the last step? The last step was to clean up the environment. So I'll close the result set, I'll close the statement object, and I'll close the connection object. So if there are any exceptions, then catch block will handle all the exceptions. And in the finally block, and again, if there is any statement and connection object that is not equal to null, I want to close that as well. And finally, what I will say? I'll say goodbye. So this is how you need to create a JDBC application, wherein first you will connect to a database with the credentials, you will register a driver, you will open the connection, you will execute the query, and then you will retrieve the result, you will finally you will clean up the environment. So now let's run and check the output. Let's see how it works. So first it is telling it's connecting to a database, it's creating a statement. Then it retrieved all the results based on the type that we have specified in our database over here. So you can see, and it just printed in this format because I gave ID and then age and then the first name and then the last name. And finally it said goodbye. Okay. So this is how you need to create a JDBC application. So now what is our task? Our task is to perform a database testing and check whether the test was passed or failed. Now let's see how to do that. Before performing database testing, let's first understand what is Selenium. Selenium is one of the open source portable framework that is used to automate testing of web applications. It is flexible when it comes to testing functional and regression test cases. Selenium test scripts can be written in different programming languages like Java, Python, C#, and many more. All these Selenium test scripts can also run across various browsers like Chrome, Safari, Firefox, Opera, and also provide support across various platforms like Windows, Mac, Linux, and Solaris. Selenium also helps in creating robust browser-based regression automation suites and perform the test cases. So this is all about what is Selenium. Now let's see how to perform database testing using Selenium. As you might know, Selenium does not support database testing, but partially you can do it using JDBC and ODBC. Here, I will connect the Java program with a database and fetch the data tables and will verify it based on our requirement. So I will be integrating Selenium and TestNG. So in order to perform the testing, I'm using MySQL database. You can also use Oracle and other databases as well. So I am using MySQL database and I'm integrating Selenium and TestNG framework, which is an automation testing framework wherein NG stands for next generation. TestNG is inspired from JUnit, which uses the annotations. Using TestNG, you can generate a proper report and you can easily come to know how many test cases are passed, failed, and skipped. Okay. So what we'll be doing, we'll be using the TestNG framework. So I'll close this. So here I have written the same program using TestNG. So first what I will do, I have imported all the packages along with the packages that I have already imported before. I'm using the TestNG annotation test, before test and after test, so that you'll understand what are the actions that is supposed to be performed before the test and at test and after the test as well. So I have created a class called database testing demo. So as usual, first I will initialize the connection object and the statement object. And then what I will do, I will specify the database URL. That will be the same one that I have used. And then I'll specify the credentials for the database username and the password, that is root and Edureka. So now what I will do, I will use the @before test annotation. So you can see it comes under the package org.annotations.beforetest. So it can be written like target value of the method, retention, and documented. So first, I will create a method called setup which throws the exception. Inside the try block, I will first make the database connection, telling string db class is equal to, I'll specify my driver. And I want to get the connection for that. So what I will do, I'll create connection con is equal to driver manager.getConnection. I'll specify the database URL. I'll write the username and the database password. And next, I want the statement object to send the SQL statement to the database. And for that, what I will say, I will tell statement is equal to connection.createStatement. So that will help us to create the statement. So these are the actions that has to be performed before the test. And now let's see what should happen at the test. At the test, I will create a method called test, and inside the try block, I'll write the query that is select star from employees. That is the same thing that I have written over here so that it will retrieve all the results. After that, I will create a result set, that is, it will help us to get the contents of the user information table from DB, that is from the employees table. Okay. So that will be result set result is equal to statement.executeQuery, because I am passing here as query because I am using it here as query only. And now I want to print the results until all the records are printed. And result.next method returns true if there are any next records, else it returns false. So for that, I'm trying to get the results by using the getString method. And finally, if any exceptions are there, it will be handled. And the last step is to close the database connection. So that will be done after the test, that is clean up the environment. So I'll create a method called teardown and then close the connection using if condition. If connection is not equal to null, then just close the connection. Is it the same from the previous program? Yes, right? So now let's see what will happen when we execute this test case. Before that, you just have to check the build path. So you can see there's a MySQL connector jar, there is Selenium jars, and there's a TestNG library, there is Maven dependencies, there is Selenium server as well. Okay. So I want to run this as a TestNG test. So once I run this, let's check what happens with the output. So first it said it detected the TestNG version and it printed the records based on the ID, age, first name and last name. Same way how it was present in our database. Yes, ID, age, first name and last name. Just that the column names are not there. And on the default test, it shows that the test run was 1. There were no failures and there was no skips. And you can see the test was passed. And also on the default suite as well, the total test that was run was 1. There were no failures. Again, there is no skips as well. So now I want to perform the database testing on another database. Say I want to perform it on, we'll use the database testing thing. Okay. So I will use the database testing database and I will use the records as a table in that. Instead of EMP, I'll make it as database testing. And select star from records. Is that correct? So now let's run and check what happens with the output. Again, I will run this as a TestNG test. So TestNG is running. So you can see it printed the values present in that database, which is select star from records. It just has one name and one ID. Okay, so first it printed one name and one ID and then it threw the exception because I am trying to get the result from the rest of the 3 strings which is suitable for the EMP database. But with this case, there is no any records. If I insert 3 more records into that, then it will not throw any error. Though it throwed error, it still said the test was passed because I retrieved the value from the database and there was no failures as well. But this exception is just because of what? Because I am trying to get the other 3 records as well, and that's the reason. So this is how you can test the database using Java database connectivity and by integrating Selenium with TestNG. Okay. So this is how TestNG is very helpful to run the test cases, to check whether the test was passed or failed and if there are any failures or skips in the test.
Selenium Grid is basically a smart server, which makes it easy to run tests on multiple browsers and machines. This is something all major companies like Microsoft, Google, and JP Morgan put to use for testing their web applications. As you understand what Selenium Grid is, it would be much easier to understand why we need it at all. Looking at it specifically, it comes in the Selenium suite, which also includes other softwares and features like Selenium WebDriver and Selenium IDE. And we saw how it can support browsers like Chrome, Microsoft Edge, Opera, Safari, and all its different versions altogether. Apart from that, it can also run those browsers on multiple operating systems, creating an end-to-end testing environment. Being open sourced, it is also freely available and gets the fastest updates and developments, with complete accessibility to all the information. But how does all of that work? Let's take a look at its architecture. Selenium Grid works in the hub and node model, where one particular hub is connected to multiple nodes and the capability to run on various machines, browsers, and different versions of their browsers. Hub acts as the central point in the Selenium Grid, which routes the test commands to the nodes. It also receives test requests from the client and routes them to the required nodes. Hub is launched on a single machine and with a definitive operating system and a browser, where the complete testing environment can be set. We'll be taking a look at how to do it in the next upcoming tutorial. Similarly, nodes are also set up which work on the test cases. They are used to set up different browsers and their versions, with also the ability to set it up on multiple devices running the compatible operating systems. Selenium has also defined other components in the architecture, which is explained in detail on its website, which can be useful to run Selenium in its fully distributed mode with routers, sessions, and distributors well defined. Now that we have enough background knowledge on Selenium Grid, let's see a complete tutorial as to how it can be installed and used in 4 easy steps. In step 1, let's set up the prerequisites quickly. At first, we need to ensure that we are running the latest version of Java, or Java 11 and higher. This can be downloaded from the official website. Then we would need to install all the needed browsers that we wish to test on. For this demo, I will be using Chrome, and I will be running version 17. The next important part comes as the browser drivers. Since I'm using Chrome, I have downloaded the browser version corresponding to that particular version of Chrome. Also do keep in mind that the versions of both driver and browser should be the same to run the Selenium servers. And finally, I will be using Eclipse IDE, as this demo will be based on Java. This IDE can be downloaded from official Eclipse website. For the final prerequisite, we would need to download the latest Selenium Grid server from the official Selenium website. For this particular demo, I will be using the version 4 of Selenium Grid server. Now let's start with step 2. Now for step 2, I have created a new folder and pasted my Selenium server and Chrome driver that I will be using for this particular demo. This might seem a very basic step, but it will be very useful when we start with our step 4 that we'll be seeing in a while. Now for step 3, I have opened my Eclipse IDE and by using WebDriver, I have written down my test case. Also, a few things that needs to be done before this is we would need to open a new project. From here, we will be scrolling down to a new Maven project from others. Apart from that, we would also need to paste the Chrome driver that we'll be using in a particular folder here. The particular version of Selenium server that is being used is to be uploaded to the path of this project by the steps that I will be following now. I can move down to my particular project name, right click and go to build path. From here, I can move down to configure build path, and on the right hand side, I'll see an option called add external jars. From here, I can add the particular Selenium server that I'm using. Click apply and close. And after that, let's move to step 4. Now for step 4, I have come back to my particular folder that I did in step 2. Here, I'll be using command prompt. I'll be writing down the following code to start my Selenium server. Now as you see, as I press tab, the particular folder name of Selenium server shows easily. This becomes very easy to find the folder and is a simple process. Since there is only one particular machine and one browser, I'll be using Selenium in its standalone mode. Now the server is starting and it is adding the required dependencies one by one. Alright, now that we see the server process is completed, it has given us a particular address to go to. Now I'll be copying this particular address and moving back to my step 3. Here, in the hub URL, I'll paste this address. And after my code is complete, I'll go to the file and run this as an application. Alright, so now that I see the application is running, I'll move to my Chrome browser and I'll paste the particular address that I was given by command prompt. Now this is my Selenium address and I see the sessions are running. In overview, I can see that 4 stereotypes for Chrome has been created. And in sessions, my default test case is running and active. You can also see that the particular web page that I put in the code is also active here.
So the first project is all about automating Edureka website. Let's have a look at the problem statement. So it goes like this. The candidate who has registered for Edureka portal wants to update all the details available in the portal. So what is the question? The question is to write a Selenium script to do the same and explore the Edureka portal. So what are the steps involved in that? First, you have to log into Edureka website, navigate to my profile, update personal details and career interests as well, and then you have to log out from the portal. Simple. Let's see how Selenium provides a solution for this. So already I have created a project, that is TestNG project, because I need to check whether the test has passed or failed, and that's the reason I'm creating a TestNG project. So first I'll import all the packages and have created a class called handling all the controls, and I have declared the WebDriver as static. Next, at test, this is the annotation. At priority 0, I'm creating a method called Edureka profile. Why? Because I need to check the Edureka profile only. That's the reason I'm creating a method called Edureka profile. And the very first step that I have done in this is I have set the properties for my Chrome driver because I want the Chrome driver to navigate and launch Google Chrome, and that's the reason I'm using Chrome driver. And I have defined my implicitly wait for 15 seconds and then launched edureka.co website. And inside my try block, what I'm doing, I'm asking the thread to sleep for 1000 milliseconds, that is 1 second. If not, it has to catch an exception, that is the interrupted exception E, and handle it. Now, before we move ahead, let's execute the program and first understand what's happening. So I'm going to run it as TestNG test. So you can see it detected the version of TestNG, right? So what is happening? It navigated through Edureka website first, and then it clicked on login button where it will enter the email and password as well, and it will hit the login button. Yes, you can see on the screen that Chrome is being controlled by automated test software. Now let's see what happens. So it is clicking on the profile icon and clicked on my profile. So it navigated through my profile. So now what happened? I wanted to enter the personal details, so it entered that, and then it's navigating through career interest and it's entering all the details like you can see. Employment types. Employment type was both, and it asked, are you willing to relocate? And it clicked on yes and entered the preferred location as well. And next what happened? It navigated back through the main page and it logged out. Correct? Yes. So I'm not doing anything here. Everything was being controlled by automated test software and everything was done by itself. So basically what happened? It first navigated through Edureka website, then entered the credentials for username and password and hit the login button. Then it clicked on your profile and navigated through my profile where you can update your details like personal details, career interest, everything. And then it navigated back through your main page and it logged out. So how all this happened? It happened with the help of a Selenium, that is the automation testing tool, and it automated everything. Yes? So now you can also see in the console that Edureka profile test was passed and the default test was one test, that it ran properly and there are no failures and there are no skips. And now again for default suit also the total test was 1, that was perfectly fine, that it ran, and there were no failures and there were no skips as well. So now let's understand the code in depth. So basically Chrome driver is used to launch Google Chrome. And that's why we are using Chrome driver. For Google Chrome, you are using Chrome driver. If you are using Mozilla Firefox browser, you can use 𝐸 driver. There are different drivers for all the different types of browsers. Yes. Now using the driver.get, you will navigate through Edureka website. And the first thing that I done when I navigated through Edureka website was I want to click on the login button. Yes. So what happened? I gave driver.findElement by link text. So link text is the locator whose value is login. And as it is a button, I'm just clicking on that. If you wish to know more about the locators and XPath and how to locate element on a website and everything, you can check out the Edureka playlist on these topics like locators in Selenium, XPath in Selenium, automation testing, everything. You can have a look at all these videos in our YouTube playlist. So I'll tell you from where I got this link text locator. So first I will log into edureka.co and you can see there's a login button. So I'll click on that. I'll choose inspect and you can see a text called login that is within the anchor tags. You can see that. That is why I'm using link text locator to locate this particular link. Next I'm giving thread.sleep, again same thing. And now is the time for me to navigate through all the elements in the web page and perform actions on that. So what I have done, I'm creating a new object of actions and pass the parameter as driver. So next, using the created actions, I'm finding the element by ID. That is driver.findElement by ID, and I'm giving the value of the email. So that will be the ID for the Gmail username. So you can see it has a value for the ID as SI pop-up email. So that's what I have given this here. And next I'm doing the actions.click on that. And then I am sending the action.sendKeys. SendKeys is used to enter the values in the text box. So I am entering the value, that is my email address. And next I'm using action.build.perform. Why? I want to build this particular thing and perform the action on the email text box. So that is why I'm using this. So the next one is to enter the password. Same thing, I'll go back to Edureka website and click on the password, inspect it, and you can see it has a value for ID as SI pop-up password. Correct? Again, I'll send keys because I want to enter the password. After that, I want to hit the button, that is the login button. For that, I'm finding the element by XPath. Basically, XPath is also a type of a locator to locate complex elements on the web page when ID and name locators are not present. So what I'll do, I'll just go back here. For login, I have to just click on inspect and I'll just go back here and just click on inspect. So I have already installed my 𝐶𝐝path extension. If you wish to know about 𝐶𝐝path, you can check out the video on our YouTube playlist. So basically 𝐶𝐝path is a plugin that helps us to write complex XPath and CSS selectors. So I have added that plugin to my Chrome and you can see I can find the relative and absolute XPath. So I just copied the value and pasted for this particular button. You can write it on your own as well if you want. And now the next thing is, so once it logged in, the next step was to click on the profile. So that's why I am writing it again with the help of the XPath. So you can see that I am writing the same with XPath, that is I am clicking on the my profile. And after that there's a menu, that is a drop down menu. I'll just show you how it will work. So this is a drop down menu and I want to choose my profile from this. So for that, what I'm doing, I'm writing it by XPath, that is a drop down menu user. To find out my profile, this is the XPath, that's the drop down. And next I'm defining the WebDriver weight, that is the explicit weight. Why? Because I am creating an explicit weight to check whether the expected conditions will be visible on the particular element or not within the given time frame. So what I've given the WebDriver weight, that is nothing but my explicit weight, and I'm creating object of that and passing 20 seconds as the time frame. So what is my expected conditions? I want the expected conditions to be the visibility of the element located by XPath. So what is this XPath? So it contains the text whose value is my profile. This is just to check whether the element will be visible or not. And that's why I'm defining the WebDriver wait. And next I'm just trying to get the title using driver.getTitle, whatever is the page title. After I enter to my profile, I have to edit the personal details and update it. So next what I have to do, I have to just select the edit button, right? So after that, I want to just click on the edit option of the personal details and send the values for that. So again, I'm finding the element with the help of XPath. So after that, I'm just printing some elements just to check whether the statements or the functioning of the project is working fine or not. So in between the lines, I'm just printing some statements. Next, what I want to do, I want to navigate back to my profile. So I did that. And from there, I want to click on career interest. That's what I'm doing. And I'm navigating back to career.interest. And using the drop down, I'm finding the element based on the select attributes, the interested job, and select by visibility of the text that is software testing. So what it should do, it should enter the career interest as software testing, and that should be visible. So unless and until that, it will be waiting. After that, next step is select from the drop down employment type and find it by XPath and choose it as both. It will be like permanent, contract, or both. So I'm choosing it as both. Next option is drop down CTC. So I'm locating with the help of XPath. That is the last drawn salary, and this is the XPath for that. And that I have to select by visible text that is not applicable. There'll be a drop down like, I'll just show you, wait. So there will be a CTC range. So I have to just click on not applicable, or I can choose 5 to 10 lakhs. You can choose it however. So as I told, there will be the employment types like permanent, contract, or both. I want to select both. And also I want to choose software testing from this. And I want to relocate. Yes, if you want to, you have to enter the preferred choice. So that's how it's going to be. So based on that, I have located all the elements and sent values to it. And I'm giving some expected conditions that it should be visible unless and until it should wait. Something like that. Next, it is like I want to relocate or not. If yes, I want to choose yes. And I'm going to give the preferred city as Mumbai. After that, it should just hit on the submit button. And again, navigate back to learning.edureka.co and just hit the logout button. And then you should again click on the username, that is my profile username, and hit the logout button. I'm again creating a try catch to check whether if there are any interrupted exception. If yes, then it has to handle that. Simple. Let's now once again run and check the output. So now you'll actually understand how the flow of the project is and how it's working. So first, Chrome driver launched Google Chrome, navigated through edureka.co website, and after that what it will do, it will hit the login button. And now it will enter username and password. It will hit the login button and it will click on the username, that is the icon at the corner, and it will choose my profile from the drop down. Now it will hit on the edit button of the personal details. I wanted to enter the name as Edureka, so I just gave that. And now what it will do, it will switch to career interest. You can see the type of the job, software testing. Employment type will be both, yes. And the location that is currently based is Bangalore. I want to relocate, yes. And it entered the preferred location as Mumbai. It hit the next button, navigated back through the previous page. Again, it will click on the user name. It will hit the logout button. So yes, this is how it works. So when I go back to my Eclipse, I can see the output over here. So what it said, whatever I wanted, it print, because I wanted to know whether the flow is working fine or is there any interruptions in the meanwhile. But no, everything was fine, and it said Edureka profile was passed and the default test was run. There was no failures and no skips. So yes, this is how it works. So I hope you understand how to log into the Edureka portal, navigate through my profile, update the details, and then log out. So this is all about automating a website with the help of Selenium testing tool. I hope you found it interesting. You can try the same with other websites as well. Now let's see what's the next project. So the next project is all about flight booking application. Let's have a look at the problem statement. So the problem statement for this is, testing the flight booking website called 𝐑𝐿Tours, and getting the confirmation of the ticket through automation testing using Selenium. So let's have a look at the steps involved in that. So first you have to set the browser factory to check the compatibility of the browsers and log into the 𝐑𝐿Tours website, and next enter the details that are required for booking a flight, and finally check for the confirmation of the booked ticket. So you have to capture the screenshot for that. Okay, let's see how it works. So now let's understand the working of flight booking application. So I have already created a project for this. So let's see how it is being configured. So basically what I have done, I have created 3 packages. First one for framework, second one called as test package, and the third one is UI package. First, let's see what the framework package consists of. And this first one is browser factory. So let me explain what does browser factory comprise of. And also I will tell you why do we need to set the browser specifications as well. So first I have created a class called as browser factory and declared the WebDriver variable as static, and I've created a constructor for browser factory. Simple. Then I am setting the Chrome driver options. That is, I'm creating an object of a new Chrome driver. And using the system.set property, I'm giving the path for the Chrome driver. That is where I have installed my Chrome driver. So this is the path. Next, what I'm doing, I'm deleting all the cookies, maximizing the window, because I want the Chrome driver to launch Google Chrome and maximize all the windows and delete all the cookies. And next I'm declaring implicitly wait and page timeout load. And after that what I'm doing, I'm just returning the driver. So this was for Chrome driver. And the next one is for Firefox driver. So say if you want to execute or run the program in Firefox, what will you do? You need to set the specifications and the drivers for Firefox. For Firefox, the driver that we use is 𝐸 driver. So using system.set property, I'm giving the path where I have installed the 𝐸 driver. And next again, same thing. So in else if condition, if the browser name is equals to ignore case of Chrome, then you have to print in Chrome. And again, what you have to do, you have to again call the Chrome driver and create an object of that. Else, again, so suppose say if I want to run it on Internet Explorer, I have to give the path of the Internet Explorer driver where I have saved it. So I'm giving that. Again, I'm just maximizing the window. I'm deleting all the cookies. I'm giving the page timeout loads and everything. And finally, I'm just returning the driver. So I want my website or an application to run in all the 3 different browsers, that is Internet Explorer, Chrome and Firefox. And that is the reason I'm giving the browser specification for all the 3 different browsers. So this is about browser factory. Next, let's go to our UI package. And you can see there is a login page, there is a flight finder page, there is a select flight page, and there is booking flight page, and also there is flight confirmation page. So the process goes like this. First you have to log in, you have to find a flight, you have to select a flight, you have to book a flight and get the flight confirmation. So let's see one by one. So in the login page, what I need a username and a password. Simple. So that's what I'm doing here. I'm creating a class called login page. I'm giving the WebDriver that I have declared static in the previous browser factory. And I'm just creating a method of a WebDriver and returning this WebDriver is equal to driver, that I'm just referring to it. And I'm giving username and password. That is, I'm creating a web element for username and password, and also a web element for login. And then inside the login WordPress page, I'm passing the arguments as string use and string pass, that is for username and for user password. And I'm sending the keys for username and password, and I'm just catching the exception. So basically this is for login page. Next will be a flight finder page. So once you log in, what you have to do, you have to find the flight. So this is a flight finder page where I have declared the variables. So in this case, what I am doing, I'm writing a absolute XPath to find the flight details. You can say this is absolute XPath. That is for round trip. So in order to locate this particular element round trip, I'm finding it with the help of XPath. And then for one-way trip also, I'm finding it with the help of XPath. So this is the XPath that I have given. And next for the other details like which month from which day, and to which port, to which month. You have to book the round trip and also for the one-way details as well. And I'm trying to locate the airline, that is the Web Element airline, and trying to find the find flights option as well. So next, I want to know which kind of class I want, whether I want economy, whether I want business class, or whether I want service class. It again depends on each of your own interest, right? So I'm again finding it with the help of XPath for service class. And then for all the above details, I'm just sending the keys, like for round trip, from which month and from which day to which port, to which month and to which day, and the type of the class and the type of the airline, and then find the flights. That is, it is a link or a button. That is the reason you have to just click on the particular find flights link. Okay, simple. So now assume that you have already found your flight. So what you have to do next? You have to select the flight. Yes. So in this class, what I'm doing, there are many options like Blue Skies Airlines, there's Pangea Airlines, there is Blue Skies Airline, there's Blue Skies Airline 361, there is Unified Airline, and also there is Blue Skies Airline 360T, and there are other different kinds of Unified Airlines and everything. And in order to select all those flights, I'm finding it with the help of an XPath. That is, I'm writing an absolute XPath to select the different options of the flight. And finally, I have to select one among them. So if I want to select this particular airline, then it has to execute the first if, else, second one, else third one, and again it goes on, right? So it again depends on which kind of a flight you want to select. And if there's any exception, it will be handled over here. This one was for Depart Airline WordPress. And now for Return Airline, I'm again specifying the same thing. That is, I'm specifying the types of the airline present and I'm just catching it in the exception. Simple. And finally, I want to click on the particular one, whichever you want to select, and if any exceptions, it will be catched as an exception and handled. So once you select the flight, the next step is what? You have to book the particular flight. So for that, what you want the details, like you want the first name, you want the last name. If you want any meal, you want I'm declaring a web element for first name, last name, and meal. So say you want to use a credit card. So I'm giving the credit card type. That is the web element again. Card number, expiry month, expiry years, card first name, card middle name, credit card last name, and the purchase. So next what I have to do, I have to send the keys to all these details like first name, last name, card type, meal, card number, card mid name, card last name, and everything. So you might have observed, in order to send the keys, always I have declared a particular method and then I have specified all the values to send the keys. Correct? Yes. So this is how you need to send the values in order to book a flight. So the next step is the flight confirmation page. So it's very simple. You'll just get the flight confirmation. And for that, I'm again using XPath. And I'm giving the web element logout because I want to log out from the particular website because I'll be getting the flight confirmation. And finally, inside the logout press, I'm just clicking on the particular logout method. So this is all about the UI package. And next what I have for you is I have a helper class for you. So basically, this helper class is used to declare the annotations. Like I want to know whether the particular statement or an element have been executed properly or not. In those cases, I want to specify the annotations to check whether the workflow is performing properly or not and whether the execution is going in flow or not. I want to check these things. So that is the reason I need a helper class to declare the annotations for all those things. So first for at before class, at before suit, it will execute. And then after method, at before method, it will execute, and after class and after suit as well. So it's just because I want to know the workflow, whether it is executing properly or not. That is the reason we need a helper class. So the next one is the test case class. So actually this is the main class. Why? Because I will tell you. This is the class where you will be entering all the details to select a flight, to book a flight, and you'll also get the flight confirmation page. Simple. Let's see how. So I'm declaring the add test, that is the annotation. I'm declaring first for the return ticket method. So inside the driver.get, I'm navigating through the website which I want to. And inside the flight finder, I'm specifying the details accordingly that we have specified over there. That is, the ID is 1, Zurich, July 12, from Frankfurt, and on September 15, that is, he won a business class, and the airlines is Unified Airlines. This is for the flight finder page that I am giving all the details. And next, for select the flight, I am giving the details for selecting the flight, that is for depart airlines and return airlines as well. And then it has to continue. Next, for booking a flight, I am using the book flight page details, that is the name, first name, that is the first name, last name, the meal type, that is he is vegetarian, and the type of the card, MasterCard, the card number, card expiry year, expiry month, first name on the card, mid name on the card, and the last name on the card. Next, for flight confirmation, what I want is I want to capture the screenshot for the flight confirmation. So that is the reason what I'm doing. I'm specifying the directories where I want to get my screenshot captured and saved. So this is what about it. And finally, I have to log out. So this is the first test case. And next, what I want to do, I want to validate the credentials. So again, what I will do, I'll go back to, that is the new tools website. That is my flight booking website. And then for the login page, I'm giving the username and the password for login. And I'm finding the flight based on these details. Yes. And if there is something that matches, then it assert equals to true. Simple. Else it says assert equals to false, and it will catch an exception. So this is all about the test case class. And finally, I have the capture screenshot class where I will get the screenshot. And this is how I need to get the screenshot. With the help of Selenium, I need to get the screenshot. So this is how I'll be writing my code to get the screenshot, wherein I will just say take screenshot is equal to take screenshot and followed by the driver and get the screenshot. So this is a file source, and this will copy the file to the new file path. And then if there is any exception, it will catch. So now I want to tell you one thing, it has to save. And next I want the date timestamp. So for that, this is a format I need to follow. That is, first will be the part of 5 followed by 1, 2, and 3. And then if there is anything, it will replace by this. So this is the format I need to follow in order to get the date timestamp. Simple. Now is the time to execute the program. So for executing, I'll open my TestNG XML because it's a TestNG package. So this is how I'll write, and I'm specifying the class name because it is in the test package. So this is the path for this class, that is a test case class. And it has to include the name, that is a return ticket, and the validate credentials as well. And then I'll close it with the test suite. Simple. Now I'll run the program and check the output. So I'll run the SAS TestNG suite. Let's run it. Let's see what happens. So you can see here, it is executing at before in method, at after in method, and in Chrome. And first it is executing in return ticket. It detected the version, it navigated through the new tours website, it entered the username and password, and it hit on sign in button. And now for the flight finder page, I need to enter the details. That is, it will enter the passenger number as 1, departing from Zurich on July 12th, and arriving in what? Arriving in Frankfurt. And the returning date will be September 15th. Next, it will select the preference, that is the business class. And the airline will be Unified Airlines, and it will hit the continue button. Next, it will select the first one, that is the Blue Skies Airline, and the return will be Unified Airlines. And again, it will hit the enter button. That is the continue button. And now the time is to enter the passenger details, that is book of flight details. So it's entering the first name as Anirudh, last name as AS, the meal type is vegetarian, and the card type will be MasterCard, the card number, expiry date, and the first name, middle name, and last name on the card detail. That is the credit card details. That's Anirudh A and S. Okay. So next, this is a flight confirmation. So you have already got the flight confirmation and it logged out. So this is the second test case. So it is telling from departing from London on January 20 and arriving in New York. And the returning date will be December 10. And again, the service class will be business class and the airline will be Unified Airlines, and I will hit the continue button. And again, they want a Blue Skies airline and everything. So I just checked about it. So you can see here, first it executed at before class and at before method and in Chrome, that is in Google Chrome. So it shows that it's working fine. And in the return ticket, so this is the date format that I told you. This is how it will execute. And in get screenshot method, before screenshot and after screenshot, and in add before method and in validate credentials. So all these methods work perfectly fine. Now we have to find where our screenshot is being saved of the flight booking confirmation. Okay, let's see. So you can see the details from Zurich to Frankfurt. So this is the screenshot. You can just print it from here if you want to carry this. And the returning will be from Frankfurt to Zurich on 15 September. And the passenger details will be Anirudh AS. Correct? So this is how you can see the screenshot from where it got captured. And this is all about how to automate a flight booking application with the help of Selenium. So everything was working perfectly fine. And you can see all the details entered as according to the flow, and it executed everything as according to the flow. So yes, that's how it works, and this is all about a flight booking application and how do we automate it with the help of Selenium. So I hope you found this project interesting. Next. So these are some of the case studies where many industries are using to resolve and tackle their challenges. So first case study is Enterprise Management System. So here the client is Information Technology Service Provider, that is IT industry. Let's have a look at what are the challenges faced. So the client's custom enterprise management system was a fairly complex application with many modules. And the various modules of the application were used by the client and its customer organizations for corporate communication, project management, customers and sales management, human resource management, accounting, knowledge and learning management, internal social networking, etc. And given the huge scope of the system, there were a large number of test cases to check the functionality and the workflow of the application. And it was becoming difficult and costly for the client to go through the manual testing for any change in the application. And that's why they preferred automation testing, where the effort was very less and the performance needed to be effective and efficient. So what the organization did? So after analyzing the client's application, that is the Information Technology Service Provider application, and various automation tools, organization selected Selenium, which is one of the most popular open source, functional and regression testing tools and very well suited for the client's needs. And they found that the Selenium was the best suited tool for regression testing. And they went through the application, understood the functionality and workflow, and prepared the automation test plan. And they also designed a high-level hybrid framework which made the scripts to be very easy to run even for non-technical users. So imagine the test scripts was very easy even for non-technical users as well. And then they developed sets of scripts to be simply run whenever there was a change in the application. So if in the middle of the time, if the change comes, then it can be easily automated. And apart from saving the time and a lot of money for testing dollars, the automation scripts take much time to run and simultaneously generate eminently readable and understandable HTML reports. And the customizable HTML reports display information such as test pass or fail result, script execution time, screenshots for each of the tests and test steps separately. So these results can be automatically emailed through the test to any number of the persons as desired. So just imagine, it's such an easy task, right, with the help of an automation testing. Yes, and that's why Selenium is the best suitable tool for automation testing. And now in the recent trends, automation testing beats the market. Why? Because of all these advantages only. So this is one of the examples wherein the enterprise management system has incorporated Selenium for regression and functional testing. Let's have a look at the next case study. So the case study is all about automation framework for physical fitness data. So let's have a look at the challenges faced. So this is all about the training about nutrition and physical therapy programs by a team of specialists. As a part of their program, they utilize software that integrates with the workout machines, to provide the user with recommended training exercises based on previous workouts, weekly workout challenges, and member goals. So this is all about a type of a health industry, I can say. And they are looking to implement a functional test automation framework for their application in order to perform regression testing as new builds are released. So what are the challenges faced? So the functional test automation framework must support the Google Chrome web browser, and the framework must also be implemented in such a way that script maintenance should be kept at a minimal, and the employees will be able to continue creating scripts when the contract comes to an end. So what is the strategy for that? Selenium WebDriver was used to automate business transactions, and the organization took advantage of page object design pattern to help minimize the maintenance required once an application undergoes user interface changes. And private training was also conducted to provide the client's employees the means to create new test scripts. So what's the solution? The implemented automation framework is 100% open source, and the components that they used was Eclipse to write the scripts, Java, Selenium, Apache Ant, JUnit, etc. And once the framework was in place, the page object design pattern was utilized in which classes were created for each page in the application. And the page object classes provided an interface for the testers to interact with each page. And test scripts was then created by calling the methods from the page object classes that performed specific transactions such as login as register user, create a new user, create a workout, etc. And all work was committed to a subversion repository for version controlling. Not just that, as Selenium WebDriver lacks any built-in logging mechanism, a custom solution was used to record the logs into an XML file using the open source Java API 𝐤𝐸. And each commands and verifications performed were logged. And this provided a detailed view of where the test script has failed and the steps performed that caused the failure. Just imagine, it was even able to provide a detailed view of the test scripts that failed and the steps performed that caused failure as well. So it's much interesting, right? So once the framework was in place and several test scripts created, training was provided to the client's employees on the usage of Selenium. And after that, QA testers began creating test scripts while continuous support was provided for any issues that were encountered. And during scripting, most of the issues encountered were due to Ajax usage in the application. And Selenium WebDriver test script was executing commands faster than Ajax was updating the UI. So Selenium WebDriver test script was executing commands faster than Ajax was updating the UI. And the expected conditions class that is part of the Selenium package was used to wait for certain conditions to be met prior to executing the next Selenium WebDriver command such as visibility of the element, etc. And also, management has also requested that a report should be generated after executing a test suite. In order to create the report, Apache Ant was used to execute the JUnit test and generate a JUnit report. And the report displayed metrics on the number of tests that failed and passed. And reports also can be drilled down to display additional information about each failure and what caused the failure to occur. And lastly, a local server was set up with virtual machines of different operating systems that supported different browser versions. And the virtual machines will serve to provide an environment in which full regression testing will be performed on using the Selenium grid. So what are the benefits of this? By sticking with an open source project, there was no cost in obtaining the required components to set up the framework, and additional savings were made by implementing the Selenium grid. Originally, the client opted to utilize a third-party company to execute Selenium WebDriver test scripts. With the help of Selenium grid, the client is now able to run the Selenium WebDriver test scripts without any limits or fees. So this is all about the benefits and how Selenium has helped in various aspects for automation framework for physical fitness data. It made use of Apache Ant, JUnit test, WebDriver, Selenium grid, and many more. Most importantly, it required very less human effort and there were no intervention costs, and also it was performing very well and the cost was very low. And that's why Selenium is preferred when compared to other automation tools in the market. I hope you found these case studies interesting.
Let's kick things off by understanding about automation testing. Automation testing, as the name suggests, involves using specialized software to execute tests. This is crucial because testing a web application or software is a rarely one-time process. It involves multiple iterations and steps. Testers play a pivotal role in this process by creating test cases and automating the tests based on application's requirements. Another important aspect of testing is the need to automate the process of all the available browsers and operating systems. Compatibility is a key in world of testing. You need to test your application on various browsers and operating systems. This is where automation testing tools like Selenium shine. One of the major purposes of automating any task and to define the proper pipelines and methods is always done to optimize the whole process, improving testing efficiency, accuracy, and speed of performance, which is always better than working in manual tasks. In a nutshell, automation testing involves using predefined platform for automation, writing test cases, and ensuring compatibility with different browsers and operating systems. Now that we have covered the basics of automation testing, let's discuss why manual testing can be challenging. The first disadvantage that comes to mind with respect to manual testing is the need of a tester for all the tasks which it brings its own issues, having the need and involvement of a person to execute those tasks. It is also a time-consuming task as it involves the process of optimizing pipelines, bug reporting, and parallel testing and other important steps. Since manual testing is dependent on human factors, errors, and missed bugs, it's an always issue that is common, apart from the factor of abilities of the tester itself. Manual testing also does not support batch testing, which eventually increases the time of completion of the testing process. Now that we see the problems, let's see how Selenium can be used to solve them all together. Selenium is preferred as it has a good speed of testing, which can also be user defined, and being an automated process, it also provides precise results, which also comes with the advantage of having less people in the testing process. Selenium also proves to be cost effective for its open source suite of tools and a range of features left to be used for the process. Due to all these advantages, your software or web application also comes to the market at the earliest, giving you a competitive edge over the existing competitors. Selenium Grid, an integral part of Selenium testing, is useful to perform batch testing, which also reduces the time to most extent. As we saw, Selenium is an open source platform. It makes the testing server freely available to run your tests and also provide other set of tools that we'll be taking a look in the next chapters. Selenium also comes as a handy for record and playback testing, which is a low-code method or technique that uses the Selenium IDE to automate tests without writing any scripts. Some other names used for this method are record and replay testing or test recording. I'll be showing how to perform this in the upcoming tutorial, which will help you understand the use case in detail. You can get started with Selenium with multiple languages too, which comes in handy to expand your testing needs and demographics to a wider area of applications. Being developed on JavaScript comes as added advantage. Selenium as a whole comes with a lot of tools too, which creates a complete environment for testing. Testing process often demands to be done in multiple platforms too, which Selenium fulfills easily with Selenium Grid. Now that we have an idea of what Selenium is and how it can be utilized, let's see some similar tools and platforms available. At first, we have Puppeteer. Puppeteer is a node library that provides a high-level API to control headless Chrome over the DevOps protocol, also known as Headless Chrome API. It is useful for automating the Chrome browser to run web tests. The prominent features supported by Puppeteer are screenshot testing, performance testing, web scraping, and easy automation. WebDriver IO offers a third-party integrations that make testing and debugging a lot more efficient. It's easy to write test scripts and robust architecture that is based on RESTful services, which makes it a good choice for automation testing of applications on native iOS devices. Cucumber is a testing tool that supports behavioral-driven development. It offers a way to write test cases that anybody can understand, regardless of their technical knowledge. In BDD, users first write test scenarios or acceptance tests that describes the behavior of the system from the customer's perspective for review and sign-off by the product owners. Cucumber framework uses Ruby programming language. It is also offered as open source and can be utilized for your development needs. Playwright is a Node.js library that lets you script and also help you automate browsers using the same API, like Chrome, Firefox, and Safari. This crossover browser application is pretty useful and fast. It also lets you access the RESTful API of an application to help you perform API testing. And now that we are aware of the other available tools like Selenium, which would help you automate your tests, let's understand the Selenium suite to get an overview of all the features that you are being offered. Selenium used to offer 4 different verticals in its suite: the Selenium IDE, Selenium RC, Selenium WebDriver, and Selenium Grid. But eventually, Selenium merged WebDriver and Selenium RC to create Selenium 2.0. Selenium WebDriver, also sometimes referred to as Selenium 2.0, and is by far the most important component of Selenium suite. Selenium WebDriver provides a programming interface to create and execute test cases. Test scripts are written in order to identify web elements on web pages and other desired actions are performed on those elements. Selenium 3 was also introduced, which was updated to support for new browser versions, and also added 𝐑𝐸CO to replace the old Firefox browser to provide more performance and stability. Eventually, Selenium 4 has also been added, which updates the Docker support and better scalability on Kubernetes, easier to manage and configure with improved GUI, IPv6 addresses, and HTTPS protocol support, and TOML configurations as well. Now let's begin with our tutorial on how to build a test case with Selenium IDE, and we'll be seeing the process from installation to the execution. We'll be doing this in 2 steps, so let's jump right into step 1. In step 1, I have navigated to the official Selenium website and searched for Selenium IDE extension. I'll be moving ahead and will add this extension to my Chrome browser. Now let's move to step 2 and start with creating our test cases. Okay, so now in step 2, I've opened my Chrome browser and I'll be going to the IDE that I just installed. I'll click on Selenium IDE extension and we see the IDE has opened with 4 options available. The first option enables us to create a new project and record a new test case. Or we can open an existing project if we've pre-recorded it. We also have an option of creating just a new project or close the Selenium IDE. So I'll be creating a new project and name my project as test1. Now it is asking me for a base URL, so I'll be using Amazon's URL as my test scenario. I have started recording and we see Amazon web page is opened. So I'll be going back here and I'll add a product to my cart. I'll click on this one and we see all the details available. We'll perform a few scrolls. And I can add both of these together in my cart. Okay, so now that it is added to my cart, I'll check my cart from here. I see these many items have been added to my cart. And now that I'm satisfied with creating my test cases that are stored as commands in my IDE, I can go back to my IDE and stop the recording. It is asking me for a test name, so I'll be giving it as name as version 1. Alright, so we see multiple commands have been recorded, and just to check if our test case is fine, we can run all those tests. Now Selenium has prepared it, and we see every single action that we performed is being imitated here. Now I'm not doing anything, so this is something happening automatically, and we see all my test cases have run successfully. We see 1 runs and 0 failures.
The number one reason why you should learn Selenium is because Selenium is an open source tool, which means anybody can use it for free. It is powered by Apache, which means any organization can use Selenium to test their website, or even independent programmers can implement and practice Selenium without having to pay for it. Most of all, remember that Selenium is backed by Google, which has a huge developer community. The problem with other testing tools are that they are either licensed tools or their functionality is just not as good as Selenium. HP's QTP, IBM's RFT, Test Complete, RunnerX are all proprietary tools. And feature-wise, Selenium is a clear winner. No second thoughts. The second reason why you should learn Selenium is because there are no operating system or browser or hardware demands. You don't need a system with 16 GB RAM or a system with a lot of free hard disk space. Neither do you need to house a Windows operating system or a Mac operating system or a Linux operating system. The operating system you use for home purpose is good enough for testing with Selenium. The problem, however, with other tools is that majority of them run only on Windows operating system. With Selenium, you can also test your website or even web application on any browser, be it Chrome or Firefox or Safari or Internet Explorer or even Opera for that matter of fact. The simplicity needed to work with Selenium can be related to how easy it is to plug in USB drives into your system for transferring data. This is the next reason why you should learn Selenium. And this must be the single most important factor for any programmer to get into the automation testing domain. Most tools in the market need you to be specialized in the particular programming language. Languages such as VBScript, Java, C# are among the most common scripting languages required by various tools. But with Selenium, you will not face any such restrictions. Even if you are familiar with one of the programming languages such as Java or Python or Perl or PHP or Ruby, C# or .NET, then you can start your Selenium career right away. The next reason why you should learn Selenium is because of the availability of frameworks. Frameworks are very similar to templates. You can make slight modifications to the code as per your requirement for different conditions, instead of making wholesale changes. In Selenium, there are various frameworks like data-driven testing, keyword-driven testing, hybrid testing, module-driven testing, and many more. Using these frameworks, you will reduce your time to code and time to test. And because of this, a lot of companies are adopting Selenium and looking for professionals skilled in Selenium. The next reason why you should learn Selenium is because of its strong presence in the DevOps lifecycle. Selenium forms an integral part of the continuous testing phase in the DevOps lifecycle. And today, most companies are replacing agile or waterfall approaches with the DevOps approach. Very few testing tools qualify as a DevOps tool because DevOps emphasizes on using open source tools. And also because most of the software products developed nowadays are delivered on the cloud, web-based testing tools are the ones that are extensively used. And this is where Selenium fits perfectly. The sixth reason why you should learn Selenium is because it can be easily integrated with a lot of open source tools. Some of those tools are Jenkins, TestNG, Maven, JUnit, Secoli, and AutoIT. And when these tools are integrated with Selenium, we can achieve automation. This is where other tools lag behind. The next reason is parallel and distributed testing. Executing multiple test cases at the same time is called parallel testing, and executing them in remote machines is called distributed testing. Selenium Grid is used for this purpose. By performing parallel and distributed testing, you save time to run the tests, you do not need extra machines to perform the tests, and you can also execute the same test cases on different web servers. The next reason why you should learn Selenium is because Selenium does not depend on any GUI-based systems. Since Selenium tests can be executed without a GUI, the tests can be carried out on web servers, and automation can be achieved by scheduling the execution of test cases. And since the GUI is not involved, there will be no system overhead, and the performance of your machine will drastically improve. The benefit over other tools is that most tools need a GUI for scripting, and those scripts can only be executed through the GUI provided by the tool. The ninth reason why you should learn Selenium is because of the flexibility that you get while designing your test case. For designing test cases, you have the flexibility to design it either via programming logic using WebDriver or via the record and playback feature provided by IDE. If you are a technical person and prefer writing the programming logic, you can use WebDriver. If you're a non-technical person, then you can use IDE to record your tests and export that programming logic to an equivalent programming language of your choice. The last reason, but not the least important reason, is that there's an increasing demand for Selenium testers. Believe me when I say that among all the tools in the market, Selenium has the greatest demand. And you can visibly see it on the screen, right? The one on the left shows how the Selenium job vacancies have grown since 2008. And 2018 is not going to be any different. The demand is still going to rise, and even the pay is pretty good. So my advice to you is learn Selenium when it's still the right time.
Now, before I tell you who is a software test automation engineer, let us first know what is software testing. So software testing is basically a process of evaluating the functionality of a software application to find any software bugs. So it checks whether the developed software met the specified requirements and identifies any defect in the software in order to produce a quality product. It is also stated as the process of verifying and validating a software product. So it checks whether the software product meets the business and technical requirements that guided its design and development. It works as per the requirement and can be implemented with the same characteristics. So now that you know what is software testing, let's see who is a testing automation engineer. So the role of the test automation engineer is to design, build, test and deploy effective test automation solutions. Now to fulfill this role, the automation engineer applies appropriate automation technologies to meet the short and long-term goals of the testing organization. So now what does automation engineer actually do? An automation engineer basically utilizes technology to improve, streamline and automate a manufacturing process. They are responsible for planning, implementation and monitoring of such technology.
So now let's move ahead and have a look at the roadmap that will lead you to become a successful test automation engineer. So first of all, in order to become an automation engineer, you need to have a bachelor's degree. You will likely need to earn a bachelor's of engineering degree related to the field in which you want to work. For example, if you want to become a software testing engineer, you will need a bachelor's degree in software engineering. Now, to work in this field, you must be comfortable working closely with other professionals. You also need mathematics and science and also a little bit of computers and electronics. Now, next up, we will need to know about the basic principles of software testing, such as finding the presence of any sort of defects, how to determine the risk without exhaustive testing, early testing, defect clustering, and how to make a product fulfill business requirements without any error. Now, if you are new to the testing industry, one needs to have knowledge of programming languages such as C, C++, Java, SQL, Python, HTML. Now, along with this, if you also have a master's degree in computer science, machine learning, statistics, or any such certifications related to automation testing, it is just an added advantage. Now, some of the best certifications for a test automation engineer are CAST, that is the Certified Associate in Software Testing, CSTE, that is the Certified Software Test Engineer, and there are many more such certifications. So now let's move ahead and have a look at the job roles for a test automation engineer. Now, some of the most common job profiles include test automation, performance tester, test analyst, and QA engineer. So let's have a look at some of the statistics provided by LinkedIn on these top profiles. So here you can see the graph for the top companies in test automation, and some of the big names are Accenture, Cognizant, IBM, TCS, and Infosys. Now, the top skills that are required to become a test automation engineer include the knowledge of testing, agile methodologies, SQL, test planning, and also you need to be well acquainted with manual testing. Now, apart from these, you need to be well acquainted with programming languages like Python, Golang, and JavaScript. You also need to be well versed with AWS, microservices, Docker, and Selenium. Now, these skills will basically help you move to a higher position as a test automation engineer and also add up to your appraisal. Okay, now talking about appraisals and hike, Edureka has released a small video just a few hours back on hike and appraisal during this season of the year, which is essentially the appraisal season. So do check out our latest video named Apna Hike Aayega. I'll leave the link in the live chat and also in the description box. Hope you guys will enjoy it. Now moving on, next up is the performance tester profile. So some of the top companies for this job role are IBM, Accenture, TCS, Cognizant, and Capgemini. Now, some of the top industries for performance tester are the IT services, computer software, telecommunications, financial services, as well as banking. Now, United States is considered to be the best preferred location for a performance tester, followed by India, UK, Canada, and Australia. Now, some of the must-have skills to become a performance tester include the knowledge of Selenium, Cucumber, Java API, Appium, Jira, Python, and also you must be profound with automation tools. So next we will talk about the test analyst job profile. Now, for this particular role, Bangalore is one of the top most preferred locations after US, UK, and Australia. And similarly, companies like Accenture, Cognizant, TCS are one of the top recruiters. Now, talking about some of these skills, you must be well versed with SQL, Jira, UAT, TDD, Confluence, and some of the scripting languages like Python, JavaScript. Also, you would need some of the automation tools. So now that you know about the different job profiles, let's have a look at the roles and responsibilities of a testing automation engineer. Now, in case of software testing, every company defines its own level of hierarchy, roles and responsibilities. But on a broader level, if you take a look, you'll always find two levels in a software testing team. The first one is the test lead or manager. Now, a test lead is responsible for defining the testing activities for subordinates, testers or test engineers. All responsibilities of test planning to check if the team has all the necessary resources to execute the testing activities, to check if testing is going hand in hand with the software development in all phases, and also prepare the status report of testing activities. He is also responsible for required interactions with customers and updating project manager regularly about the progress of testing activities. Next up, we have the test engineers or the QA testers. Now, they are responsible to read all the documents and understand what needs to be tested. Now, based on the information procured in the above step, decide how it is to be tested and inform the test lead about what all resources will be required for software testing, then develop test cases and prioritize testing activities. Then we finally execute all the test case and report defects, define severity and priority for each defect, and carry out regression testing every time when changes are made to the code to fix defects. Now, how a software application shapes up during the development process entirely depends on how the software engineering team organizes work and implements various methodologies. Now, test automation engineers can save you from the world full of codes. Enterprises completely agree with this statement, and this is the reason why you see a lot of job opportunities in automation testing industry. So here I am going to explain in detail the 7 most important steps to becoming a test automation engineer. It will also help you if you are planning to switch your career to automated testing. Now, the first one is manual testing. Now, while I understand that companies are moving towards codeless automated testing tools to reach an expert level and to keep up with the competition of automation test engineers in the industry, it is highly important to focus on manual testing concepts initially. Now, manual testing is basically a process of finding out the defects or bugs in a software program. In this method, the tester plays an important role of end user and verifies that all the features of the application are working correctly. Now, this makes a point very clear that automation testing is for experienced manual testers. The next skill is the programming skills. Now, it is very important to possess excellent technical programming skills. Now, most newcomers ask that if they need programming skills for automated testing. Now, most of the people who come up with the idea of shifting to automated testing wish to skip the coding part. Either they don't have programming knowledge or they hate coding. However, that one needs to be very proficient with manual testing skills to become a great automation testing engineer for a long-lasting career in the software testing industry. And if you are new to the testing industry, you need the following programming languages such as C, C++, Java, SQL, Python, Perl, XML, HTML, and CSS. Now, there are also a few technical skills a manual tester should master to become a brilliant automation testing engineer, such as the test architecture, test design, performance testing, configuration management, manual testing agility and interaction, communication between the teams, troubleshooting, agile DevOps, and continuous delivery. Now, the combination of all the above mentioned skills can help you transit to automated testing easily and smoothly. Now, next up is understand the application. Now, the common application details that every automation tester needs to take care of are which programming languages have been used while developing the application, on what platform is the application built, which databases are involved, are there any web services or APIs connected to different parts of the system and how, and many more such questions. Now, these are just few points and it may vary based on the complexity of the applications. So make sure you're completely thorough with the application that you are going to test via automation testing. Now, next up we have the automation testing tools. Now, when learning to become a smart automation testing engineer, if we don't talk about the test automation tools, then we are doing an injustice to the industry. A major part of the companies have already started using automation testing tools. Now, the main reason behind using them is their benefits to the enterprises. Some of the famous testing tools are Selenium, Testing Wiz, Ranorex, Sahi, Water, and Test Complete. Now next up is the ATLC methodology. Now ATLC stands for Automation Testing Lifecycle. Now the way we follow the life cycle of software development and testing, same is the way for automation testing as well. To understand and follow the ATLC, one needs to have experience of the following, such as the decision making in automated testing, then the test automation tools, automation testing process, then test planning, design and development, test script execution and management, and finally review and assessment of test programs. Now for each test automation requirements, a test automation engineer follows the life cycle. And to be a successful automation test engineer, you need to understand the ATLC methodology and execute it in your each test automation project. Now moving on, the next one is the test automation strategy. So once you are through with the ATLC methodology and the automated testing tools, you are well prepared to create your test automation strategy for your clients or employer. Now to become a great automation test engineer, you would be the right person to initiate with preparing the test automation strategy, finalizing the tools, overall cost and ROI calculation. Now, automation strategy creation is considered to be a very crucial part, as you would need to define and develop the path that will help you to reduce the manual testing hours and offer justice on the ROI of the clients. Now, let's move on to the final skill, which is the testing trends. Now for this, you have to stay updated with the testing trends, and this is the most important part of this industry. The most trending best practices, tools, techniques, tips and tricks will help you and your team to achieve the success in optimizing your test automation strategies and methodology. Now this generation is moving towards automation everywhere. However, there has been a lot of debate around test automation tools replacing the manual testers. But remember, the creators of test automation tools are the testers like you. So, to become a smart automation testing engineer and to be successful in this industry, you would need to really work hard with passion and dedication. So once you have mastered these skills, you are now on your way to become a successful software test automation engineer. Now, let's see some of the topmost companies that are hiring for a test automation engineer. Now these companies are Accenture, IBM, Cognizant, Infosys, TCS and Capgemini. So do keep an eye for an opportunity and utilize your skills to grab the offer. So that was all about today's session, and I hope this will help you in the long run to prepare yourself and get well versed with all the skills in order to become a successful test automation engineer. Now, if you want to learn more about software testing, Edureka is launching a new master's program on software testing that will include courses like Fundamentals of Software Testing, Selenium, Continuous testing using DevOps, mobile automation testing using Appium, and performance testing using JMeter.
The first question I have for you guys is, what is Selenium and what are its different components? They might not ask what is Selenium because you're interviewing for the profile called Automation Tester, which requires Selenium as a must-known skill. Okay? So the answer to this would be Selenium is one of the most popular automated testing suites. It is designed in a way to automate the functional aspects of a web application and a wide range of browsers and platforms. Due to its existence in the open source community, it has become one of the most accepted testing tools among the professionals. Do make this a note, guys. Selenium is not just a single tool or a utility, rather a package of several testing tools for the same reason. That's why it is referred as a suite. Selenium is a test suite, right? So each of these tools is designed in a way to cater different requirements. So the suite package consists of Selenium IDE, that is Selenium Integrated Development Environment, Selenium RC, that is Selenium Remote Control, Selenium WebDriver, and Selenium Grid. Now let's understand them in detail. Selenium IDE is a record and a playback tool. It is distributed as a Firefox plugin, so it doesn't work on Chrome or any other browser. Selenium RC. Selenium RC is a server that allows the user to create test scripts in the desired programming language. It also allows executing the test scripts within the large spectrum of browsers. But RC is deprecated, guys. Majority of the companies don't use RC. So RC was replaced by Selenium WebDriver. What is Selenium WebDriver? Selenium WebDriver is a different tool altogether which has various advantages over RC. This WebDriver directly communicates with the browser and uses its native compatibility to automate the task. Now, what is Selenium Grid? Selenium Grid is used to distribute the test execution on multiple platforms and environment concurrently. That means it supports cross-browsing. Now let's move on to the next question. What is a Selenium framework? It is a structure for making the code maintenance simpler and the readability look better. This framework involves breaking the entire code into different pieces of code which tests a particular functionality. It can also be structured in a way wherein the test cases which needs to be executed are invoked from an external application. Then what are the different types of framework available in Selenium? There are basically three types of framework available in Selenium, that is data-driven, keyword-driven, and hybrid. Now let's understand them in detail. Data-driven framework in Selenium is the technique of separating the dataset from the actual test case. This framework completely depends on the input test data. Now let's talk about keyword-driven framework. This is a technique in which all operations and instructions to be performed are written separately from the actual test case. The similarity between this and the data-driven framework is that the operations to be performed is again stored in an external file like an Excel sheet and so on. Now let's move on to our next question. What are the challenges and limitations of Selenium WebDriver? As Selenium WebDriver is widely used, the interviewer would be curious to know if you know the limitations of it too. So the challenges are it is difficult to test image-based application. Selenium needs outside support for report generation activity. It is dependent on TestNG or Jenkins. It cannot perform tests on web services like SOAP or REST. Now, what are the limitations of Selenium WebDriver? It cannot test web applications. Handling pop-ups is a little too difficult. It cannot test mobile applications. It supports limited reporting, and it cannot actually support dynamic content. Okay. Now let's move on to our next question. What are the drawbacks of Selenium RC? Like I mentioned earlier, Selenium RC is deprecated, so you cannot use RC alone. Why is it so? It is because server connection is required before executing the test script, and Selenium RC's architecture is more complicated and the APIs are less object-oriented, so it is slow when it is used as a JavaScript program. So that's why we don't use Selenium RC. Explain how Selenium Grid works. Selenium Grid is a part of Selenium suite that specializes in running multiple tests across different browsers, operating systems. Now let's move to the next question. Mention what are the capabilities of Selenium WebDriver or Selenium 2.0. WebDriver should be used when you require improvement support for handling multiple frames, pop-ups, multiple browser windows, and alerts. It also helps in page navigation, and drag and drop feature is also available. It also supports Ajax-based UI elements. Multi-browser testing includes improved functionality for browsers which are not well supported by Selenium 1.0. Next, we have list out the different test types that are supported by Selenium. For web-based application testing, Selenium WebDriver can be used. So the different test types that can be supported by Selenium are functional testing and regression testing. For post-release validation with continuous integration, Selenium could be used with Jenkins, Hudson, Quick Build, and 𝐶. Another important question which the interview would ask, mention why to choose Python over Java in Selenium. So it's very obvious, guys. We use Java in order to write test scripts in Selenium. But why not prefer Python? So the few points that favor Python over Java to work with Selenium is Java programs tend to run slower compared to Python programs. Java uses traditional braces to start and end blocks while Python uses indentation. Java also employs a static typing while Python is dynamically typed. Python is simple and more compact compared to Java. So Python has a lot of advantages over Java. So you can choose Python over Java. Now, the next question is, what is Selenium and what are the different types of Selenium available? I think most of you don't know what is Selenium. Selenium is a Selenium set of command which is used for running the test cases. There are three types of Selenium available in Selenium. They are actions, assertions, and accessors. Actions are used to perform operations and it interacts with the target element. Assertions are used as a checkpoint. Accessors are used for storing the values in a particular variable. Now, how to build an object repository in Selenium? An object repository is a common storage collection for all objects. In Selenium WebDriver, objects would typically be the locators used to uniquely identify the web elements. But also note that Selenium WebDriver does not offer an inbuilt object repository by default. However, the object repositories can be built using the key value pair approach, wherein the key refers to the name given to the object and value refers to the properties used to uniquely identify an object within the web page. Now let's talk about the different wait statements in Selenium. Exception appears when there is a loading time when you're interacting with an element on the web page. To overcome this issue, we need to use the wait commands. There are basically two types of waits. They are implicit wait and explicit wait. Implicit wait tells the WebDriver to wait for a certain amount of time before it throws an exception. So the example to this would be driver.manage.timeouts.implicit wait specify the time and the unit of time. And talking about explicit waits, they are confined to a particular web element. This explicit wait is a code that you define to wait for a certain condition to occur before proceeding further into the code. Even explicit wait are of two types, that is WebDriver wait and Fluent wait. The example to this would be WebDriver wait, create an object of it, and then instantiate it with the new WebDriver wait and provide the WebDriver reference and the time. Now, another important question would be, why do you use Selenium IDE? What is the importance of Selenium IDE? Selenium IDE is the simplest and the easiest of all the tools within the Selenium package or suite of tools. Its record and playback feature makes it exceptionally easy to learn with minimal acquaintances to any programming language. This Selenium IDE is an ideal tool for any user. What are locators in Selenium? Locators are defined as an address that identifies a web element uniquely within the web page. It is a command that tells the Selenium IDE that it has to locate the GUI elements like text box, checkboxes, and so on. And another important question would be, what are the types of locators in Selenium? To identify the web elements accurately and more precisely, we have different types of locators in Selenium. So there is a diverse range of web elements like the text box, IDE, radio button, etc. So it requires an effective and accurate approach to identify these elements. We have ID locator, name, link text, partial link text, CSS selector, and XPath. The most popular way to identify the web elements is to use the IDE. It is the safest and the fastest locator options and should always be the first choice even when there are multiple options. Now, talking about link text, you can identify the hyperlink on a web page using link text. It can be determined with the help of an anchor tag. So in order to create a hyperlink on a web page, you can use anchor text followed by the link text. And talking about partial link text, in some situation, you may need to find links by the portion of the text in the link text element. In such situations, you can make use of this partial link text to locate elements. Talking about CSS selector, it is mainly used to provide style rules for the web pages, and you can identify one or more elements in the web page. All you need to do when you're locating an element using CSS selector is you can locate it using the ID or class. ID just have to be located with the help of a hash, and a class can be located using a dot operator. Okay, now let's talk about XPath. It is a language to query XML documents. It is an important strategy to locate an element in Selenium. XPath is an expression along with some conditions. So here you can easily write an XPath script or a query to locate an element on the web page. Now let's move on to our next question. How to use find element and find elements in Selenium. So when we have locators, how can you find that element? Find element is used to find the first element in the current web page matching to the specified locator value. Do note that the only first matching element would be fetched. So the syntax would be web element, create an object of the web element, driver dot find elements by, specify the locator and the location. Whereas find elements is used to find all the elements in the current web page matching to the specified locator value. Do note that all the matching elements would be fetched and stored in the list of web elements. Okay. Another important question here. How to select the size of the browser window? You can perform actions like maximizing the window, get the actual size, resize the window, and so on. So in order to maximize, I would use the command driver.manage.window.maximize. And in order to get the actual size of the window browser, I would use the command window.getSize. So it gets the actual size of the window. And you can also set the size of the browser window by using this command driver.manage.window.setSize, and you can set the size according to your specification in this field. Now, in order to resize the window, I would use the command JavaScript executor, link it to the driver and execute script, and window resize to specifying the X and the Y axis. So this is how you select the size of the browser window. Now, how to work with Excel files in Selenium? Have you ever worked with Excel files when you're testing an application in Selenium? Let's take a look. So in order to work with Excel files in Selenium, you can use JXL and Apache POI. Now, what is JXL? JXL is Java Excel API. So this allows the user to read, write, create, and modify the sheets in an Excel workbook at the runtime. Now, talking about Apache, Apache POI is a popular API that allows the programmers to create, modify, and display MS Office files using Java programs. It is an open source library developed and distributed by Apache Software Foundation. So we use these two APIs in order to work with Excel files in Selenium. What is a JavaScript executor, or how do you scroll in Selenium? JavaScript executor is an interface that helps to execute the JavaScript through Selenium WebDriver. It has two methods, namely execute script and execute async script. It is also used when Selenium WebDriver fails to click on any element. You can also scroll down a page using this JavaScript executor. You just have to specify the axis in which you want to scroll. It can either be x-axis or y-axis. Now, what is a page factory? Ever heard of this, guys? So the interviewer would be interested to know if you know the implementation or the internal structure of how Selenium works. So he would ask, what is POM and what are its advantages? POM is page object model, which is a design pattern in test automation in order to create an object repository for web UI based elements. The advantages of this page object model are it makes automation framework friendly, more durable, and comprehensive. It keeps the test and the element locators separately. The repository is independent of any automation tests. It helps in reusing the page object methods. POM is best applicable for the applications which contain multiple pages. Easier to write because it uses the business domain language. Okay. So this is about the page object model. Now let's talk about page factory. Okay. Page factory is an inbuilt page object model pattern used to initialize web elements which are defined in page objects. Now you might want to know the difference between the page object model and the page factory because both are design patterns. Okay. Page object model is a class which represents the web page and holds all the functionalities. Whereas page factory is a way to initialize the web elements within the page object when the instance is created. Now let's see how to handle mouse and keyboard actions in Selenium. So in order to handle mouse and keyboard actions, we use something called actions class. So this actions class has an inbuilt ability to handle various types of keyboard and mouse events. So in Selenium WebDriver, these events include operations such as drag and drop, clicking on multiple elements with the help of control key, and many more. Now let's understand what exactly happens in this actions class. So this actions class is the user-facing API for emulating complex action events. You can directly use this class rather than using input devices like keyboard and mouse. So the syntax would be actions, create an object of this actions and instantiate it with the driver. And if you want to move a particular element to another location, you can just use the object of the actions class, that is action.moveToElement, specify the element, click and perform. So we'll use the perform method here in order to execute the actions. Using this actions API, keyboard interactions can be easily handled by the WebDriver. So in order to use the mouse actions, I will use the current location of the web element and then perform some kind of operations like click, double click, drag and drop, and so on. Can Selenium handle window-based pop-ups? If yes, how? And if no, why? Selenium is an automation testing tool which supports only web application testing. Therefore, window pop-ups cannot be handled using Selenium. Although WebDriver offers the users a very efficient way to handle these pop-ups using alert interface. So there are basically 4 methods that we would be using along the alert interface. So that is void dismiss, void accept, string get text, and void send keys. Now what is void dismiss? This method clicks on the cancel button as soon as the pop-up window appears. And what about void accept? This method clicks on the OK button as soon as the pop-up window appears. String get text. This method returns the text displayed on the alert box. Void send keys. This method enters the specified string pattern into the alert box. Okay. If in case you want to close a particular window pop-up. We just spoke about the alerts. Now, if you just want to cancel out the window pop-up, how do you do that using Selenium? We'll be using something called a robot class. Now, what is this robot class and what does it do? A robot class in Selenium is used to generate native system input events for test automations, self-running demos, and other applications where you need control over the mouse and keyboard. WebDriver cannot handle OS pop-ups, so in Java 1.3, this robot class was introduced. So in simple terms, I would say this class provides control over mouse and keyboard devices. So this is almost similar to actions class, but just that robot class has a lot of importance compared to the actions class. This robot class helps in uploading a file. It can simulate the mouse and the keyboard functions, and it can handle pop-ups as well. So this robot class has many methods to implement the keyboard functions, that is key press, key release, mouse move, mouse press, and mouse release. Okay, so we'll talk about them in detail. Key press is a method which is called when you want to press any key. Key release is a method which is used to release a pressed key on the keyboard. Now let's talk about the mouse functions. Mouse move. This method is called when you want to move the mouse pointer in the X and Y coordinates. And talking about mouse press, this is used to press the left button of the mouse. And mouse release. This method helps in releasing the pressed button of the mouse. Now next we have how to achieve synchronization in WebDriver. Synchronization is a mechanism which involves more than one component to work in parallel with each other. It can be achieved by using 2 types, namely conditional and non-conditional. Unconditional. In this, we just specify the timeout value. We'll make the tool to wait until certain time and then proceed further. Now what about conditional? It specifies a condition along with the timeout value. So the tool waits in order to check for the condition and then it comes out of it if nothing happens. So this is how you achieve synchronization in WebDriver. Now let's move on to another important question, how to take a screenshot in Selenium. Selenium has an interface by the name TakeScreenshot, which we can use in order to get a screenshot. Okay, so the syntax goes something like this. It says take screenshot, link it to the driver and get screenshot as, and the output type would be file. So what is this get screenshot as method? So this method will help in capturing the entire screenshot in the form of a file and makes use of the file utils class, using which we can copy the screenshot from one location to another. So by using this file utils class, you can just copy the source file So you can just copy the source file and place it in a new folder and provide a name to this folder, and do note that it should end with .png, specifying it to be an image. Okay. So this is how you take a screenshot in Selenium, guys. Now let's move on and understand how to handle multiple windows in Selenium. So in order to work with multiple windows, we use a window handle. What is a window handle? A window handle is a unique identifier that holds the address of all the windows. So this is basically a pointer to a window which returns a string value. This window handle function helps in getting the handles of all the windows that are present. It is also guaranteed that each browser will have a unique window handle. So we use different methods called get window handle, get window handles, set, switch to, and action. So in order to switch from one window to another window, we use the switch to command. Let's understand them in detail. So this get.windowHandle function helps in getting the window handle of the current window, whereas get.windowHandles helps in getting the handles of all the windows that are opened. Set, this method helps in setting the window handle which is in the form of a string. Okay. And talking about switch to, this helps in switching between the windows. Action, I think you guys are clear with actions now, so you might be able to answer this. It helps in performing certain actions on the windows like keyboard and mouse handle function. So that's how you work with multiple windows in Selenium. You can also refer our blog or a video which is put up, how to handle multiple windows in Selenium. Now, the next question is, what are listeners in Selenium WebDriver? In Selenium WebDriver, listeners listen to the particular event defined in the Selenium script, and it behaves accordingly. It allows customizing of the TestNG reports or logs. There are mainly two listeners, that is WebDriver listener and TestNG listeners. This WebDriver listener interface allows to implement methods and classes like WebDriver event listener and even firing WebDriver. Whereas talking about TestNG listeners, TestNG can be made to listen to what we say with the help of listeners. So this gives us the flexibility to alter the default TestNG behavior. Now, what are the different types of listeners in TestNG? This is also an important question, guys. There are different types, namely iTestListener, iSuiteListener, iReporter, iMethodInterceptor, iInvokedMethodListener 1 and 2, iHookable, iExceptionListener, iConfigurationListener, iConfigurable, iAnnotationTransformer 1 and 2. One of the most important listener that we'll be using in our project is iTestListener. Okay, so this is about the listeners in Selenium. Now let's move on to our next question. What are the features of TestNG? And list some of the functionality in TestNG which makes it more efficient. TestNG is a testing framework based on JUnit and NUnit in order to simplify a broad range of testing needs, starting from unit testing to integration testing. And the functionalities which makes it an efficient testing framework are its support for annotation, support for data-driven testing, flexible test configuration, and it has the ability to re-execute the failed test cases. Now, what are assert and verify commands in Selenium? Assert command checks whether the given condition is true or false. If the condition is true, then the program control will execute the next test step, but if the condition is false, the execution would stop and no further test would be executed. And what about verify? Verify command also checks whether the given condition is true or false. Irrespective of the condition being true or false, the program execution doesn't halt. That is, if any test fails during verification, it would not stop the execution and all the test cases would be executed. So this is about assert and verify commands in Selenium. So the next question I have for you guys is, how can you redirect browsing from a browser through proxy? Selenium provides proxy class in order to redirect from a proxy, using this command called string proxy and specifying the proxy address. So you can also set the proxy using capability.setCapability and the type of capability that you want to specify and proxy. Okay. The next question that I have for you guys is, how can you debug the tests in Selenium IDE? So in order to debug your test cases in Selenium IDE, you need to insert a breakpoint from the location where you want to execute it, and then run the test case at the given breakpoint and the execution will be paused. So in order to continue with the next step, just click on a button called debug, then run the commands at the same time and click on the run button. So this is how you debug the test cases in Selenium IDE. Now let's understand how can you handle network latency in Selenium. To handle network latency, you can use the command driver.manage.page loading time for network latency. So this command basically helps in providing you the time load for the page. So this also helps in handling the network latency. Moving to the next question, I have explain how you can capture server-side log in Selenium Server. So in order to capture the server-side log in Selenium WebDriver, you can go to the command prompt and just type java-jar.jar and -log selenium.log. So this command helps in capturing the server-side log in Selenium Server. Next, we have what are regular expressions and how can you use regular expressions in Selenium. I think most of you didn't know that Selenium also uses regular expressions. So regular expression is a special text string used for describing a search pattern. In Selenium IDE, regular expression can be used with the keyword regexp, which means it is a regular expression. So this regexp is used as a prefix to the value and the patterns which needs to be included for the expected values. So this is about the regular expressions in Selenium. Does Selenium support database testing? And if so, which API is required? Selenium does not support database testing. Still, it can be partially done using the Java database connectivity. So in order to perform database testing in Selenium WebDriver, you need Java database connectivity, JDBC API. This allows you to execute SQL statements as well. So this is about database testing in Selenium WebDriver. Now another important question, why do you need session handling while working with Selenium? While working with Selenium, you need session handling. This is because during the test execution, Selenium has to interact with browser all the time in order to execute the given commands. During execution, it is also possible that before the execution is completed, someone else tries to execute another script in the same machine and in the same type of browser. So in order to avoid such situations, there is a need for session handling in Selenium. Now let's talk about exceptions in Selenium. What is an exception? An exception is an event which occurs during the execution of the program, which is basically an issue which makes the test case stop in the course of the execution. Now, what are the types of exceptions that you've worked on in Selenium WebDriver? This is one of the important questions too, guys. So there are basically 5 exceptions in Selenium WebDrivers. They are WebDriver exceptions, no alert present exception, no such window exception, no such element exception, and timeout exceptions. Okay. So these are the basic exceptions that will be thrown during the execution of the program. In the course of time, you might come up with another different exception, but these are the major exceptions that Selenium throws. Now, coming to the next question, we have how can you prepare a customized HTML report using TestNG and hybrid framework? I think most of you might not know how to customize the HTML report using TestNG. So there are 3 ways to achieve this. You can either use JUnit with the help of an ant, TestNG using an inbuilt default file to get the HTML report. Also, you can use the XST reports from the ant, Selenium, and TestNG combinations. You can also use your own customized reports using XSL jar files, and you can also convert the XML content to an HTML file. Next, we have explain how you can switch between frames. To switch between frames in WebDriver, we use the method called driver.switchTo.frame. So this method takes one of the possible arguments, that is a number, which selects a number by its index, a name or ID. This selects the frame by its name or ID, and a previously found web element using the location of the previously located web element in order to select a frame. Another question that you might be asked would be, what are the difference between Selenium and QTP? One of the major questions that any interviewer would want to know. Why go for Selenium? Why not QTP? So the major features that I'll be comparing them based on would be the browser compatibility, the distribution, application under test, object repository, the language that they support, and the vendor support. Now let's compare them based on the browser compatibility. Selenium supports almost all popular browsers like Firefox, Chrome, Safari, Opera, and so on, whereas QTP supports Internet Explorer, Firefox, and Chrome. It only supports Windows-based operating system. Talking about the distribution, Selenium is distributed as an open source and freely available tool, and QTP is distributed as a licensed tool and is commercialized. and the application to be tested are Selenium supports testing only web-based applications, whereas QTP supports testing of both web-based as well as Windows-based application. Talking about their object repository, Selenium's object repository need to be created as a separate entity, whereas QTP automatically creates and maintains the object repository. The language support, Selenium supports multiple programming languages like Java, C#, Ruby, Python, Perl, and so on, whereas QTP supports only VB script. Talking about the vendor support or the community support, as Selenium is an open source tool, user would not get the vendor support in troubleshooting the issues. Whereas in QTP, users can easily get the vendor support in any case of the issue. So these are the major differences between QTP and Selenium. Moving to the next question, we have what is the difference between set speed and sleep method? Both will delay the speed of the execution, guys. So the thread.sleep command in Java would help to stop or pause the execution for a specific period of time. It takes only a single argument in the integer format, and set speed will pause the execution for a specific amount of time for every Selenium command. So this will delay the execution for a specific amount of time. So this will be in milliseconds, guys, whereas thread.sleep will be in nanoseconds. Next, I have how can you submit a form using Selenium? You can use the method submit on the element in order to submit a form, that is element.submit. Alternatively, you can use the click method on the element, which helps in form submission. Another most important question is what are the types of WebDriver APIs available in Selenium? We have Firefox driver, �‌𝐸𝐴 driver, Internet Explorer driver, Chrome driver, HTML unit driver, Opera driver, Safari driver, Android, iPhone, and event-firing WebDriver. Among these, which WebDriver implementation claims to be the fastest? So the fastest implementation of WebDriver is the HTML unit driver. This is because the HTML unit driver does not execute the test in the browser. So the next question that I have for you is, can I navigate back and forth in a browser in Selenium WebDriver? We can use navigate interface in order to navigate back and forth in a browser. It has methods to move back and forward as well as to refresh the page. The commands are driver.navigate.forward, which helps in navigating to the next web page with reference to the browser history. Next, we have driver.navigate.back, which takes back the previous web page with reference to the browser's history. We have navigate.refresh, which helps in refreshing the current web page, thereby reloading all the web elements. Next, we have navigate.to and specify the URL, which helps in launching the new web browser window and navigates to the specified URL. Now, why do you prefer Selenium automation tool? So this is a must question, guys. So why do you need to prefer Selenium automation tool? It is free and open source. It has a vast user base and helping communities, cross-browser compatibility, platform compatibility, and multiple programming languages can be used such as Java, Perl, Python, PHP, C#, and so on. So we've discussed the top 50 Selenium interview questions which are most frequently asked.
And with this, we have come to an end to this Selenium full course. If you enjoyed listening to this full course, please be kind enough to like it and you can comment on any of your doubts and queries. We will reply to them at the earliest. Do look up for more videos and playlists and subscribe to the Edureka YouTube channel to learn more. Thank you for watching and happy learning.